I see the sign that we are now streaming live on YouTube. That means we have changed our YouTube channel. So we are back live. With that, I'm going to ask our next speaker, Andrea Maloney, to come and speak. Andrea, thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and esteemed members of the Public Health Committee. I am Andrea Maloney from Newtown, Connecticut. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I have a strong science background. While studying engineering at Cornell, I interned at a pharmaceutical company and also worked with a grad student on the clinical trials of the varicella chickenpox vaccine. Earlier in the hearing, the question came up about that vaccine and shedding, and I can tell you it sheds because one of the chores I had to do participating in those trials was to go to homes and collect dirty diapers to send to the lab to be analyzed for the vaccine shedding. I can also tell you that varicella vaccine causes shingles in children, as this happened to a classmate of my son in preschool. I don't categorize myself as an anti-vaxxer, and quite honestly, I become deeply upset when those of us who want to preserve religious freedom and medical choices are all dumped into this bucket and bullied, not only with the term anti-vaxxer, but with much more harsh words and hate. I spent the weekend actually analyzing the 2019 to 2020 school year immunization survey data that was just released this past Friday night. I'd like to highlight the following results of my analysis. The lack of compliance to vaccine regulations needs to be investigated. Of the 544 schools that had the school level data for kindergarten, meaning at least 30 students in their kindergarten, 273 of those schools had students out of compliance. They were either missing vaccines or vaccination paperwork, and they had no exemption on file, whether that was religious or medical. Of these 273 schools, actually 78 had 5% or more of their kindergartners out of compliance, which we all know affects that 95% herd immunity number. What's going to be done to improve enforcement and compliance across these schools? Will these children be expelled from school along with the healthy religious children if this bill passes? To put it in numbers, that was 1,127 students out of compliance last school year versus the 891 in kindergarten that were using the religious exemption. Before we take away religious freedom protected by both our US and Connecticut Constitution and kick healthy religious children out of school, we should first deal with this problem of non-compliance to vaccine policy at schools. I've also heard a lot, as I've listened today, about people being kicked out of their pediatric practices. I feel very fortunate that our doctor actually is very supportive of our choices and speaks to us about our choices because, quite honestly, he's fascinated with the health of my children. In our whole time in his practice, over 8 years now, we've had exactly one sick visit. We only go when we're healthy for our annual exams, and our doctor is fascinated to see how my children are progressing and growing. So
Ms.
again,
Maloney, you've reached a 3-minute mark if you'd like to conclude.
Sure, I'll conclude now. So, importantly, this comes down to religious freedom. I think I've offered up some good data points to consider. I'd be happy to answer questions about that and about other experiences we've had. We love Newtown. We don't want to move and leave this wonderful town and our beloved home. But if my children are banned from attending school, playing field hockey, going to camp, all the things they love to do, we're going to have to consider moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think Senator Wong has a question or comment. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Andrea. In reading your testimony, it's great to meet you now. With a great education, the Cornell education that is, and working in the pharmaceutical field, you understand the value of what it does, correct?
Yes, and I will add, the pharmaceutical part was early in my career. I then moved on to Wall Street because, to be honest, every time I walked into that pharmaceutical job, they had the big chart up with where their stock price was and where their next FDA approval was. And from there, I took a turn into Wall Street. So that's where I am doing my analysis and all now.
And I have enjoyed reading your testimony, but ultimately, let's fast forward to this comes down to religious freedom for you. And I think you in your testimony powerfully said you're doing this for your family, and ultimately you made an impression and an important statement related to people who talk about my body, my choice as a battle cry, but applies it very unevenly. Can you articulate that a little bit?
Sure. I will add, I'm pro-choice too. In fact, some of you may remember I was here last week testifying about the pregnancy center bill. And as much as I am pro-choice, for me, maybe I wouldn't choose abortion, but we'll set that aside. That's not so much relevant. But I do believe that we are sovereign over our own bodies, and it should be up to us to choose what we do with those bodies. And in the time that we are responsible for our children, we need to help them keep their bodies right as well. And God has made us whole. God has given us the ability to fight off infections, disease, whatever, with our immunity. I mean, I'm allergic to Tylenol, so I can't use that. I've had bad reactions to anesthesia, so I can't use that. So I've been forced to find more natural ways to, work with my body and to help my children's bodies too.
And you take the approach that your faith and awareness of your body and what you put in it is ultimately your decision. Maybe for others that feel very, very passionately counter to that, you would not impose your opinion and thoughts on them, would you?
Never.
Well, you have been very persuasive. People should really read your articulation, and I'm very, very happy to meet you, to say hello, and I'm sure we'll be talking more, and I will be looking and referring back to your well-written testimony for future reference points. But Andrea, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Andrea, for your testimony. I've asked a few other individuals this question, and I'm wanting to know what you think of this. Do you believe it's a good idea for there to be a state oversight committee to evaluate medical exemptions as proposed by Section 7 and 8 of HB 6423? So that would be assigned by the state, a group of physicians that would determine whether you get a medical exemption or not.
No, I don't think that's a good idea at all. And actually, I think part of what supports that not being a good idea are the numbers I raised about the number of children that appear to be out of compliance with the vaccine requirements. I mean, if we can't even figure out why almost 3% of kindergartners are missing paperwork or just not complying, how can we trust that some other part of, DPH or some oversight committee would be able to keep up with all the medical exemption requests and be able to oversee that in the right way? I don't think that's necessary. Medical choices should be between doctors and their patients. And I think also by sharing our relationship with our pediatrician and how supportive he is, that's where those decisions should be made, not by some doctor that doesn't know my children.
And the other question I have is, I think you said you were a scientist, right?
Yeah, so I got a degree in engineering, and gosh, over 25 years in my career now, I've been doing data science, business analysis, building systems, all sorts of information technology, and constantly studying numbers, patterns, those types of things.
So, as a scientist, you know that scientists vary in their opinions all over the place. Can you just comment to the fact that people often say believe the science, and they want you to believe one group of scientists and disregard another group? Can you just comment to that?
Yes, I mean, actually, I don't think of science as a belief. To me, science is a process, and science, what I learned very early on, how do we prove out different scientific theories? We do experiments. We try to find more data. We come up with a new hypothesis. We do science fair projects, right? Like, it's not a belief, and science does change all the time because of our challenges to those hypotheses and whatnot. Like, the things that were believed to be true 10 years ago are not true now that may have been scientific proof back then. So we have to always question any science, whether it's something to do with vaccines or medicine, or whether it's, you know, energy or anything else, right? There's just so many things out there that we don't know. And unless we keep questioning it all, you know, we'll get trapped in a belief. And I don't think that's right.
So it's fair to say that you don't always agree with the statement that science.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit at the end there.
I said, so it's a fair statement to say that you wouldn't agree with the statement that science is settled.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, to me, that's the antithesis of science, to be honest. We should always be questioning and challenging and experimenting. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your questions to my, or answers to my questions, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard this said 3 times now, and I feel it's important for me to correct the record. Representative Dauphiné has misrepresented the intent of this bill. The purpose of the working group is to provide oversight, not to dictate to any family or any practitioner who is eligible for a medical exemption. It is to follow the implementation of this bill should it become law, and it is to observe outliers at either extreme, either those who give out medical exemptions too easily, and also look at those who will not give out medical exemptions. So I think it's important when people answer the question that Representative Dauphiné puts forward, they understand the intent of the bill is not to have any other body, elected or otherwise, dictate to the providers what they should be discussing with families and whether a medical exemption is indeed warranted. I should have interrupted the first time I heard this because it was a mischaracterization of the intent of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. And Ms. Maloney, thank you so much for your testimony. That was very helpful. And
thank you.
The next person.
Sorry, wait, I just wanted to say one more thing. I want to thank Beverly because I know has to have been a huge chore to keep on top of everybody's signups, and I haven't heard her thanked enough yet. So thank you, Beverly.
Yes, I think this is one thing that you will have unanimous agreement on. This would be one common theme for all of us that we can all unite on. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maloney. The next person is Sandra Clark. Ms. Clark, you're ready, and I'm your daughter and both of you have been very patiently waiting, and I've been seeing her expression, so I'm looking forward to hearing from her.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Sandra, and I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. The religious exemption is in place to protect our First Amendment right to freedom of religion. Our religious beliefs should not keep our children from going to public or private school and daycare. My children are currently homeschooled, but we have talked about how someday they may enroll in public school and go to college. I had the right and privilege to go to public school, college, and land a job with my college degree. I'm a tax-paying citizen, and my children have the right to be educated in the public or private school system if we choose. These rights should not be taken away because of what we believe. My children should have the same opportunities as everyone else and should not be discriminated against because of our beliefs. People should not be coerced into getting vaccinations to enroll their children into school. I am privileged because we are able to have a parent home with our kids all the time, but other families are not. Some people will be coerced into getting their children vaccinated because they won't have any other choice. This goes against our freedom of religion because people need to protect their livelihoods and may not have the resources to educate their children at home. If something happens and I could no longer have someone home with my kids while I go to work, we would have to go against our religious beliefs and vaccinate to enroll our children or leave the state. If my kids want to go to college, they would be coerced into getting vaccinations that go against their religious beliefs in order to get an education, to get a job. I hope that you understand how this is unconstitutional and unethical. The grandfathering clause does not work because many kids do not qualify, including my own. It proves that legislative creep exists since the grandfathering clause included all enrolled children last year, and that legislative creep will exist in regards to this issue going forward. There is no public health crisis in regards to vaccination at this time, and there's no need to implement such a clause. Only a small number of children in the state use the religious exemption, and these children will be segregated and discriminated against if this bill passes. The right to education is a constitutional right. All children have a right to a publicly funded and provided education. If this bill passes, it will no longer make education equally accessible to all children. Thank you for your understanding and time. And my daughter Zoe would like to share part of her testimony.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I am a homeschooled third grader. I hope that my friends who go to public school and my friends who are homeschooled can keep going to school. I'm learning that the U.S. Constitution and this bill goes against our First Amendment rights, freedom of religions. Thank you for voting no on this bill.
Thank you very much for your time.
Bye.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Zoe, for your testimony. I do not see any questions, but thank you again for your patience and waiting. And the next person on our list is Brandy Souza. Brandy, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Great, hi. Oh,
Actually, you have got two systems in place and there's going to be an echo. So you want to turn the sound in one of them off.
let's try this. How's that?
There. Perfect. No, we're still hearing it.
Okay, sorry, I'm only have audio on one thing. Let's see.
See, that's one way to do two testimonies at the same time, right? You have the echo and then stays in our minds. Denise?
Let's see. Sorry, I'm
Let me
having
turn it-
trouble. Can you hear me? You
Yes,
can.
now I can.
Okay, I just
Good.
can't hear me. So, good evening. My name is Brandy Souza. I'm a lifelong resident of Northeastern Connecticut, and I'm here to voice my opposition to both SB 568 and HB 6423. 4.5 years ago, when my daughter was born, I did what I was told. We vaccinated on the first day of birth and followed the schedule for 6 months. At my daughter's 6-month appointment, they asked me if she wanted a flu shot. Having never received one myself, I told them no, thank you. Little did I know I hadn't received half of the vaccines in my entire life that she had received in just 6 months. That night, the same day of her appointment, she stopped sleeping through the night. She used to sleep 10 solid hours a night, but now was waking up 3 times a night and was no longer napping. She was more irritable, cranky than ever before, and even began to lose a little bit of muscle strength in her neck. As I began to question the vaccines and was told by others, I doubt it's the vaccines, I discovered that on almost every vaccine insert, insomnia was listed as an adverse reaction. My daughter did not sleep through the night again for another 3 years. Just a little over a week ago on February 5th, I watched everyone meet virtually to decide whether these two bills would make it here today. While there are many questions and concerns, one answer kind of struck a chord with me. Representative Steinberg was asked about the grandfathering, and his answer was that the vaccination rates in the middle of high school weren't really an issue, that it was more of an emerging trend of elementary kids below compliance. I'm here to tell you that this is not a trend. I was born in the early 80s and I was able to go to school with maybe 24 doses of vaccines, but now kids are required to get 72. Many of us testifying today know this, and which is why we're not going away. I'm healthy, so I don't know why I would give my child something that I personally never received. I don't believe there's been any outbreaks of these other diseases, such as Hep B that we're vaccinating for on the first day of life. I just believe a lot of these things are pharma driven. If this bill passes, my beautiful, healthy child who would be enrolling in kindergarten next year will not have that opportunity, and we will not go to school here, and we will move. I've been here my whole life. This is where I grew up, and I owned a small business for 12 years, but we will leave. Medical procedures are not a one size fit all, and a random group of people should not have a say over my religious beliefs or my medical decisions. We're not born deficient in pharmaceuticals, and especially ones that hold no liability for injuries or death. If this was about public health, we would be mandating foods and exercise and healthy foods. In the beginning of this meeting, Jack Hennessy said that the people of Connecticut are informed. He is correct. We are informed. We know that billions of dollars have been paid out for vaccine injuries, and many of us have vaccine injured children or know someone who has been harmed. We will not comply with these draconian bills, and passing either of them will backfire. We are a community here, and we are educated, and we will help each other survive. this state and its education system will lose. Kicking healthy children out of school is tyranny. Limiting this public testimony to 24 hours is despicable, and ignoring a petition with over 15,000 signatures to postpone this hearing is terrifying. We all deserve to be heard, and we all deserve to choose what is injected into our bodies and our children without being denied a public education. Please oppose both these bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Souza, for your testimony. I do not see any questions or comments. Again, thank you for your patience and thank you for your testimony. The next person on our list is Elizabeth Mata. Elizabeth, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Mata. I'm a homeschool mom from Coventry, Connecticut. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423 in any form. Any law such as this that does not uphold religious freedom is thusly in favor of religious persecution. Please maintain religious exemptions for all students and honor our constitutions, state and federal. Regardless of anyone's stance on vaccinations and their belief in the science behind them, parents and families should always have the right to choose what is right for their own children. Parents should always be able to make informed choices. This committee is attempting to take our right to say no. As a Christian, vaccines go against my personal religious beliefs because some contain aborted fetal cells. It doesn't matter if the abortion happened yesterday or 50 years ago. Murder is murder. Inclusivity and acceptance of others' differences is preached constantly in our world. And yet with this bill, divide and segregation is being encouraged. Please do not treat these families as though they are second-class citizens who are entitled to a free and public education. If vaccines are truly effective, then vaccinated individuals should have full confidence that an unvaccinated individual will pose no harm to them. If this bill passes, there will be families that will be forced to comply, and injuries will occur as a result. The blood will not be on the pharmaceutical company's hands. They are legally not liable for any injury or death. The blood will be on those legislators that voted yes. Please do not make this choice lightly. Please vote no. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see no questions and comments. Thank you again for your patience and thank you for
Thank
your
you very
testimony. Of course, and then the next person we have is Hunter Sanford. We have the Sanford family again, I believe.
Hello, my name is Hunter Sanford. I'm a sophomore in high school. I'm asking you respectfully to vote no and oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. My body is my temple made by God. My brother has many issues and can't even speak. We have to watch him all the time, protect him because he has no sense of safety. My mother doesn't sleep because he has insomnia and has to take care of him all the time like he's still a toddler. And he's a teenager, like me. I don't want my future children to go through this, and instead of forcing this on our families, why can't you figure out why vaccines are harming some of us? I don't see anyone helping my brother heal. I see my mother fighting constantly for our education. He finally goes to a special school because my mom had to fight for it. My mom fought for my rights in school too. I have learned to speak up and advocate for myself, and because you have limited time for speakers and aren't allowing shared time, she may not be able to speak today. You say you care about public health, but what about the special needs families that have already been harmed? We don't seem to matter to you people. I don't want to have to move and lose all my friends and family. My younger brother and my middle names mean gift from God. It's who brought us here, and that goes for every child. You need to search your hearts and ask God to help you say no to both these bills.
Thank you so much, Hunter. Thank you so much. And we heard both your parents earlier, and they had very important testimonies. I see no questions or comments. Thank you again for your testimony. The next person I have on the list is Martin Pavlovski. I hope I pronounced this right.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. And you did, one of not too many people that can, so I appreciate that. First off, I wanted to thank all the state representatives for taking your time to listen to your constituents. Like you said, my name is Martin Pavlovski, and I'm here to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I have lived in Connecticut for most of my life. Throughout my life after graduating college, there were many businesses, many career opportunities available to me. Slowly, they dried up due to the ineffective policies the state of Connecticut has incorporated. Ultimately, I had to go to New York City for employment, which, if anyone that lives in Fairfield County knows, it's a long train ride, and it takes a toll on your work-life balance situation. I see this proposed elimination of the religious exemption as the same dark path the state is moving towards. This country was founded on religious freedom, and it is utterly hypocritical that now you are trying to eliminate people's religious freedoms. The government should not have control of what is put into my child's or anybody's child's body. My wife and I are expecting our first child in a few months, and I can't imagine that someone will be dictating what gets put in their body. Our bodies, our choice, our religion. Instead of continuing to tell you why I think it's immoral, unconstitutional, and unethical to remove the exemption, I would like to ask the policymakers and the politicians who are going to vote on this bill a few quick questions. Question number one, how many vaccines did you all receive growing up? Was it 72, like our kids will have to take if this bill passes? Question number two, why has the number of vaccines increased so dramatically in the past 20 or so some odd years? And question number three, would any of you policymakers who want to eliminate the religious exemption still feel the same way if it was your child or a child from your family or a friend's family who was injured from a vaccine? I would like everyone to consider these questions going forward. And to conclude, citizens of Connecticut are leaving the state in droves. I know many friends that have left, and they're leaving for more business and family-friendlier states. And if this bill passes, there will be more leaving, including myself and my tax money. So I strongly urge the Democratic voters on this committee to take these words into consideration when and if this bill is proposed and voted for. Thank you. And if someone could actually answer some of the three questions or all three questions that I posed, I'd very appreciate it, because I'm new to this subject. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm going to be a father for the first time in the near future. So I have to get up to speed on all these things. Having a baby being born in a pandemic is very stressful enough. And now knowing and learning about this whole vaccine situation, and I have to kind of make up my mind one way or the other. I have to figure it all out. And if someone could help answer some of these questions, I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think we will have to go to the next person. I don't see any questions or any comments at this point. But thank you so much for your
I actually asked a question, so I was just wondering if one of these policymakers can answer one of my questions, if not all of them.
Martin, for the public testimony, it's the public who actually gets to speak and share their perspective. If we have all of the people answer questions, it'll take away from about another over 1,000 people who are in the pipeline. So out of respect for them, I thank you so much though for your question.
Thank you for your time and consideration, everybody.
Thank you. And the next person is Kimberly Lilly. I do not see Kimberly Lilly here yet. Well, as we wait for Kimberly Lilly, I'm going to move on to William Farnsworth. Is Mr. William Farnsworth here?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, super. Well, we'll have you speak, Mr. Farnsworth, and then if Kimberly Lilly comes in later, we will have Kimberly speaks. So please go ahead, Mr. Farnsworth.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the time. I'm going to read my mom's statement on her behalf, as she won't be able to present it herself. Dear PHC members, I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423 for the following reasons as both a former nurse and United States citizen. My family fought fiercely against Nazi aggression to preserve our nation and its constitutional freedoms. These bills are an affront and an insult to their determination and valor to preserve liberties that we take for granted today. These discriminatory bills will force those of limited means to violate their religious convictions. The poor cannot afford tutors to homeschool, out-of-state boarding schools and colleges, or the ability to relocate. The PHC proposal to establish an advisory committee with the authority to review whether children and/or students using the medical exemption should be required to meet other criteria and give the DPH oversight undermines the doctor-patient relationship. Scrutinizing medical exemptions limits a doctor's ability to practice comprehensive medicine when it is being challenged by a third-party committee using potentially arbitrary guidelines. I urge you to carefully consider the effects of monitoring doctors and thereby increasing restrictions on medical exemptions on the well-being of children and their families. Parents, not the government, will have to deal with the potentially catastrophic repercussions of medical decisions. My own family was devastated by my brother's brain damage caused by an unnecessary medical procedure, which not only ruined his life, but my parents as well, and the agony never goes away. Vaccine reactions are listed on package inserts that indicate adverse events such as brain swelling and encephalitis, which are ironically the complications of the diseases they are meant to prevent. What members of the PHC are qualified to play God? Finally, it is not acceptable to mandate a medical procedure that's made from aborted fetuses, contains known viruses, is sourced from animals, and is documented to have the potential to cause severe injury or death. These factors violate my sincerely held beliefs and religious devotion to ahimsa. I urge you to take the time to read all the submitted testimony before voting on such discriminatory, critical, life-altering bills and the obvious negative repercussions of eliminating the religious exemption. For the record, I would like to object to the unfounded rush to take away liberties during pandemic restrictions that severely cripple freedom of speech and the ability to peacefully assemble. Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect timing. You timed it, William. And I wanted to thank you for your testimony, and I wanted to thank your mother for her words and also your family's contribution to protect our society from the Nazis. So again, thank you for your testimony. I do not see any hands that are raised or questions. Again, thank you for your testimony. The next person is Katie Hauser, and it's going to be Brittany Kilburn after that. So Katie Hauser, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Katie Hauser. I've worked as a chiropractic physician for 30 years in Connecticut. I'm strongly opposed to Bill SB 568 and HB 6423. I believe it is unconstitutional to make vaccinations mandatory. We have a constitutional right as human beings to choose what gets done to our bodies. I have been teaching patients and families for 30 years about the innate immune system that we are all born with. And it is my firm belief that we should have the right to choose whether we want to overload our innate immune system with toxic vaccinations or not. I believe our bodies should be our choice. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Hauser. That was pretty quick. Thank you for your comments and pretty straightforward views and your testimony. I do not see any questions and comments. Thank you so much again for your testimony.
Thank you all for being here.
Of course. Next is Brittany Kilburn. Before Brittany Kilburn, it's another reminder, stretch your arms and legs. Don't let any clots develop. Yes, this is a good time to do that. Keep your blood flow moving. And Brittany Kilburn, you're next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. I oppose both HB 6423 and SB 568 in any form, and I urge you to do the same. They will create a new oppressed minority that will be discriminated against and segregated. It will cause great harm to children using religious exemptions. These bills are not based on scientific evidence. Scientific evidence shows us that virus outbreaks occur even in fully vaccinated populations. Just because one is vaccinated does not mean that they cannot contract and spread an illness to others. Likewise, just because one is not vaccinated, it does not mean that they are carriers of that illness. The very fact that this bill is based on the fallacy that non-vaccinated children are a public health threat is very concerning to me. As a committee that oversees the public health of the entire state of Connecticut, I expect that legislation being proposed by its members be evidence-based. There's no scientific evidence to back up this claim. Not only is this claim not based on science, it is also dangerous because it causes people to believe that non-vaccinated children should be feared. When people fear something or someone, they are more likely to act in a hateful manner towards the person or thing in question. I have seen many posts on social media speaking in terrible ways about these children, even wishing death on them. I believe that this bill will only add fuel to that fire and put these children's lives in danger. Many of the families that are using the religious exemption are already afraid to speak out for fear of putting themselves at risk. If the religious exemption is removed, I believe that it will be easy to figure out why certain kids didn't return to school the following year. As such, this legislation could make these children and families the targets of hate crimes by encouraging discrimination against them. I also believe that this bill puts children in harm's way due to the isolation it will cause them to endure. This pandemic has shown us just how psychologically harmful isolation can be to children. In April 2020, a 12-year-old boy took his life just days before his 13th birthday, no longer able to bear the feelings of despair he experienced after his school went remote and he was cut off from his friends. He is not the only one. In one Las Vegas school district, 19 adolescents committed suicide during the coronavirus lockdowns. Children are social beings and need to be around their peers. Not only that, but many of these children also receive school services such as mental health services. Taking them away from those services will surely put them at greater risk for depression and anxiety, and therefore at greater risk for suicide. These bills lack compassion and are not backed by science. Not only do they discriminate against and segregate an entire section of the population, they have the capability of causing great harm to thousands of children. Please oppose these bills in any form before they cause irreparable damage to Connecticut children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kilburn, for your testimony. I see Representative Foster's hand raised. Representative Foster.
Hi, I just want to, I appreciate you coming to testify. Thank you so much. I know 9 o'clock must be a terrible time to have your opportunity to speak, but thanks for hanging with us. I just want to say, first of all, it's inexcusable for anyone to wish harm on anyone's child, and I'm sorry that that happened to you and your children on social media. I'm certain that my colleagues, no one is condoning that behavior. Wishes of violence are 100% unacceptable. I do want to ask you a little bit about your claim that you don't believe that this is an evidence-based policy. And I think we just need to be careful. As we're addressing a global pandemic, I'm asking speakers and my colleagues to be really careful about implying that there is not an overwhelming body of scientific evidence that's in peer-reviewed journals and broadly accepted by the scientific community that supports that vaccines are safe and effective ways of stopping the spread of disease. So I just feel like every once in a while, we need to make sure that we come back into tune with that and don't say, you're asking for evidence. That's not how this body works, but there are lots of folks who I'm sure would be happy to share with you this evidence, but it is not the responsibility of the legislature in this forum to present that evidence to you, but there is a large and overwhelming amount of scientific evidence that supports that vaccines are safe and effective. And one of the most effective ways that we can slow the spread of diseases in communities, such as the response to the COVID pandemic, but also in a way that we can stop diseases that are were commonplace, but we are benefiting from generations of vaccination, decades of vaccination. So we're actually calling this time the post-elimination era. That is what the scientific community called this time. Those vaccines eliminated it from common community spread, but we are no longer in the elimination era where those didn't exist. We are in the time that came afterward, where people not being vaccinated have reintroduced these conditions. So there is a strong and overwhelming body of scientific evidence. It does exist. And I think in another time and occasion, we can dive into that data. But this right now isn't the forum. And I do think we need to take a moment every once in a while to say that in the time of a global pandemic, using this as a platform to propagate misinformation is dangerous. And I just want people to sort of tune back in every once in a while and say, we just need to make sure that we understand the science. And so thank you.
Okay, if I could respond to that, I have a list right here of there's different studies. 100% whooping cough vaccinated school closes in Houston. Measles outbreak among vaccinated high school students. Measles outbreak, this is from PubMed. Measles outbreak in a fully immunized secondary school population. There's one about chickenpox in a fully vaccinated school, a mumps outbreak among fully vaccinated people from Scientific American, outbreak of varicella among vaccinated children, that's from the CDC. And then, there's various others. I just want to point that out, that just because you are in a 100% vaccinated population, it does not mean that outbreaks are going to occur. So what you were trying, number one, there's no problem here because we're not having outbreaks. But even if you removed every single unvaccinated child from school, you are still going to see outbreaks. So number one, no problem to solve. Number two, the solution would not solve any type of hypothetical problem that you are posing.
So the goal of public health is to prevent problems before they arise upstream, right? That's what we do. We want to focus on addressing things before they become a commonplace problem. But it is really important to note that the Scientific American is not a peer-reviewed scientific journal. And a lot of the things that you just listed are articles, like news articles. That's not peer-reviewed science. So I just, we don't need to have
two of them were from the CDC and one was from PubMed. I'm not clicking on them. I have a list right here, but you can go, you can do a search, just type in outbreak in fully vaccinated population, and you can find these things for yourself.
Sure, and that's called a confirmation bias. So like when you search specifically looking for something, you're going to find the thing you're looking for. So that is something that we know and understand in the scientific community. If you have a leading Google search, you will find things that confirm your suspicion. And so if I search, my PhD's in nutritional sciences, if I search, I can survive off of Twinkies, I will find something that says I can survive off of Twinkies. I do not advise doing that. And so I just think we have to be very careful. And I mean no disrespect by this. In a time of a pandemic, it's really, really important that we acknowledge the source of the information, of the things that we're sharing, because it matters where the information comes from. And it opens our community up to a threat when we elevate misinformation and we trust it as truth without sort of digging into the bottom of where that information is coming from and where it's being shared. So thank you very much. I appreciate you testifying. And I'm sorry, it's been 12 hours, so I'm sorry if I wasn't as mitigated as I could have been in my questioning of you, and I apologize for that. So.
Okay, I would just like to say that two of my sources are CDC. So if you're saying I should question the CDC, that goes against everything that you've said today. I would also say the other one is a peer review from a peer review, is from PubMed. So I'm not gonna, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kilburn. And I have Representative Dauphiny, who has her hand raised too. Representative Dauphiny.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Brittany, for your testimony. I was going to try to help you offer some clarity for you. I think when we say something is safe and effective, that's kind of a big statement. So we know that, there's been over $4 billion paid out to death and injury with regard to people with vaccine injuries. And we know per the CDC that that is said to be about 1% of those they believe that were injured by vaccines. So we know that to be true. And additionally, we know that there's a 3 to 12% of the population that don't have any immunity from the vaccines. That's the primary failure that we talked about earlier. So is that what you were referring to when you were talking about perhaps the safety and effectiveness of vaccines?
Yes, I am referring to that. So there's, like you said, there's primary vaccine failure, which is when your body doesn't actually produce any immunities or antibodies to the vaccine. There's secondary vaccine failure, when any immunity that you have acquired from the vaccination wanes over a certain period of time. Some vaccines, that immunity wanes earlier, like the mumps, which is why we're seeing mumps outbreaks in fully vaccinated schools. I'm not sure exactly how long that lasts, but there are also vaccines that are not proven to prevent transmission. For example, the whooping cough vaccine, it's not, you can still be infected with whooping cough and pass it on, even if you're vaccinated. That's why we're seeing whooping cough outbreaks in fully vaccinated populations. So there are some vaccines that just do not prevent the recipient from getting infected and then passing it on. That is why we're seeing outbreaks in fully vaccinated populations. That is why I'm saying it does not matter if you have 100% vaccination, there is still a chance of an outbreak. So even if you do the unthinkable, you remove thousands of children from school, which I believe is something very heartless to do right now during a pandemic, when school is one of the only places that kids have a sense of normalcy. Even if you remove all those kids, you still have a chance for an outbreak.
And I thank you for those answers. I think I just wanted to provide clarity with regard to safe and effective. I think that's a very broad statement to make. I think that, we know that antibiotics, drug therapies, medications, and vaccines all have a safety profile and an efficacy rate. And even Tylenol that you buy over the counter has side effects, and it doesn't always work for everybody. So I just wanted to help you clarify, I think, what you were trying to say. But thank you so much for your testimony and your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Foster, second time around.
I'm so sorry. I have to double check on PubMed, and there is an article that I think you're trying to reference called Mumps Outbreak in Highly Vaccinated Population. And it turns out that the study cites that people who missed the second MMR vaccination were the most likely to get it. So they were out of sync with the schedule. So that is the kind of work that we're trying to avoid, right? We were trying to promote people being vaccinated to the schedule. And they said, in conclusion of this paper that you're citing, these data suggest that mumps vaccine failure and the failure to vaccinate have contributed to the relative resurgence of mumps observed in the United States since '86. So
that's not the one I'm referencing. The one I'm referencing is called measles outbreak in a fully immunized secondary school population. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Foster, you're good? Yes, you're good. Okay, thank you. Now, next person on the list is supposed to be Mr. Alexander Zamah. Did I get it right?
Very close, Zamah.
Zamah. Okay, but if I may ask you, there are 2 or 3 things that are happening simultaneously, and I wanted to get your permission. There is number 164, Ms. Hansen was actually in the audience, and we were not able to move her into the conversation earlier, so she's here as well. But just after you, Mr. Zamah, is Jasmine Clark, and she has 2 angels. And they both look sleepy, and I can see their expressions. If you would give me the permission, I would have them speak before Ms. Hansen and you, if it's okay with both of you, so we can have these little angels speak and
Yes, absolutely. That's fine.
Go to bed. Is that okay?
Yep, not a problem.
Thank you. with that, Jasmine, thank you. Jasmine Clark, go ahead. You have to unmute. Unmute.
Sorry about that. Is that better? Okay.
Good.
My name is Jasmine. I'm 7, almost 8 years old. I'm sad that I am not in school because I miss my friends and love my teacher. I miss learning and playing with my friends. As an American, it is my right to go to school, and this bill may change my rights.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. It was very to the point and beautiful. Thank you. I'm not allowed to clap, but I feel like clapping. I'm just not clap, but just out of respect for the rules.
You don't have one.
Okay, I think Representative Lenahan has a question.
Lenahan had one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I actually don't have a question. Jasmine, I just wanted to say that you did a really, really great job, and you're up very late, and I'm very proud of you to come on here and do that, because it takes guts, and I like girls with guts. So good for you. I just want you to know that I'm proud of you, and I heard everything you said, okay?
Okay.
Okay, honey, good luck. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. And we'll move on to Mr. Alexander. Hi.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the Public Health Committee. First, I want to thank you for your time and your willingness to hear my testimony. I would like to talk about my opposition to SB 568 and HB 6423, both of which seek to remove the religious exemption to vaccines in order to attend school. But before I get into reading that, I've been listening all day with everybody else, and I do have one question. I know it's probably not going to get answered, but that's fine. It was pointed out that the petition that was signed by 15,000 people represents 0.005% of the population of Connecticut. How many immunocompromised individuals are there in the school system, and what percentage of the population is that? I'm curious because I want to know what effect that this small percentage of people who are claiming a religious exemption are affecting those with immunocompromised immune systems. But that being said, I'm going to get into reading what I have prepared here. I have a few major objections to this bill. The first being that the state government should not be putting itself in the position to make medical decisions for a family, a move which passage of these bills would allow. The ultimate decision about what enters our bodies or the bodies of our children should reside within the family and with the parents of the children. I have 2 children, a 9-year-old boy who was a type 1 diabetic and a 7-year-old daughter who we have not vaccinated because it conflicts with their religious beliefs. They are healthy, are developing friendships in school, and are thriving. And furthermore, all of their friends are fully vaccinated. I know almost no people who claim the religious exemption because most people believe in vaccinating, and I don't try to convince them otherwise. These bills, by stripping the rights of parents to choose what enters their child's bodies, would enact a form of forced segregation. For those who believe that vaccination is in direct conflict with their religious beliefs, there would be no choice. They would pull their children from the school system and either homeschool them or move out of state. This bill would segregate those children from their friends and their learning environment in the school system and force them to learn from home instead or move away. Yes, parents can choose to vaccinate their children to attend school, but for many parents like myself, this is not a choice and will not happen because we value our religious beliefs higher than we hold a mandate to vaccinate. With this being said, it is the responsibility of the state to provide an education to the residents of the state without regard to religion. If this is the case, how will the state account for not providing an education to those whose religious beliefs are in direct contradiction with this bill? There currently is no plan. And as at least one member of this committee has stated publicly, those parents can just homeschool. This statement in my mind shows a complete lack of empathy or understanding of what some parents will go through in order to homeschool their children. Many families in the state have both parents working in order to provide for their family. If forced to homeschool, one parent would need to stay home or hire a private educator would have to be hired, both of which would cause undue financial burden to the family. Furthering this line of thought, if a child who is currently in school is receiving a free school
Excuse me,
lunch.
you hit the 3-minute mark. If you would mind concluding your remarks.
Yep, absolutely. I just want to say that I am a small business owner, self-employed, and my wife is an educator in the high school here in Connecticut. And we both have come to the point where if it comes to this, we would pull our kids from school and at least try to homeschool them. But if that is not possible, we would be moving out of state, and I would close my business, and it would separate our family from my parents. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zamah, for your testimony. I see Senator Huang's hand is raised. Senator Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and also acknowledge your graciousness in allowing these young kids before you to testify. So kudos to you and thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Representative Cook. She had.
Thank you, Senator Anwar, Mr. Chairman. And hi, Alexander. Nice to see you. And thanks for being here with us all day. I want to ask you a question. You had quoted the percentage that I had quoted out earlier, but you wanted to know what the percentage of what was. I want to write that down so I can get an answer.
How many immunocompromised children are currently in school, and what percentage of the population do they constitute?
Okay.
Just because I want to see the comparison between the perceived threat of the unvaccinated children, which we are one of the most highly vaccinated states. And if we're such a threat, how many children are we threatening in the school system? And what I would like to see those numbers personally. That's all.
No, that's a good question. I'd have to do some digging and look that up. I do have a question for you. You had said that you have 2 children that are not vaccinated because of medical conditions or because of the religious beliefs?
No, because of our religious beliefs. I mentioned that my son has type 1 diabetes, but it's not because of that, because I know that can't be claimed as a medical exemption from the vaccines.
Okay. No, I was just wondering if that was what you were saying, and then if you were saying that he didn't have his vaccinations because of the diabetes, did you not believe the doctor would give you a medical exemption?
We found out he was diagnosed with type 1 just 4 years ago, and he's 9 years old now. So we didn't even attempt that because we hadn't vaccinated him from birth. So it wasn't an issue for us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamah, with your testimony. Thank you for answering the questions. You were number 174, just for everybody's benefit, and I'm going to jump to 164 with Amanda Hansen. We had missed you first time around. You were in the wrong room, so sorry about that, and thank you for your wait, and please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. So as a clinical psychologist and someone who also did a PhD and had to gather research, I also know that we can make the research look pretty much however we want. We can sway the results and write findings that lean towards what we were looking for. And I also know that it's important to always follow the money, right? There is money behind everything. And when we follow the money for these scientific studies, if we look at who funds those studies, the billion-dollar industry of pharmaceuticals funds those studies. The lobbyists fund those studies. So trust that there is sway in those studies and in those results. My husband is a Fortune 500 CEO, and they can make their results look however they want, depending on who they pay to actually conduct the research. So I think we always have to follow the money. And I'm curious as to why we don't talk in this country more about the importance of nutrition. Why, even during this global pandemic, are we not promoting vitamin C and zinc and better healthy options? We go right to mass vaccination. I have 4 children ages 22 to 14 who are not vaccinated, who will never be vaccinated, who have gone all the way through school in many different states, who did school in Connecticut for multiple years, and 2 who are in college now. And we are so adamantly opposed to putting unnecessary toxins in their body. And my 4 children are also maybe they get one cold a year that puts them out for 48 hours. In relation to their peers, my kids are not on antibiotics. I don't even know the last time there's been antibiotics in this house, maybe 10 years ago, because we value sunlight. We don't use sunscreen. We value 8 hours of sleep. We value organic, balanced nutrition. And I think there's not enough money made in that industry. Their money is made when we keep pushing vaccines, because then we get people sick, they get vaccines, they get other illness, and then we have a consumer for life. Then you need more medications. Then you're in the medical system forever. So let's not be naive and not think that the billion-dollar industry that pads the pockets of all of the people in politics is not incestuous. Follow the money, follow the ancestral trails, and really let's stand back and use some of our instinct that says something about this feels off. Why would everyone actually care about the small percentage of people who don't vaccinate? If you believe vaccines work, why would you care about the small percentage of people who don't vaccinate? Because clearly you believe in them so much, there's no way that your child is going to get an illness against those who are currently not vaccinated. And if vaccines are so safe and effective, why do parents have to sign their life away, sign everything away about their poor children possibly reacting and then dying from the vaccine if they were so safe and effective? Those chemicals will never come into my children's bodies. They will never come into my grandchildren's bodies. So for those of you who unfortunately believe in vaccines at the level that they keep being pushed, I'm very
3-minute mark.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lindsay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hanson. I see Representative Dauphine's hand raised. Representative Dauphine.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Amanda, for your testimony. I just, you made me think with regards to, now I've lost my train of thought. I was thinking about the fact that they have no liability. The pharmaceutical companies have no liability for vaccine injury or death. And I think that's pretty telling of them being, able to kind of produce and make whatever they want without any risks. And I don't know, maybe you can speak to that.
Are you asking me to speak to that? Yes,
Sure.
I think that anytime I, as a clinical psychologist, have to, my clients sign contracts, we make sure that we are entering a relationship where if there is certain risk brought on in working with me, that I would be held liable. I don't know of many other industries, even my husband's company, they have to have their patients sign waivers that if they're going to get a new shoulder or a knee replacement and it doesn't go as planned, that the company will then remove the implant to make sure they put in a new shoulder or a new knee. I don't know of many other industries that have a blanket statement since 1987 that says, we're not responsible. When someone says they're not responsible, human beings don't even interact like that. We're saying there's no responsibility. I don't raise my children to not take responsibility. So when billion-dollar industries claim no responsibility, there is a wolf, and we better pay attention.
Thank you for that. I often tried to think about any product that's on the market, any at all out there, where the manufacturer has no liability for, the safety of the product. I mean, I've thought of many things, brakes and car seats and cribs and all kinds of things, right? They're all liable for their products except for pharmaceuticals when it comes to vaccines. So I just thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. Follow the money.
Okay, Representative Dauphine, you're done? Okay, thank you, Ms.
Yes, sorry,
we have Linehan's hand raised. So Representative Linehan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just decided to do a little bit of research here because I found Ms. Hanson's testimony to be extremely interesting. So I did follow the money. I thought that might be kind of a smart thing here to do. And I came up with IBIS world data that by the end of 2020 in the United States, the dietary supplement industry is expected to be worth $31.4 billion with an annual growth rate of 8.2%. So I just wanted to take a minute and point that out that, in this committee hearing, we've been quick to point out that we need to make sure what we're saying is factual and that we follow the science. And I just thought that that was a point to be made here too, that if we're going to be talking about the money in industries and
having someone say that it's better to just take vitamins than take vaccines and to follow the money, I took that advice and I did that. And like I said, that's billions and billions of dollars. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and seeing no other comments, Ms. Hanson, thank you so much for waiting and your testimony.
Absolutely.
All right. We have to 178, Erin Jones. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Jones, and you have the floor.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Jones. I am the Senior Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs with the March of Dimes, and I'm here tonight to be in support of both HB 6423 and Senate Bill 568. There's a couple points I want to make, and you have my testimony, so there's a couple of myths I would hope that I can address as well. So bear with me as I go through the testimony itself. But one of the points I want to make is that vaccines are a highly effective means of preventing infectious disease. In fact, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention has declared vaccines to be one of the top 10 public health achievements in the 20th century. Federal and professional guidelines recommend childhood and adolescent immunizations to protect against a wide range of viral and bacterial infections, including polio, measles, mumps, and rubella, whose consequences can include permanent disability or even death. And I just want to point out that the CDC is saying to us that these vaccines can prevent disability or death, not cause. So, I just want to point out that, these are factual things that the CDC does make sure that everyone is aware of. And that when we're doing manufacturing around any kind of vaccines or any kind of statistics or data that's available, they're very careful to be sure that they're putting accurate data and information that's available to everyone. The other thing I want to clarify is I've heard a couple of times people asking about how many vaccines children receive by the age of 2. So I did some fact checking with the Academy of Pediatrics. And what I found out was that actually, in fact, by age 2, if the child is following the ACIP guidelines for children's vaccinations, they receive 26 doses for 14 diseases by the age of 2. I've heard 72, and I don't know where that's coming from. That is not what the Academy of Pediatrics is telling us, nor is the CDC. So I just want to throw out that factoid as we're talking about these things that are happening. I also want to talk about polio. As many of you remember, it's also called infant paralysis, and it used to strike thousands of children in the United States every year. Polio was eradicated in the US by 1979 because of landmark national mass Salk and Sabine vaccine programs. Similarly, the measles vaccine became available in 1963, and in 2000, due to widespread vaccinations, the US was declared free of endemic measles. However, in 2019, the United States measles outbreak in 31 states, including Connecticut, threatened our measles eradication dedication from the World Health Organization. And today we are facing another infectious disease outbreak, which we are living in right now during coronavirus. The other thing I wanted to point out, and I know I'm coming close to 3 minutes, I want to talk about the claim that the bill is, or both bills are unconstitutional. So I did a little bit of digging. The US Supreme Court has long held that a state can mandate vaccines and accompany those vaccine mandates with a criminal fine.
Your 3-minute mark?
Oh, okay. I'll wrap up by saying this, that I don't believe that the bills that were intended today are trying to take away anyone's religious freedoms. We don't want to take any children out of school. What we want to do is instill public health. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have Representative Dominey first. Representative Dominey.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Erin, for your testimony. A couple of questions. Do you receive any financial compensation from the March of Dimes or any other organization for testifying here today?
No, I work for the March of Dimes.
Okay, so they're not paying you to be here?
No, well, no. I mean, I am employed by the March of Dimes.
And you're
So,
speaking
yes.
you're speaking on behalf of them?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. And then I was just wanted to clarify something for you. I know you were talking about the 72 doses. That is per the CDC schedule from age 0 to 18. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. You didn't seem to understand that. So
No, and I was only clarifying that's by age 2. If we say
Yeah.
it's 72 to age 18, I didn't hear that from some people. I just heard
No.
72.
They were speaking about the CDC schedule, which now requires 72 doses of vaccines by the time that they're 18, from age 0 to 18.
Okay, that's fine.
And thank you for your answers and testimony.
Looks like maybe Senator Anwar is frozen. Representative Foster?
I'd like to thank you so much for being here tonight. The March of Dimes is an organization that's near and dear to my heart. My daughter was a preemie. So I'd like you to spend, if you don't mind, if you could just talk for a second about how children who are born prematurely might be adversely affected in the community setting if there's a large swath of unvaccinated folks who are potentially communicating infectious diseases that are vaccine preventable.
Did she leave?
I don't know. I don't hear it.
Things seem to be breaking down a little bit all of a sudden.
Dr.
I guess you'll just have to continue to speculate about the answer to your question.
Mm-hmm.
I do not see her around anymore.
Maybe if she can get back in, we can let her back on.
And I confess that I don't know who's next, because
I can actually answer that. Sorry, I am a little bit with very little internet support. For some reason, it just died out, but I'm using my hotspot to work. I hope you can hear me. Next is number 179, Kimberly Kieran.
Kieran?
Yes, Kieran. 179.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, honorable members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Kim Kieran, born and raised in this great state of Connecticut. I am not an anti-vaxxer. In fact, my 2 teenage children are mostly up to date with the recommended vaccination schedules. I'm thankful that so many vaccines have helped the human race eradicate many diseases that have previously killed thousands. This was done through voluntary participation in the vaccination programs throughout decades, and this will undoubtedly continue. In fact, in history, the vaccination compliance rates were lower than what they are today, and we still enjoy those benefits of not seeing those diseases in significant numbers. I'm also happy that many individuals, including my 82-year-old mother, take comfort in receiving vaccinations, and that's their right to choose. Earlier today, we heard Representative Foster alluded to pediatricians not accepting unvaccinated children due to the concern that they would be mingled into a waiting room with unvaccinated children. And I would ask you to consider, is there any data of any documented case of an unvaccinated child giving a disease to a vaccinated child? Does that make sense? If you believe vaccines are effective, then you should be able to share a popsicle with somebody who has the disease that you're vaccinated against, and still you wouldn't get it because you're immune. Without argument, the statistical risks of taking vaccinations do appear to be small. However, if it's your child who has an adverse reaction, is it still statistically acceptable to you? I believe in the long run, this bill will also harm our Connecticut's amazing public school teachers. There's thousands of families who are going to refuse to comply with this new rule, and they'll be kicked out of school. Thousands of children are already not receiving education due to distance learning challenges, and now we're going to have declining enrollment in public schools, ultimately resulting in less need for public school teachers. We've elected you to protect our freedoms and our natural rights, and you've willingly taken an oath and are obligated to uphold the laws and protect those who trusted you with this sacred responsibility. All children are entitled to a free and appropriate public education and should never be discriminated against. The downstream impact of implementing this legislation will further divide us and is no different than our country's shameful habits of discrimination against people because of race, religion, or gender identity. We support legislation regarding women's rights to choose their reproductive health issues. I've heard many times today, my body, my choice. Why is it different when it comes to children? If you believe in body autonomy, then you can't pick and choose how you apply those beliefs. The fact is there are real risks in taking any vaccination, just like any medication. The reason we're saying it's unconstitutional is because vaccines are consumer products. They're drugs that are offered by for-profit industry. Therefore, with informed consent, we should never be coerced or forced into consuming a product that we don't want against our religious freedom. On the topic of herd immunity, it's simply not possible through vaccination. If 100% of children are vaccinated, what about all the adults and unvaccinated people that they're in contact with?
You hit your 3-minute mark.
Okay, I'll wrap up. Thank you. I realize that many of you have stepped into this hearing today, having already made up your mind about how you will vote to pass these bills. I beg of you, please reflect on all of the testimony presented today. We are divided enough in this country. Are the perceived benefits really worth dividing us further? Please don't mistake this as a partisan issue. This is a human rights issue. Please protect our votes and vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kieran. This is Senator Abrams. Thank you for testifying. Appreciate your time. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. We're going to go back to Erin Jones. I believe Ms. Jones is with us now. If you could take this up.
I apologize. I got knocked off. I apologize.
No problem. We're figuring it out as we go. Go right ahead.
Were there questions? Did anyone have questions?
Did someone have I see Representative D'Amico. Representative D'Amico, did you have a question for Ms. Jones?
I do have a question for Ms. Jones. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Erin, thank you very much for staying up late and offering your testimony. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to finish, because I think when at the end of your 3 minutes, you were beginning to tell us about you were getting into the issue of the constitutionality of the bills that we're looking at today, and I would like to hear what you had to say about that, because I think that that's an area that has not been really explored well enough, certainly not to my satisfaction. So I'd like to hear you out on that particular issue, if you would.
Certainly, I'd love to. So what I'm referring to is the Supreme Court Jacobson versus Massachusetts. I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but this has since been a staple in public health law. And basically throughout the years, there have been lots of challenges to this statute, but it's maintained its precedence. It actually was just reviewed again in New York. As many of you know, New York passed the similar bill that we're talking about today. The public health organizations, the advocates who have worked really hard to maintain these precedents. So basically what the bill said is that the US Supreme Court ruled states can mandate vaccines and accompany those vaccine mandates with a criminal fine for those who are not in compliance. Now, I'm not suggesting that's what we're doing with this bill, but I'm just saying that's the constitutionality that the US courts have allowed states to do. The courts ruled that the states can impose reasonable regulations to protect the public health, even when such regulations interfere with individual rights. And that is the precedence that still stands today. So I just wanted to point out that we keep hearing it's unconstitutional, but we're looking at public health, a large swath of people being healthy. And so we have to look at individual, how does individual rights play into that? And so I think that that's important, that this is a precedence, and it is not unconstitutional to look at removing a religious exemption in this case.
So just to be clear, so the Supreme Court ruled, and I think it was about 100 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly, about 100 years ago, that the states have the power to impose restrictions when there is a public health interest involved. Is that what you said?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you very much for saying that. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for giving me the chance. I apologize.
Sure.
3 minutes goes by fast.
Hang on. There's a couple more questions, I think. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jones, thank you so much for what the March of Dime does. and its incredible history on prenatal care. I'm just curious, when did the focus move to be able to provide insights and opinions on post birth care in this testimony?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So,
what you're asking. Sorry.
When did the March of Dime offer testimony and opinions and like you just did on post-birth and vaccination issues that we're talking about right now?
Oh, sorry. So March of Dimes has been, we were in 1938, so a little over 87 years.
And it has always been active. I had always
Correct.
thought the mission was on premature birth, supporting that premature support services. So you've always been involved with post.
Correct. So
these kind of vaccination questions.
Yes. So our claim to fame is polio. That is how we started. We started around infant paralysis with FDR. He was our founder.
Great. Now, just a question, and I really don't know the answer. You can offer some insight. When you're offering prenatal care and support, which you do such a great job on, would you suggest to those parents to be that they get vaccine shots? Or is there a protocol that says when you're pregnant, you should not be getting any vaccination shots?
So our stance is that we follow the CDC recommendations. We also tell women that, so let's talk about first. So if a woman is pregnant, there are certain vaccines that she should be getting. There are certain vaccines that maybe she shouldn't be getting. That's a conversation she has with her with her OBGYN and her physician. And that's what we leave with pregnant women.
So you're saying that there are vaccines that you as an organization with pregnant women would suggest not taking?
Not
but
as an organization.
Your answer is
no.
It would be going and deferring to the medical doctors to make that decision. Would that be correct?
Yes, that is a conversation that a pregnant woman has with her with her doctor, with her care provider.
So I'm very curious to see, you did kind of couched it a little bit and saying CDC allows certain ones, and then there's certain ones that you would not encourage them to take. Would that be a fair statement, depending on what the doctor's suggestions would be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So obviously there is the potential of risk concerns for a premature baby and the impact on the mother's physical well-being, that you would support those kind of exclusions. Would that be correct?
So we were talking about pregnant women. So pregnancy and getting vaccines, there are certain vaccines that are safe, are proven to be safe for pregnant women, and they should be getting. In terms of premature babies getting vaccines,
No. Pregnant women
Yeah.
that may not be encouraged to take certain vaccines. I think you don't need to clarify anymore. You've shared that. So what I'm saying is, the fact is, it is not for everyone, and that there are inherent risks in it, and ultimately, in some cases, it's clearly medically proven, and you articulate that protocol. I'm simply offering that there is that possibility for individuals that may feel very strongly one way or the other, that they be given that choice, and there is always that risk. I think you pretty much said that you're always under the possible risk on some vaccines with pregnant individuals, and I'll stop at that. The night is going to be long, and I appreciate. Let me end by saying I want to thank the March of Dimes for its great work, and your first and foremost priority is for the well-being of prenatal care and children and their families throughout. So I want to applaud you and thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Representative Foster.
Hi, thank you so much for the work that you do. I feel like the March of Dimes is such an important organization. I was saying this when we lost you earlier before, but my daughter was a preemie or is a preemie, and so I feel like, a lot of these times we're having these conversations about how
folks being vaccinated protects children who cannot yet be vaccinated. We heard a very compelling story from a mother whose child was just days away from being vaccinated and contracted varicella and had a very horrifying case, and it was very challenging for a parent. But since a lot of the current day work of the March of Dimes has to do with preemies, do you have anything to talk to us about? I think there hasn't yet been a perspective shared from on behalf of an organization, on behalf of those who cannot yet be vaccinated, and the immunity that's deferred onto those folks in that setting. I know obviously this isn't the school-based setting, we're not having preemies in a classroom, but would you mind talking a little bit about that for us for a few minutes?
Certainly. So when I talk about a preterm birth, we're talking about there is a potential for that child to be what we call a NICU. So those are babies that are very, very small, or they can be full-term babies that are very sick and have to be cared for in a hospital long-term. And so those children are not able to get vaccinated. So we talked about those vaccines that kids receive in the first month. And, and if you're following the chart, the first couple of years of life, or even the first couple of weeks of life, those kids are not able to be vaccinated. And more often than not, they're not able, when they're in the hospital, they're very vulnerable. And in fact, their parents oftentimes outside of COVID are not even able, or grandparents or siblings aren't even able to visit because they haven't been vaccinated yet. Because of the off chance that they could catch something, that they could be sick or become sicker than they already are, because their immune systems just aren't built up. Most often, preterm birth and preterm babies have deficiency in their lungs, and so they're not fully developed, and so they just couldn't fight off a disease, even a common cold. They wouldn't be able to fight off. So those, for us, from the March of Dimes perspective, those are those vulnerable populations we're talking about. Because when those babies are released from the hospital and they go home to their home setting, those moms and those parents are instructed, usually really strictly, not to let those babies out, because if they did come in contact with an unvaccinated person, the potential and the risk is very high for them that they would get either contract or get sick, and potentially could be, harmful and even death. So that's our protected population that we talk about. Those babies who haven't been immunized, who can't be immunized. And in some cases they grow, as the children get older, because they're still having, compromised systems, they aren't able to get vaccinated right away. And so they're on a different schedule than the kids of their same peer group.
And so I'm glad that you brought that up. So that's one of the things that I think is important to note, that there are folks who are on medically prescribed alternative schedules because of their conditions, which again would fall into this bill's medical exemption, which still exists. So I thank you so much for talking and sharing. And again, thank you for your organization's work. I think it's so important. I never thought that I was going to have a baby who came out early, and so I know that the work that you all do is really important to parents who find themselves in very surprising situations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Senator. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. If we're following the money, March of Dimes is funded by Johnson & Johnson vaccine maker. And another comment I just wanted to make with regard to Jacobson. It related to a smallpox outbreak in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the 1900s, and Jacobson declined vaccine and a $5 fine, and he sued to avoid the fine, not the vaccine, but he ended up having to pay the fine, but was not compelled to vaccinate. And I just wanted to make note that New York and California's court cases have not been settled yet. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming back, Ms. Jones. Appreciate it to answer the
Thank
question.
you.
Have a nice evening. Next, we have Nikki Jean.
Am I on? Yeah. Hi, my name is
welcome.
Nikki. Yeah, everybody can hear me now, I think.
You
Can you hear me now?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Nikki, and I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. And since you have limited this hearing to 24 hours, my daughter, who is at the very end of the list at number 1925, won't get to speak, therefore I will read her testimony. Hello, my name is Samantha, and for those who don't know the name, Samantha means listener of God. But I am so much more than just a listener. I am a daughter, a sister, a cousin, an aunt, a worker, a lover, a fighter, a wife, a mother, a U.S. military veteran, and I am an American. I tell you this as I find it important to know who I am in order to understand who I am not. I and so many others alike are constantly being labeled as anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists, but in fact, that could not be farther from the truth. I am none of those things. All 4 of my children and I myself are all vaccinated. I simply want to protect our freedom. Removal of the religious exemption goes against what our founding fathers wanted for us, the freedom to practice any religion we desire. Our country was literally founded on that very notion. Some religious beliefs happen to go against vaccinating. Removal of the religious exemption will in turn cause those with those beliefs to be going against their faith by being forced into vaccinations. Not only that, but removal of the religious exemption will cause segregation, the very thing that so many are fighting against right now. It will segregate our children, and those who have religious beliefs will be forced into vaccinating or homeschooling and thus not providing the free public education that law permits. If you don't find this to be against the Constitution, then I find it incredibly un-American for anyone to think that it is acceptable to remove any rights for which I and my brothers and sisters in arms fought and continue to fight to protect. America is the greatest nation in the entire world, and I truly believe it is solely based on our freedom. To preserve this, I am strongly opposing SB 568 and HB 6423 and request that you vote no to each of these proposed bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. I
Thank
don't
you.
see any questions, so I'm going to say have a nice night. Thank you for being on so
You too.
late. Next up, we have Alicia Lafleur.
Hi, I'm on.
Alicia? Oh, great. Go right ahead, Alicia. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alicia Lafleur. This is my first time testifying. I oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 658 because I believe in choice. I feel compelled to speak up for what is right and will always do what I think is in the best interest of my child. This is not about being anti-vaccine. I believe we as parents should be the ones making these decisions for our children, not our government, not the healthcare community, us as parents. It is our parental duty to act in the best interest of our children, and that means being afforded choice. Removing the non-medical exemption removes our choice. It removes our voice. Choice should always be given when there are risks without liability. I, like many others, have become more aware of the consequences when choice is not offered. I cannot understand how vaccines can be mandated, and yet if our child has an adverse reaction, we as parents have absolutely no recourse. The pharmaceutical companies have no liability. This is not something I can understand. With risk, there should always be a choice to opt out. Maybe a little more than I would prefer to share at a public hearing, but I think it's important for context. My brother and I have both been diagnosed with the relapsing remitting form of multiple sclerosis. People with MS have extremely sensitive immune systems. So when we're exposed to anything in excess, such as extreme stress or toxins, it can cause a relapse or exacerbation of the disease. I follow a strict protocol to keep my disease in check. Being that my brother and I both have MS, there is a hereditary link, which isn't always the case with the disease. That, accompanied by gene mutations that I have passed to my son, give me cause for concern if anything foreign is forced into his body. I will continue to do everything in my power to minimize the possibility of him developing MS. My 11-year-old son, he's a healthy boy. He loves being in school. He loves interacting with his friends. And thankfully, his school has returned to in-person learning. He does thrive in this environment. And during the March through June quarantine, his mental and physical state definitely suffered. And that was only 4 months. I saw a noticeable improvement once he started seeing his friends and returned to school. I just cannot and will not have him robbed of any more of his childhood. And taking away the non-medical exemption will do just that. It will force me to withdraw him from the school he loves. This is about giving people choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. Appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions, so have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lindsay Solis Calbor. I'm sure I've murdered your name, so please tell us what your name is.
Hi, can everyone hear and see me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, representatives. My name is Lindsay, and I oppose the bills HB 6423 and SB 568. I come to you as a mother and a healthcare provider in Connecticut. Our state constitution and federal constitution support religious freedoms and religious creed. We live in a world amongst hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of religions, and in America, each individual should be freely to define. Anything that states otherwise is restricting and discriminatory. It is a requirement that healthcare providers and professionals in most venues take ethnic diversity courses along with routine education. I support choice. I also believe a lack of a vaccine is not an excuse to not be prepared for a pandemic, including lack of PPE, supplies, medication, facility staffing mishaps, and quarantine policy. Furthermore, I understand as representatives, you feel the need to protect the public. Honestly, can you truly say that if this was about public health, don't you think things would be much different? Why are we not cleaning up our communities' water, food, and environment? Why are we not prepared with PPE for a pandemic in general? Why do we have such subpar staffing in our healthcare facilities? Why do people keep becoming sicker? Why are we not assisting our underprivileged and minorities to have better access to cleaner ways of living? Although we cannot afford another pandemic, how can we afford the current medical system that is gunked up with mostly preventative, if not curable diseases like type 2 diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease? According to credible institutions, the third leading cause of death in America is medical error. I would recommend that if you feel implored to protect your community, you start there. Also, how is it safe for everyone to have a no liability product? Would you take or give something that your deepest convictions, religious creed told you could cause harm, whether physically or directly on the religious level? Medical intervention is a personal decision that one makes with their healthcare provider in regards to the beliefs and affirmations. As I have learned, everyone has the right to refuse without being discriminated against. If vaccine compliance is your main concern, we need to focus on continued education about the risks and benefits with pure transparency. Many have felt that our system has lost most transparency, especially with this being an obvious partisan issue here in Connecticut. Removing religious exemptions would only heighten that belief for many. Why not promote more research regarding long-term effects and promote the highest level of science by recording only double-blind placebo studies for vaccinations by non-biased third-parties if we want to debunk misinformation? Robust medical exemptions are not the answer, as vaccine injury is real, and I support the statistics from a previous Harvard Medical School study that shows approximately only 1 to 10% of reactions are actually reported. As an example, my husband, when he was 27 years old and will not be able to speak tonight, but did write testimony, a Marine who has served in Iraqi Freedom 1 and 2, a former multiple Oklahoma state champion gymnast, passed out within minutes of receiving the flu shot when he was 27 years old and in prime health. At that time, he did not have informed consent, as he himself did not know what VAERS was. He went to the emergency room followed by months of cardiologist testing and care, along with medication and a diagnosis of exercise-induced atrial fibrillation. Now, one medical provider from the emergency room on during months of care ever mentioned or questioned that it could have possibly been from the medication he was just injected with and not exercising at the time. We can continue to coexist safely as we have done for the past 60 years with a religious exemption. With gratitude, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would just say that many of the things you mentioned are bills that we're taking up in public health this session, so you'll be pleased to hear that, I hope. Representative Claire DeCitria.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lindsay, for testifying today. It's nice to see you. How many children do you have?
I have a 6-year-old daughter.
And if this bill was to pass and become law and your daughter wouldn't be able to go to school, would you vaccinate her?
Let's just say I would not support a system that promotes discrimination in any way.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your testimony. I may have missed it, but did you say that you did report your husband's vaccine injury to VAERS, and did you get compensation?
No, so he did not know what VAERS was. I did not know what VAERS was. I was a new new to the scene as a licensed healthcare provider. And I was never told in schooling or any, I administer vaccinations. I was never told what VAERS was or to educate my patient on VAERS. So I think there's as I said, I support the fact that this Harvard Medical School study, shows only 1 to 10% of vaccine injury is actually reported, because how can you report something if you are completely blinded to the fact that it even exists? And to go to a hospital, an emergency room, and to go to these experts and these extremely intelligent, trained people, for 1 second, they didn't even a breath of thought say, hey, maybe it was the fact that he just was injected with a medication before this happened, and he was a prime, healthy young man. There's absolutely no connection to this. So it scares me that people are walking around and saying that vaccinations are 100% safe. That loses your transparency right there. And, power to the people, educate them, empower them. They will make the right choice for their families. I don't think that there is an emergency right now. We have no statistics or science to say that these people with a religious exemption are showing any, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry. Any threat to our immunocompromised peoples, and removing them from school is not the answer. It's only going to make Connecticut worse. And I would love to work with representatives and senators in any way, shape, or form I can to help the health of our community in a way that does not promote discrimination and overall betters them, in a sense that diet and lifestyle, you can't go wrong with those two things right there. And medication, if you're not sleeping right, if you're not eating right, a medication is not going to save you in most circumstances, whether it's a pill or an injection. So I think building a solid, I think it's a scapegoat, and I think building a solid base of healthy individuals and promoting that would be, that's my vote.
Thank you so much for the answers and your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers.
Yes, good evening, Lindsay. Thank you for your testimony. I heard you say you were a healthcare provider. Are you a nurse or?
Yes, I'm a nurse. I've worked all over the state of Connecticut in many different avenues.
You're not a school nurse by chance, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So I wanted to just ask a question. I listened to your testimony, and I don't know if you were listening earlier. We heard from Dr. Ross, who is a infectious disease expert here in the state of Connecticut, and he was asked point blank if there was a quote emergency, and he answered no, there is not. And he also talked about educating. So I would like to get your thoughts on looking at the areas in Connecticut that are falling under the expected vaccination rate for herd immunity of 95%. Looking at those areas where there actually is not exemptions that are being pulled, they're just not complying, and bringing an educational push in those areas so people are well informed with informed consent as to whether to take these vaccines or have their children take these vaccines or not. And part of that education could be the VAERS system. That many clinicians are not quite aware of that or how to even report.
I think a lot of people get called conspiracy theorists because they then take that lack of transparency because we mandate or push them. And then so they come up with these ideas that there's an agenda behind our actions. And so I think we have to keep transparency, and I think education is our best bet in supporting and empowering these people in all avenues, not just vaccination, but promoting healthy lifestyles as well. So it's equal across the board.
Right. And this particular bill is about vaccinations. That's why I'm focused on that.
Sure.
And the idea of an educational push versus a mandate that will just literally displace children from school, put them out in the community, really doesn't do anything to help increase the vaccination rate,
Right, exactly.
The hammer does not necessarily work. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that as a nurse and a clinician. If you think helping educate folks, maybe even reimbursing
Always.
clinicians for their time to be able to have that conversation,
Yes.
how you feel that would work.
I think a lot of time I spend as a healthcare provider is education. Or actually, probably 95% of the time is education rather than treating the patient. I spend time educating and building that trust, and then we proceed forward. And it goes a long way. Honey gets more flies than vinegar, and these bills are pure vinegar.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Thank you for staying up this late and as long to be able to share your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't see any more hands raised, so thank you very much, and thanks for being with us so late tonight. Next, we have Kathy Howes Herring, number 184, followed by number 185, Adam Galicki. Kathy, are you here? I don't see you, so we'll move on to Mr. Galicki, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I just want my wife to read all the testimony. Thank you so much.
Hi. First, we would like to read our testimony of our 8-year-old daughter. She is lucky to be at school for 5 days a week since September. Her name is Alicia. She is 3rd grade student, an ESL student. I want to stay at my school. I am important and happy when I am in school. I like my school because I can go and see my friends and I can learn. I don't like it. I love it. I know this year is different, but we can do it. I know we can do it. Okay, let's go back to why I love my school. I have many good friends, some of them, Analia, Maya, Sophia, Harper. During the recess, we played together tag and we sometimes color too. We all learn the same things like math, reading, science, and we also have specials like music, art, library. I play an instrument, it is a violin. Analia plays a cello and she says it's hard. I have a nice teacher. My teacher's name is Miss Mitchell. She is fun to chat with. She is like my best friend. She is also very kind and smart. She teaches us interesting stuff like about fossils and how the dinosaurs lived. My favorite subject is math. I like it because it's hard and I can learn from it. Now, Adam's testimony. I oppose House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. I will talk briefly about our family of 4 and the impact of these 2 bills on our family. My wife would have to quit her job of 16 years so she could homeschool. We will lose a health insurance as my wife is an insurance carrier. I, as a self-employed person, would be struggling with our mortgage payment and household bills. My 2 ESL children won't get an English language support. As a result, we would have no choice but to move out to different state. What I'm trying to picture here is that an average hardworking Connecticut family will be really struggling if these 2 bills come true. It will hurt us financially, emotionally, it will create stress, and the biggest victims are going to be our children, who will not be given an equal education as their school peers. They will be set up for failure by politicians who are supposed to protect them. One more thing. After hearing today's testimonies, I got really upset. Everyone could sign up for this public hearing who cares about the bills, supporters as well opponents. I don't see many supporters, do you? People of Connecticut have spoken. Why some of your representatives don't hear them? You are supposed to act for the people.
Excuse me, you hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Yes. The same happened last year. You ignore people and play your own agenda. Put your personal beliefs on the side and finally start listening to the people of Connecticut. Don't segregate, don't discriminate, don't prosecute people for their religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us this evening. Next, we have 186, Julie Flood, followed by 187, Kate Zerzinski. Julie, go right ahead.
Good evening, Health Committee members, and thank you for your time. Our First Amendment rights are in jeopardy by attempting to eliminate a 60-year-old religious exemption. Removing it and or changing the religious exemption is unethical. Kicking children out of school and out of state will cause segregation and dismay throughout our communities. I oppose HB 6423. I oppose 568. The argument we keep hearing around these proposed bills, in order to protect the most vulnerable among us, we have to increase the immunization numbers. For the record, the RE exemptions being used nationwide is less than 2.5%. Why is the Health Committee spending so much time on this? Is it really to help the children? Questions we need answered. Where is the data showing these accusations that unvaccinated people are unsafe and are a risk to others? These families, communities are part of our natural herd immunity. Lifelong herd immunity is important. Investigate and ask why the immunization rates are in decline. Why is there vaccine hesitancy in families with younger children, not just here in Connecticut, but nationwide? Last year, thousands of families and children stood before this committee, sharing stories about their religious beliefs, and other families standing before you over and over again, recounting the harmful vaccine reactions their children suffered. The percentage of children suffering from medical-induced allergies, immune issues, brain swelling, seizures, all symptoms started after vaccination. Why are you not working to protect these children? Why have we not demanded proper placebo testing from vaccine manufacturers on these 72 injections children are expected to receive in order to attend school? Can we make these vaccine manufacturers liable for their growing number of injections? If vaccines are so safe and effective, then why won't these manufacturers stand behind their product? We must have medical freedom, informed consent without coercion. Please protect our religious freedoms and stop this agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute. Senator Haskell, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Flood, thanks for your testimony tonight. We keep hearing this number again and again, the over 70 injections. I'm on the State Department of Education website right now, and there seem to be about 24 required vaccinations. Could you just provide a source so we could look into that number?
Sure. Well, what happens is, 2019, well, honestly, in 1962, there were only 3 vaccines, the DTaP, smallpox, and polio. And in 1983, I believe there were.
Right, ma'am, just to clarify, I don't doubt that the number of vaccines have increased in recent decades.
They have increased, and 72 is because of all the boosters, to answer your question.
Understood. But as I look today at the State Department of Education website that lists all the immunizations that are required for public school students, I don't see anything close to 77.
72.
Okay, 72. I don't see anything close to 72. I see about 24 if I add them all up myself.
Yes, but with the ongoing boosters that are asked, I can read them to you. So
if you could, just for the sake of the folks who are waiting in line to testify, if you could send them to the committee or even just to me over email through my website, that would be incredibly helpful.
Sure.
Thanks so much, Ms. Flood. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Julie. I'd like to give you an opportunity to elaborate on and explain the 72 doses as you started to do.
Sure. I just, I'm looking right here at the 2019 recommended, CDC recommended vaccine schedule. And one is pregnancy, there's influenza, pregnancy, DTaP pregnancy, Hep B birth, Hep B 2 months, rotavirus 2 months, DTaP. So it's the same vaccine and we're giving 4 doses. So it's a lot of injections. It's 72 injections. And I'm kind of surprised that the health committee isn't aware of this. And I'm also wondering if we have all read the inserts to all of these vaccines, because they're so safe and effective. You would think you would read the inserts.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. The boosters are given because the vaccines start to wane in their effectiveness and they no longer are effective. So individuals need boosters to keep the effectiveness up. But thank you for that explanation. Thank you for the answers and your testimony.
One more thing just about long-term herd immunity.
Can I hold you there, Ms. Flood, for a second? Because there's other people that have questions. Okay. So before we get into another topic, let me let other people ask their questions.
Please.
Thank you. Representative Lenahan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide some information for the members of the committee as well as for the person testifying. You did say that there were 72 doses of vaccines. And you did say, and you are correct in that that does include boosters. But I think what's important to note is that this number sounds big and scary because the math actually, if you count all those boosters, and then if you count the amount of flu shots, if your child has a flu shot every year through the age of 18, and then additionally, if you count the DTaP, MMR, and Tdap vaccines as 3 separate vaccines each, even though they aren't available as individual vaccines anymore, that's how you get to this highly inflated number of 72. And here in the state of Connecticut and following the CDC schedule, the flu vaccine is not mandated for entrance to school except for pre-kindergarten and daycare. So I'm hearing this all the time, the 72 vaccines. And I had a constituent text me as he's watching this to say, is it true? And so I have to really point out, and I'm hoping that you're going to concede this to be true, Ms. Flood, that 72 is an inflated number and that it is the amount of vaccine or shots that may be possible. It is not the amount that are mandated. And additionally, that it does include counting shots that are in multi-dosed, or rather multi-vaccine doses that aren't even available as single shots anymore. So given that information, it does seem to be very inflated and a little untruthful. And as anyone on the committee, if you're interested in that, I do have all of that information available. And Madam Chair, I can send that to you. And if that wants to be sent out to the committee members so that they can see that that is indeed the case, I'll happily do that for you now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Send it to our administrator, please, and she'll send
Will
it out.
do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Senator, for another opportunity. And thank you, Julie. I just wanted to remind everybody that the CDC is the one that schedules the 72 doses. There's nothing inflated about it. And we talked earlier to Chris Shaw, who is a neuroscientist, and he spoke, he elaborated on the multiple doses given and with regard to aluminum and thimerosal and mercury and some of the other agents that are given injected and passing the blood-brain barrier, and his concerns for that. So 72 doses times trace amounts is not, anything to balk at. So I would say that, just to remind everybody that's a hefty number, right, compared to what we had in 1962. So anyway, thank you again for your answers and your testimony.
Well, luckily we'll get that information to all the committee members so everybody can look at it and come to their own conclusions.
Great.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flood, for your testimony.
Thank you so much, Mary.
Bye-bye. Next, we have Kate Zunzinski. I know I'm pronouncing your name wrong, so if you'll help me with that when you come on, Kate.
Evening.
Followed by
Good
188 Mary Ann Wells. Go ahead.
Good evening, if you can hear me. Hi, my name is Kate. This is my first time testifying, so it will be really short so I can give a chance to others that are waiting a whole day and now night. So I'm here to oppose the bill HB 6423 and also SB 568. Those bills segregate and discriminating my family because of our religion's beliefs. If those bills pass, my kids won't be able to attend school and we will be forced to leave Connecticut. Please don't take away our rights. Please vote against those bills. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate that. Next is Mary Ann Wells, followed by 189 Kyle Kulis. Ms. Wells, are you here?
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Could you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Hi. Good evening. Good evening, Public Health Committee. My name is Mary Ann Wells. I oppose both bills, SB 568 and bill number HB 6423. I will make it brief so others can speak. We heard many great testimonials today. It is individual choice. I came to this country 53 years ago from a communist country, and this is how this feels, taking away our freedom of choice. We are going backwards. I respect each person's decision, whether it's vaccinate or not, but to mandate vaccination is discouraging and frightening. This is so wrong. I have 5 grandchildren. I believe it's their choice. Please think long and hard about this bill. It's going to create a big mess. If this bill goes through, my children will have no choice but to leave state of Connecticut. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and express my feelings. Please do the right thing for all the children and do not vote for this bill, please. And I would also like to read a little testimony that my daughter wrote. My name is, hello, my name is Stephanie. I want to thank you for your time. I oppose Bill SB 568 and HB 6423. I'm not against vaccines, but I am pro-choice. My children, my decision, period. I don't feel it's right for the government to dictate what should be put into my children's body. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wells. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Next is 189 Kyle Kulis, followed by 190 Laura Pickett.
Good evening, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Kyle Kulis, and I am a 4th-year medical student at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. And I'm here in strong support of House Bill 6423. Vaccines have been protecting individuals from serious illness since the discovery of the concept in the late 1700s. Since then, advancements in medicine and technology have allowed for the development of numerous effective vaccinations against severe infectious diseases such as polio, measles, rubella, and others. There are several facts about vaccinations which make passing this bill the clear choice. So 1, vaccines are safe. They pass through multiple phases of rigorous clinical trials, demonstrating their safety before they are released to the public. With this comes the knowledge that the rate of severe adverse reactions is incredibly low. 2, vaccines prevent the diseases that they're intended to prevent. And again, this comes from those rigorous clinical trials that have proven this repeatedly. And then 3, some people are unable to receive certain vaccines due to medical conditions, such as those that affect the immune system. Physicians will continue to grant exemptions to those with these absolute medical contraindications to receiving a vaccine. What this means, however, is that those who cannot receive vaccines depend on the immunity of others for protection. Those who are susceptible to an infectious disease are also capable of passing it on to another individual. But those who are vaccinated and immune are much less likely to be able to do so. Therefore, the greater the rate of vaccination, the less a vaccine preventable disease is able to spread throughout a population. So to protect everyone, the rate of vaccination needs to be high, especially for particularly contagious viruses such as measles. So when you're considering this bill, I want you to imagine that your child is medically unable to receive a vaccine. Is it okay for others to put your child at risk of severe illness when there's a safe and effective way to minimize this risk? I hope you believe that. So thank you for your time. I'll give any extra time that I have to my wife here as well.
Hi, my name is Allie. I'm also a fourth-year medical student at UConn, and I have a master's degree in public health microbiology. Before attending medical school, I worked in infection control, and during my time doing that job, unfortunately, I did see several vaccine preventable diseases. And what I learned during that time is that those diseases often affect those who are most vulnerable. So immunocompromised children are the ones who end up in the hospital. So I think it's just really important that we consider that when we're thinking about something like this. Of course, any child who's at risk can become ill, but the kids who end up really sick and in the hospital tend to be the ones who are the most ill already, those who can't be vaccinated because they already are sick with a medical condition. So it's really important that we think about those children when we're considering something like this. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you very much. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I just wondered, you mentioned that vaccines are safe. What would you say to the hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals that have already been compensated over $4 billion for injury and death from vaccines?
So are those thousands, the $4 billion you're referring to, was reported since 1989?
So since the vaccine injury law took place in 1986, there's a way for the only way for injured children to get compensation is by going through this program. And there's already been over $4 billion paid out in vaccine injury. And the CDC also lets us know that they believe it's only 1% of the individuals that have been injured are actually claiming injury. So there's many more that have been injured. I just wondered what you'd say to all the parents that testified all day long with regard to their vaccine injured children when you say that they're safe and that people should take them to protect the immunocompromised individuals.
Yeah. So as we know, vaccines go through very thorough clinical testing, and the VAERS system is an important thing that we like to continue for reporting of any potential injuries, but it's also important to recognize that there's a difference between association and causation. And I know that that's been addressed during testimony today. And sometimes things get reported and might not necessarily be caused by a vaccine, but due to like some temporal association, there might be like a thought that it could be caused by a vaccine. And sometimes like those things get investigated. Like that's what the VAERS system exists for, is for looking into those types of things. So with anything, I know I've heard you say this yourself today, anything that we give a patient, we know that there could be risks. We ask patients to take things all the time, whether it be Tylenol, an NSAID, like ibuprofen. Everything has a risk, and we discuss those with patients, but vaccines are incredibly well studied. We know that they go through a review process and that they are overall very safe.
So yeah, I heard what you said. I still think that so now you're still questioning the fact that over $4 billion has been paid out to hundreds, if not thousands of children for vaccine injury. And you're suggesting that it may not have actually been a vaccine injury. The CDC reports that only 1% has probably reported, and several parents have come on and testified about their vaccine injured children. But let's move on to the rigorous testing you were talking about. And the rigorous clinical trials that you referenced, can you tell me after injection, how long are trial participants monitored for side effects?
So it varies from different stages of testing, because there's like phase 1, 2, and 3 trials for different parts of like what is happening. Phase 1 is for safety, and then phase 2 and 3 is more to find out like if the vaccine is doing what is intended. I would have to look up like more details specifically about how long they're monitored for. I don't want to give you an answer that's not.
So I'm looking at the study schedule right now, and it's reporting that for some of those they're 4 days, 5 days, 48 hours, 3 days, and 4 days. So I just want to let you know that according to the reports that are put out, they do not meet the rigor of most of the other medications and treatments that are used on the market. So there's a very, very different threshold that vaccines have to pass through. And I'm looking at the chart right now, and the longest looks like it's 5 days. So I just wanted to point that out to you. And I thank you for your time and your testimony and your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All set? Thank you. Next is Representative Claire DeStitrio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kyle. And I forgot what you said your first name was. I apologize.
Oh, Allie. Yeah.
Allie, Kyle and Allie for testifying today. Are you both currently, did you say you're both currently in med school?
We are.
Yes.
And how far along are you?
4th year.
4th year?
Yes.
Very good. So my question is, do you have a class, and I don't know this answer, that's why I'm asking you, specifically designated to vaccines?
Many, many times we discuss like vaccines and immune system.
But a specific class that's dedicated just to vaccines, or you touch upon it in many different classes?
So we have a class that touches on many public health issues, and we have different units that cover a variety of topics. One of those units is vaccines, so we spend a good amount of time on vaccines.
So like in our pathophysiology class, we had a whole day on vaccines. We had a whole day on vaccines in a public health class, and our pediatrics clerk dip. So it's like weaved into all different topics throughout medical school. We talk about it again in family medicine. It's touched upon in various courses.
And then how many courses do you have or class hours in vaccine safety?
That's all part of like what we're talking, what we talk about. So it's like we have a session on the clinical trial process, and then how it works, how to talk to like parents about it, or like educate patients about.
So do you think it's, sorry to be a pain about this, but so do you think it's 20, do you have in your total education, is it 24 hours that are dedicated? I know you said it's sporadic and it's not at one point, but how many hours are dedicated to vaccine and vaccine safety? You think it could be 24 hours, 48 hours, 200 hours?
Yeah, I mean, it's also hard to say because we do so much research on our own, like you do so much work on your own too, but I don't know, maybe, maybe
estimate that,
maybe honestly. A day. Yeah, that would probably be fair, I guess.
Thank you both for testifying. Good luck with the rest of your schooling.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Dr. Koulis, right? So just for my records, your name, ma'am?
It's Allie Clement.
Okay, because one of the sensitivities we have is we don't have your name on the screen, and I don't know if you signed up for testimony or.
I'm later. I'm in the 500s.
Well, as the chairman cited earlier, that people shouldn't be jumping in and having this conversation. I think there has to be some. I'm happy to talk to both of you, but I did want to share that the chair did admonish me earlier in our meeting that we couldn't allow those things to happen. And I would ask
Sorry,
if we are
Senator-
allowing that to happen, if we
Senator-
are allowing it to happen, ma'am, I think other people that are in the thousands could have an opportunity to speak. I would offer that as a thought. But let me get right
Senator,
to
can I just say thank you, but even the person right before, I allowed both people from the couple to speak. So
No, I
I feel like I have to be fair about that, so thank you.
Madam Chair, I would love it if you allowed everybody that flexibility to be able to be 1,970 to be able to have their voices be heard. But my point, I hope you can appreciate. A sense of consistency would be much appreciated. That being said, I really appreciated hearing both of you, and congratulations and good luck on your career. We talked a lot about your clinical work, your medicinal work, but have they not taught you in the 4th year in medical school, as you go into residency, the idea of patient-centered, relationship-centered medicine, that to work with your patients to understand not only on a medical clinical side, but the emotional, the well-being centered of healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you hear the testimony of so many of the people that share with you their emotional thoughts, their support and consideration of their loved ones, has a future medical doctor and has the training that you will get, would you not consider some aspect of consideration and courtesy to how they feel, instead of purely looking at it at a clinical medical aspect? Would that be a fair assessment that should be an integral part of your training as a medical physician into the future?
So certainly, but I have also personally seen a child who had a liver transplant before he was 1 year old, could not receive the MMR vaccine because he's on medications that suppress his immune system. And so he has a medical exemption. And then he developed mumps because he wasn't protected by people around him. And he suffered a complication that might lead him to be infertile. So we have to balance both sides because we take care of everybody. So we do see everyone. So at the same time, we hear these parents, but we also see those parents, the parents of the kids who had a bone marrow transplant and their kid desperately wants to be able to go back to school and they can't because they have to start the vaccine schedule over, and they're immunocompromised and they're scared to send their kids to school. I personally have a family member who's on chemotherapy. My sister's a teacher. She's terrified to bring something home to our stepfather. So I think it's complicated, and we care deeply for all of our patients. And you have to think about the children who don't have a choice. If you have a medical contraindication to vaccine, there is no choice for you.
And I can see your emotion, and I think both of you will be terrific physicians into your career, and I'm grateful for you to be in our state. And just listening to you, I can see that you will do UConn School of Medicine very proud. But you also said it's a very complicated issue. And I think as we talk to other clinicians that have supported these two bills, they have also talked about the complexity and the challenges at hand. But it isn't ever a perfect science, would you agree? And that there are room for consideration and courtesy, and that as a physician, you should have that opportunity to interact with your patients and not to have government dictate to you how parents, physicians should treat their patients. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that's a bit going outside of what this is dictating, because this is going into a separate conversation besides mandating.
Well, if I may say, I don't think so. We're considering a statute that's removing religious exemptions and putting a burden on families who choose not to, by a statute of law so those kids won't be able to go to school. So it isn't outside of the realm of what you just shared. We are deliberating over a mandate to remove religious exemption and making a decision for the government on parents and individuals' body rights. So I appreciate the way you phrased it, and you phrased it more effectively than I could by simply saying, that isn't the argument. And I truly agree with you. That shouldn't be the argument we're having today, that we should be focused on doing what is best and collaborating with parents, with physicians and caregivers, and our role in government should be one to support, not to mandate. So that being said, thank you very much. Great luck in your career, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn my video off. I'm running out of bandwidth physically, but also bandwidth from other components. So I'm going to turn this off and hopefully you'll hear me better. First of all, Kyle and Ellie, thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm sorry you were asked questions in an interesting manner, but I just want to first ask you, are you guys worried about March with the match coming around the corner?
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, you'll get your first choices. We just put in our match list.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that's going to be a longer conversation, and I'll probably take that offline at some point. But I think what I think Senator Wong was trying to say was about empathy, but in the empathy requires us to be able to listen to everybody, but at the same time, look at what the data suggests and what the peer review information suggests, and look at the best practices that are going to be best for the individual, but not at the cost of the society. And I think that's where the conversation is, that he was looking at it from an individual centric at the cost of the society. And we're trying to train clinicians, the future clinicians, to make sure that they don't harm the society by taking care of a specific individual, but finding that balance is what requires us to be able to listen and have the empathy. And I think you were able to recognize that pretty well, because you stood your ground at the same time, but at the same time acknowledge the fact that you have empathy and you're willing to listen and understand the challenges individuals have. So I wanted to thank you for that part. And I think the other question was that how much vaccine training you have, because there's a word that's out there on the street, if you will, on the cyber street, that doctors don't know anything about vaccines, and Google a few searches would know. And that's why they're trying to pin you down to say 24 hours. And now, before you know it, there's going to be a lot of places saying that I have 24 hours of training. But do you carry a stopwatch every time you have a conversation about a specific disease? Do you track that? How do you do that?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. And I know Senator Anwar, as a physician yourself, you know that we also spend a lot of time outside educating ourselves. I personally just spent 4 hours listening to a podcast about vaccines in preparation, to learn some more. And I listen, to a lot of medical like podcasts all the time. So we're always learning. But I think it is really hard, and just in a lot of classes, we're always learning as physicians. Well, I mean, we're not physicians yet, but as medical professionals and as students, we're always learning.
Yeah,
and
I mean, there's many. So I'd say that there's the many hours within class that we're learning these things, but then there's the many hours that we're spending studying outside of class. And on clinical rotations, these concepts continue to be reinforced, and nobody's carrying a stopwatch. And we're in the hospitals and in the clinics for many hours at a time discussing these things.
Right. And do you know much about the CMEs? What does that mean? The usual. So in other words, even if you graduate and then you get to the place, your education will never stop, because you're going to continue to have, because a lot of evolution in the science is happening. So just to suggest that a medical education is 24 hours on vaccine is not being accurate, first of all, and it's being disrespectful towards people who are dedicating their lives to take care of other human beings. So, and also suggesting that your education is limited in the disease process and the vaccination. Look, the education never stops. That's a fair statement, that education doesn't stop, like on an X amount of day, you match to your first position, and then that's going to be the end of your educational effort or training effort?
Yeah, I mean, it keeps going.
Yeah, we all have up to date on our phones and read constantly.
Right, and I teach residents and medical students, so I know what it takes. I mean, each one of you is going to have about $350,000 debt before you're done, but you'll have about another 25 years to pay that off. But at the same time, the reality is that you're still educating yourself nonstop to be able to address those issues. With respect to have you heard of the vaccine injury fund a little bit? And is any conversation about that?
When we learned about like the vaccine, like about VAERS, we like talked about that. So that was in our like public health and ethics kind of class. And I'm sure I learned about it in grad school too.
Right. And do you recall where the money for the VAERS program comes from? Do you recall that part in the conversation?
I think it's from the federal government, but maybe I'm incorrect.
The federal government actually has the program, which oversees the program, but the money comes from the pharmaceutical industry, rightfully. So the pharmaceutical industry does that. And I think this is one of the programs which actually has the burden of proof. In the court of law, the proof is completely different, where you have to show that the injury was definitely caused by a vaccine. But in the VAERS program, the burden of proof is much, much easier, thankfully and rightfully. But that program is a way to be able to compensate rather than have prolonged lawsuits in the process. And I think it's worthy to look at it, because everybody says that the VAERS is the source of it. And I think Dr. Ross touched on the VAERS and the depth of that. But I think how that was set up was right at that time. And it was right because when you actually mandate something, then you have to protect, overwhelmingly go out of your to protect the people. And I think that's what the conversation was about, that I felt, but that's going to be something that you can look to a little bit more, because it's all of its own. So thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify a few thoughts, and thank you for testifying, and good luck with your match results coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Representative Kavros DeGraaf.
Thank you so much. We've heard a lot today about the government stepping in and where the government steps in and where they don't step in. And so, and especially in regard to relationship between doctor and patient. So one of the things that perhaps you haven't seen yet as medical students, but perhaps you will be seeing, but I'm sure you're familiar with, is insurance companies. Perhaps you've already seen that insurance companies often dictate what medicine someone can receive over another medicine. So say you needed a life-saving medication and you objected to the ingredients that were in that life-saving medication, but you had to have that medication, and the insurance company said, no, we're not going to pay for that one. We'll pay for this other life-saving medication. You know, have you seen that sort of thing in so far in what you're doing, or have you heard about those sorts of cases where there's been an objection, so really an interference by the insurance company?
Yeah, yes. I'm currently spending many hours fighting to get a child an EpiPen.
Okay, so my point being that, you know, in terms of health, we wish that we had absolute control, or we wish that we had these wonderful relationships with our doctors where we could just, stay connected and only have the decisions be between doctor and patient. But not only does sometimes the government have some say over, as we've called it, public health, but even insurance companies are sometimes interfering as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that. I thank you for your time tonight. And, in a perfect world, we'd all just be able to have these relationships with great doctors like yourselves. but sometimes it doesn't quite work out that way. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I wanted to thank both of you for being here with us tonight and for your dedication to our communities in the world of medical. I just have a couple of questions regarding some of the things you said. And I think that when we're talking about medicine, it's an ongoing process. It's difficult to say that what you've learned to date about vaccines is not going to be continuously added on to as you move through your process. Is that correct?
We learn new things every day.
So do we. The other thing that I have a question about would be, as you said, I know that you all were talking about trying to figure out how much you learned. So when you're going through your medical classes, can you correct me to state that you might touch on vaccines in almost every one of those classes in one way, shape, or form?
Probably like everyone, but like anatomy probably is like the one I could think of that it wouldn't necessarily make sense. But yeah, I mean, anyone that it would make sense to talk about because it's a big topic.
Thank you. And then the one other thing that I want to touch on was somebody was talking about how we needed to make sure that families are heard, correct? So as you all move through the process of medicine and then you become a practicing doctor and you're on your own, do you believe that vaccines would or would not be a part of your conversation? And if a family came to you and said, these are the reasons why I don't believe vaccinations are appropriate for my family, how would you handle that?
Yeah, so I'm going into pediatrics, so it's definitely something
Oh, perfect.
Families about. And like we do have these conversations all the time. And I think whenever I have the conversations with families, it's just a lot of kind of hearing that, like, first it's like listening to why they're concerned, because it's like such a wide range of concerns and trying to address what they're concerned about. So that's usually how we start the conversation, and then trying to answer questions and address their concerns, because sometimes it's just, oh, they were a little fussy yesterday and I didn't want to do it today. I want to schedule it for next week, or, a whole host of reasons. So just meeting them where they're at and addressing that. And then just trying to work with them and figure out like how we can like come to some kind of agreement. It can be difficult. I know that the conversation has come up today about families feeling like they've been kicked out of practices and things like that. And I know that's a challenge a lot of families have faced. But sometimes that's like mandated by different organizations. So like healthcare.
And that's true. I mean, and so that's a true statement. So there are practices that have refused to see patients because they are not vaccinated, or they've removed their clientele because they're not vaccinated. Yes. That frustrates me. And I'm trying to figure out a way to balance that out to ensure that we serve both populations. And so I think for me, listening to you and saying that, hey, look, you know what, you're an up and coming pediatrician. And, at the end of the day, how would you handle this moving forward, I think is extremely important, recognizing that there might be a change of times. And is there room to work and to blend this together, I think is really what I would like to see. So I just want to thank you guys and wish you all good luck in your medical endeavors, and look forward to seeing you all in those white coats soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say thank you to Kyle and to Allie, first of all, for your testimony, but also for your dedication to the medical field. And I want to echo what Representative Cook just said. I want to wish you a lot of luck in your studies and in your fledgling careers. But especially I wanted to thank you for your testimony tonight, which kind of reoriented us or refocused us in a way that hasn't been done very much during this hearing throughout the day since 9 o'clock this morning. There's been a tremendous focus on, and rightly so, on the potential harm to families if we enact this legislation, the potential harm to the children in those families as a result of having to decide whether to get the vaccine or not be able to attend school and so forth. And that's an appropriate focus and it's an appropriate concern. But what you have done is to focus us more precisely on kind of the other side of the equation. When you talked about, I believe, Allie, you talked about the young person who couldn't receive a mumps vaccination because of recent surgery, and therefore, did you say that he developed mumps ultimately?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, and this was as a result of him being around people who themselves had not been vaccinated appropriately? Did I hear that properly?
That's the assumption, because that's the only way he could have gotten it, is from being exposed in the community.
Okay, so which leads to the bigger issue, and I'm glad we're going to have a few minutes to focus on that. It leads to the bigger issue of what you brought up at the beginning of your testimony about temporal association versus causation. So in other words, this young person. Well, I guess it's two different issues. So let me finish with one before we jump to the other. So you have seen examples, and I'm sure there's more than just that one young person. Examples of where patients end up with what would be an otherwise preventable disease because the people around that person haven't been appropriately vaccinated. You've actually seen that for yourself.
Yes, several times.
Several times. Okay. Did you want to share anything about that, or have we?
Yeah. I mean, I think just it's important to know that these diseases are still out there. Measles, pertussis, varicella. We heard from a mom about that before, and then mumps, like I mentioned. So it's not just ideas. They're still around.
Yeah. Okay. And I appreciate that. And again, I think we need to put more of a focus on that, but anyhow, I want to get back to something that you mentioned at the beginning about temporal association versus causation. Could you educate me a little bit about that? Again, I want to take up a lot of time, but what should I know about that?
Yeah, so I think this is something we talk about a lot with the MMR vaccine. Because there has been a lot of discussion about the MMR vaccine and potentially causing autism, even though there's research that's been starting to show that autism likely develops in the womb. But the symptoms of autism begin around the time that a child would receive the MMR vaccine, just because that's the time that it's scheduled for, and schedules of vaccine are based on immunology, and I won't bore you all with all the details about why we give them at certain times, things we learn in our classes. But so it's something that a parent sometimes attach to because it's something really memorable. They brought their child in for a visit, they get a vaccine. Fever is a very common thing that happens after a vaccine because it's your immune system naturally responding. If any of you all have received the COVID vaccine, you might have gotten a fever or some other symptoms after your second dose, which is a sign of your immune system responding. And then, people can remember those things. And then, shortly after, if their child was going to develop autism, which is not related to the MMR vaccine, that research has already been done. It's been debunked, but it's just that those things happen around the same time. And you know, it's very sad for parents. I really feel for parents who've gone through all of that. And this is not me trying to say anything like negative about those parents. I think dealing with an autism diagnosis is extremely difficult. And I think, so, you know, they're trying to find any explanation at all. And I think that's just like a very memorable one, and it's just related in time. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the vaccine caused it. And there's just been, there was information that was available and put out there about the relationship. So, but it was just more related to the time frame that just happened to be due to when we know the symptoms of autism develop.
I see. So the temporal association was mistaken for causation. Is that the short way of putting it?
Yeah, and sometimes also there's, you know, other things that can, you know, people sometimes think that they receive a vaccine and then a while later something else happens. Sometimes those things end up in VAERS as well. But this happens with all sorts of things. You know, you know, something happens and we think it could be related to something else. It's sort of human nature to tack on to like events that we remember. So sometimes vaccines can be those things.
I see. Okay. Again, I don't want to belabor it, but I really appreciate you bringing that up, and I appreciate the explanation. So thank you very much, and again, best of luck to both of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Summers.
Yes, good evening. This is for Kyle. I'm going to try to follow the rules here on the speaker order so that we don't have complaints of people cutting the line. So I heard the story about the baby, and that is a, you know, tragic outcome for somebody waiting for a transplant catching the mumps, I think you said. But if that child is in the hospital, that child is not exposed to children in school that have a religious exemption. So therefore, that would mean to me that if that child is in the community or in the hospital, that transmission of catching that disease must have happened in that location. And therefore, it leads me to think that maybe adults should have to be vaccinated and have titers for these kinds of diseases, because what this bill is talking about tonight is about removing a religious exemption that a very small population of people in Connecticut are taking because of their religious beliefs for some vaccines. And so your story, albeit, you know, tragic, doesn't fit into kids that are in school. A child that had a religious exemption in a school is not the causation of that particular incident. And I understand that you're trying to underscore that vaccines are important, and I think they are important too. But this bill tonight that we're talking about has the potential to displace 10,000 students from school. And it does not have the potential to necessarily increase the vaccination rate, because those kids are just pushed out of school. That doesn't mean they're going to get vaccinated out in the community or homeschooled. They're still in the community. They're still in the grocery store. So my question to you as a just about doctor, I'll put it that way, fourth year medical student, is don't you think that there should be a push for education on vaccines to be able to reimburse doctors to have a conversation about vaccines, the pros and the cons, rather than pushing students out of school and their right to an education based on information that, you know, we cannot prove that an unvaccinated child taking a religious exemption has ever caused an infection. That's what this bill is about. So can you speak to that, the education portion? You all clearly are educated throughout your entire med school training. My husband's a doctor, so I understand you're learning it all the time. It's not like you take a 6-hour class and it's over. It's constant, and you're constantly learning it. But don't you think that there should be a push to really educate those who maybe don't understand vaccines as well as you do, or understand, you know, the pros and the cons, rather than coming in and saying everybody has to be vaccinated or you can't get an education in the state of Connecticut?
So first, just to clarify that the patient that my wife was talking about was 11 years old and was in the community and was going to school. So he did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was a baby.
No, I think that was a good one, but anyways,
To answer your question though, we're advocating on behalf of this bill here. So I wouldn't say that we would advocate for education instead of this, but we absolutely advocate for education in addition to this. And that's something that we're taught in medical school, to have conversations and to educate our patients on, what has been shown to be effective, what the studies have proven over the years. And in this case, that vaccines are safe and that they prevent the spread of these severe diseases.
Okay, thank you. So you would agree that doctors should have conversations or have the time to have the conversation with their patients about vaccines? Because if you go to a pediatrician's office, that I can't imagine, I have 3 children of various ages, that never happens. It's like time for your vaccine and the nurse comes down and gives you an injection before you really have a chance to even have a conversation. So one of the things that we're interested in doing is mandating that clinicians would be compensated for that consultation on vaccines, so they could have an in-depth conversation with the parents that may be hesitant or maybe don't know enough about vaccines, so they could have that time to go over all the pros and cons. And many of us think that that was actually a better way to increase the vaccination rate, because if you look at where we're falling below where you'd want us to be at the 95% vaccination rate, in those schools, there are no exemptions taken. There's no exemptions. So those kids are just not getting vaccinated. They're just not complying. So that's one of the things that many of us feel very strongly about, rather than coming in and saying, we're going to displace all these students that'll then be pushed to the community or homeschooled and they'll never get vaccinated. So I thank you for that. And I thank you for being here tonight, Kyle, and thank you for your testimony, and good luck in whatever your choices are in your match that's coming up. I know that's an exciting time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Dauphinais, I believe, for the second time.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. And I just a couple more questions, if I might. Both of you are medical students, right? You're not doctors.
Correct.
Yeah, and both of you are medical students. Okay, Kyle, these questions are specifically for you. How many hours of vaccine training do you get in medical school?
Again, I mean, that's hard to estimate. I can't give you a concrete number.
5, 10, 2 days, 8 hours?
I think he answered that,
yeah,
Representative.
Okay. Are you getting course credit for speaking today?
No.
Okay, thank you. And can you please provide the curriculum that you trained with in school about vaccines?
What in particular are you looking for?
All of it, whatever curriculum that you've been given. I'd like to be able to review that. You probably don't have it today, but you can send it to us. Can you?
Sure, I'm sure you could contact the medical school as well.
Yeah, you'd have to get it from you.
Could you send that to us so that we have that? We'd like to be able to review what that curriculum is, if you don't mind, or I would.
Yeah, I mean, I can put you in contact with someone at least. I don't know if I can personally provide the curriculum.
Okay, thank you for your answers and thank you for your time.
No problem.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you both for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next is 192, Christy Gogan. Christy, I see you there, but you're on mute.
Can you see me now?
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking the time to meet with us. I have a testimony written, but I first have to address what just went on with Kyle and Allie. What we as parents deal with in trying to support our children in their health is exactly what we just saw. Being denied that what we see and what we know in our children isn't real, it isn't true, and it's so frustrating for us as parents to feel like we can go to a doctor and say, sorry, I'm worked up right now, and say to them, this is what's going on with my child, this is very difficult, and they go, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, and you just see it as a connection, and it's not really a connection that's there, and it's not true, because we know our kids. We know our kids, so please understand that exactly what we just saw is what we deal with consistently when we go and we try to support and help and defend our children from anything further happening to them than has already happened. And I want to apologize to all the parents who do have vaccine injured children from doctors like that or med students who say, no, that's not actually real and that's not actually true, because we know our children. So I just needed to acknowledge that, because it was very upsetting to sit through like 45 minutes of watching that. And I am here, obviously, to express my opposition of these two bills. I am here in support of our constitutional rights as citizens of the state to choose what we feel is best for our children based on our beliefs. I understand that how some of you feel today is in direct opposition to how I feel, and many of us feel on this side of the issue. However, that being said, can I ask that you please put yourself in our shoes, keep an open mind, and try to understand why this issue is so important to us as parents. May I ask that you please try not to already have your minds made up. Not yet, as the future of how our children experience their lives is in your hands. Do any of you personally know a child, even just one out of the 10,000 or so, that will be affected if you pass the removal of religious exemption? If you do, have you talked to them about how it would affect them to not be able to go to school, to not be able to be with their friends, to not partake in sports or clubs or any extracurricular activities, which I know for me forms so much of who I am today? If you don't, how about a child that's participating in distance learning? Have you taken the time to talk to them personally about how challenging it is to not actually be in the school building this year and not be in person with their friends? I say all of this because I believe there's ample opportunity under the current conditions for you all to be able to have at least one personal, real conversation besides the kids testifying right now with a child about how taking them away from their school and friends has affected them. So please take the time to have that conversation and then think about how your choice and how you vote will permanently have this effect on our children in this state. For me personally, our 5-year-old son Quinn wants nothing more than to be in school with his friends, learning and playing. We
Sorry,
decided,
excuse me, you hit your 3-minute time limit.
in wrapping up, I'm going to ask that you understand that taking away religious exemption in this state in the long run will cause families to have to move out of the state and will cause families to be separated from each other and from our friends and from our way of life that we know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Hold on 1 minute, please. Representative Betts, go right ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things that you mentioned. And when I'm at hearings, a lot of times I listen to both sides because I don't know the issue that well, and we try to be open-minded. But there is one thing that has struck me through this entire hearing, and that is I've not been in your shoes, and I've not had to live by this on a day-by-day basis. I am a parent, and I know the responsibility, but I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of being put in the position of knowing what's best for you by way of a law. I would far prefer to see the education and the communication be between the parents and the physicians and your peers. But I think you make a very good point. Most of us have not been in your position, and I can obviously understand the emotion that you're experiencing, and I just appreciate your staying up this late to share that with us. And I think your point is, from my perspective, very well taken, and I'm really looking at it I'm trying to look at it from your perspective. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate you being willing to do that.
Thank you, Representative Betts. I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for being with us and staying with it so late.
Thank you guys
Appreciate
for
it.
doing this. I appreciate it.
Let me just check and see. Is Jonathan Herb here? Number 191. People are texting me, telling me that we skipped you, but I'm being told you're not in the room. We'll try to figure it out. Let's move on to Elena Scalfani. Elena, go right ahead. I see you there, but you're on mute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Elena. Thank you. Go right ahead.
My name is Elena Sclafani. I've been a resident of Sanford, Connecticut for 25 years. I strongly oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I am the mother of 4 unvaccinated sons. It is my religious belief not to vaccinate my children. I have the right to choose not to inject vaccines made with aborted fetal tissues into the bodies of my children. If you refuse to allow healthy, non-vaccinated children to get an education, why would it be fair to ignore that most or all of the adult staff in the schools, like the teachers, paraprofessionals, custodians, coaches, and security, are allowed to be in the building without their vaccinations? When they were young, there were only about a half dozen vaccines required, not like the 72 doses recommended by the CDC that they are today. Having a religious exemption has served Connecticut 60 years with no problem. There's never been an outbreak. The religious exemption option works for the majority of America, 45 states. What makes Connecticut so special that it feels the need to be an outlier? In closing, I'd like to remind you that health comes from above down, inside out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands raised. So thank you so much. And thank you for being up so late with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I'm still trying to find out if Jonathan Herbie's there. We'll keep trying to find him. In the meantime, we're on number 194, Melissa Hobson. Melissa, if you're with us, and then followed by 195, Heather Graveline.
Ready?
Go right ahead. Yes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Hobson. I live in Shelton. I oppose both House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 5568. If you've been listening to people giving testimony today, there's overwhelming opposition on this bill. The majority of Connecticut is against this bill. Please listen to your constituents. According to my deepest beliefs, I cannot willingly plunge a needle filled with known toxins, carcinogens, aborted fetal DNA, foreign DNA, and other substances into my child's body in order to get them through the school doors. The very thing that we are trying to prevent by going through with vaccination, things such as illness, disability, and even death, are adverse effects of vaccinations themselves. They're listed right on the inserts. How can we advocate for the prevention of illness, disability, and death while simultaneously requiring administration of products that can and do cause equally as serious adverse effects? Vaccine injury is real. The risk of vaccines are silenced unless you search it out for yourself. The removal of the religious exemption seeks to close the school doors to only a certain group of children. This will discriminate and segregate children based solely on their immunization records due to religious beliefs and deny these children access to education. If the government can dictate who, what, where, when, why, and how we are allowed to practice our religion, then how free is religion? It's not. You're clearly stating that this panel and the government have more sovereignty over our religion and our bodies than we do as individuals. To that, I say no. These bills will directly impact the lives of both my 5-year-old who wishes to enter kindergarten in the fall, my 2.5-year-old who is supposed to begin preschool in the fall, any future children we hope to be blessed with one day, and thousands of other children living in Connecticut. You're trying to force families to comply with vaccination or be denied education. Some of these children will be adversely affected by vaccines. Who could die? Who will develop seizures? Who will develop eczema? Who will develop asthma? Who will develop an autoimmune disorder? And then who will be held liable? The vaccine maker, the physician, or the office administering the vaccine? You on this panel and the Connecticut government wanting to mandate these vaccines? No, no one's liable. Medicine is not one size fits all, and someone will be injured at a forced hand. Vaccination should absolutely be choice. The religious exemption has allowed children to coexist in our schools for the last 60 plus years. There's no reason to change this. We signed the form knowing our children will be asked to stay home for a period of time should an outbreak occur. We don't have any data proving outbreaks of diseases with immunizations against them linked directly and solely to unvaccinated children in our schools as the root cause. Doesn't Connecticut have the highest vaccination rates anyways? This seems like a political agenda guised as public health. It seems like this bill is being used to make good on lobbyist interest at the expense of our children and the rights of our own religious freedoms. Please choose people over politics. All children, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, disability, medical history, or religion, deserve to have a seat in the classroom. In regards to the other states that have removed the religious exemptions, I offer the old adage: if your friends jump off a bridge, would you? It doesn't matter what other states are doing or have done. It matters what Connecticut is doing.
You hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Sure. These bills are coercive. These bills are discriminatory. These bills are unconstitutional. Stop these bills. I do not consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to thank you for your time. Thank you for being up so late with us tonight. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move to 195 Heather Graveline.
Hi, my name is Heather Graveline. Today, I am here to urge you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568 in any form. I'm sorry that my voice is shaking. I'm a mother that has 2 sons with significant disabilities. I oppose this bill because it violates parental rights. I'm sorry. You know what? I can't read this right now. For one, I have dyslexia myself, and when I'm upset, I just cannot read. So that's my own challenges. To sit here and listen to the fact that I have severely injured child, okay? I'm going to go against everything that I believe in. I have been a special education advocate for the past 15 years in Connecticut. I have serviced hundreds of families to get an education. I have been to hundreds and thousands of hours of meetings to help my children and other people's children. I have gone through obscene amounts of hours in educational realms, sitting with doctors, collaborative meetings, mental health collaboratives, everything for 15 years now. I have an injured child. No, it's not some made up thing in my head. My son had a vaccination, well, 2 in the same day, that were 3 combined at the same time. That day, he ended up with high fevers, welts all over his body, vomiting, diarrhea, and he stopped everything. He could not nurse. He could not sit up. He couldn't look at us anymore. He couldn't play. He cannot speak. He's 13 years old. He's going to be 14. I have been changing diapers for 17 years straight, and I have 2 children, and there is no one here to help me. And if you try to mandate the fact that you want my kids to get more vaccinations, all of you have lost your minds. There is not one thing that anyone can tell me to change the fact that my kids have something in their body that makes it so that they react to things. My son is allergic to the sun. He's allergic to the ocean. He's allergic to 11 foods, medications, chemicals, every single thing under the damn sun in the earth, okay? I get 2 hours to 4 hours of sleep every night of my life for 13 to 14 years. And not one person cares. And do you know that every single time I go to a school meeting, I have to fight for my kid to have a right in a classroom and not be segregated? And now you're trying to tell me that I am going to be forced to again segregate my child even more? It is absolutely appalling that there is injured families and children in this state and no one cares. You sit here like it doesn't impact anyone. And guess what? No one helps me fund anything in my life. And remote learning is not appropriate for anyone in special education. My son needs 11 certified therapists, teachers, and paraprofessionals.
3-minute mark.
My other son is a senior and he wants to go to college. He has had some vaccines. We were pro-vaccine before this, actually, and now we're pro-choice. I think anyone who wants to get them should, but my son, who is a senior in high school, we've been working all day every day for 10 years through special education services to get him ready for college. And now that's the time in his life when he's supposed to go, and he might not be able to go because his religious exemption might get taken away. It's absolutely absurd to me. He has every right to an education just like everyone else. This is segregation. I deal with that on a daily basis. I get told that my kids in my family are trying to kill immunocompromised people. We are immunocompromised. We're allergic to everything now. I have 5 autoimmune disorders myself. If anyone wants to ask me any questions, I am totally open for that. But it's absurd. I've had to resign from my job to homeschool and be a paraprofessional. I am a 24-hour caregiver. I am doing the job of occupational therapist, speech therapist, every single behavior analyst. That has fallen on me. For a whole year, I didn't get any services from my school district.
I'm going to have to stop you there, and I'm really sorry to have to do that, because I really feel for you. It sounds like you've been through quite a lot.
I need to know that my kids, like, we need help. It is just appalling for anyone to say that they're going to mandate something on my family even more. We did that. We have sacrificed our lives for everyone else already.
Just 1 minute, okay? Because somebody has a question for you, okay? Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. And Heather, I just wanted to let you know that you are being heard tonight. And I thank you for all of the great work that you have done. And I just want you to go away from this hearing tonight knowing that we're listening to you and I've heard what you have said. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Heather. Can you just elaborate a little bit on maybe some of the where you said you need help? What have you done to reach out, and how have you not gotten that help, and be a little more specific?
Well, I've reached out to
I'm sorry, wait 1 minute before you answer. Representative Dauphiné, I've been asked to stay just to the what the bill we're discussing is. So I'm not sure that question, although I know it's heartfelt, and I know that we're all feeling for you, Heather, that it's really not germane to what we're here to talk about today in terms of the bill. So
can I comment?
If you have a question about the bill, or that's fine.
I'll rephrase. So what help would you lose if we lost the religious exemption? Can you talk to that?
Yes, I would. Like I said, I would lose every single service, therapy that my kids need, behavior services, mental health services. Right now, we are in limbo with our pediatrician. I tried to get, I know this is a taboo conversation right now, but I tried to get a mask exemption for my son. He has an allergy where heat reacts to him and he can go into anaphylaxis. So covering his face is not a good idea. He also, has been diagnosed with autism. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. But you can't keep anything on him. You're lucky if he's wearing clothes every day. So because I asked for that, I basically was kind of like locked out of my pediatrician's system. And I said, well, what about vaccinations? Because we've been there for 17 years. I've never had a problem with my pediatrician supporting me in any sort of way. When you have kids with significant disabilities, there's a handful of doctors in this state that actually have a clue what they're doing or how to make a referral to get things covered for insurance or anything like that. And I was told when I asked, what about vaccinations? Because, everything's changing right now in the world. They said, you should probably just go find another pediatrician's office. And I have actually been trying to find someone that will take us, and I have not come up with anyone in Connecticut. My son's health conditions are so significant that CCMC has told me that they cannot see us. We were in a referral to go to Boston's, but that fell through because of COVID. It is absolutely appalling. And we need as much support as possible. We cannot get kicked out of school. That is the only thing that we rely on. And right now, like I said, we are doing remote learning from my son that cannot speak. It's absurd. And, we're lucky if we can get him to look at a screen for 5 minutes a day, 5 minutes, 3 times a week. That's his education, right? It's a wonderful experience. And that just started a couple of months ago when the school was finally mandated basically with COVID guidelines to do something. So I have been basically a mom home with him 24 hours with no services and nothing. And doctors that don't want to support us anymore all of a sudden in our lives. And I just don't even know what to do. And then my whole other son's dreams about going to college, he might not even be able to go to college. And we've been working every day for that. I had to resign from my job, and we will have to move because our family can't make it. This is going to make it or break it for us. We cannot get any services if we lose that, because you cannot find healthcare providers, mental health providers, behavior analysts, anything like that in the northeast corner of Connecticut. I supported 500 families for my work for the past 7 years. There's hardly any services out here. It's scarce and it's challenging already. So when you add wait lists and all these things, it's unbelievable.
So the services that you would lose would be ones that have been tied to education.
Yes, through FAPE. Yeah, because I would really like to know how, everyone is going to decide to keep special ed kids in school and provide FAPE for them through IDEA. That hasn't been said today or in any form, that I've read or document on how that's going to happen.
Okay. Well, thank you, Heather. Thank you for your answers and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. We will not comply.
Thank you, Heather. Just a minute. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Heather, for your conversation. And my youngest son has dyslexia, so I understand your struggles in that regard. I do have a really quick question. I hear you talk about him wanting to go to college and then you're afraid of the vaccine schedule. Have you looked at the universities and their requirements of their own vaccine schedules, regardless of what this conversation is?
I have. My oldest son also has been diagnosed with many things. I'm trying to be mindful of my kids' needs because I'm a huge advocate for self-advocates and their rights to, not have their information out there. There are certain schools he wants to attend, and some of them I understand, if they're private or not, whatever, they all have different guidelines. We've looked into all of that. I just don't want the government infringing or creating barriers for my family or my kids or their kids. It just comes down to that. I've never seen so many barriers being put up in one realm of a topic for so many different areas of someone's life.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make it, I guess for the record, more than anything else, that universities and colleges have their own rules.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you hadn't, I was just recommending that you had started to look
Mm-hmm.
into that, because if it is in fact something that you wanted to do, I know that even though my kids were up to date on their vaccines, when it was time for university, they still
Mm-hmm.
had to go get a couple of other ones because that was what their school required.
Right.
But I understand where you're at, and please don't think that what you are saying falls on deaf ears. And thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank
Be
you.
safe.
And
Good luck to you all.
The other thing is right now, my oldest son, he is the only other trained human being that could possibly take care of my youngest son. If something happens to me and my husband, there's no one for him, and he'll be a ward of the state. And guess what? He'll just be medicated and no one will care about him. He'll live in a group home or something like that. We can't chance that. We can't chance any more for anyone. I can't sacrifice they can't sacrifice any more for anyone else's health. And I think that's what it comes down to. I am constantly told that we are harming others when we're not. We don't have these diseases that are for the vaccinations. I did my rightful thing, which everyone told me I needed to do when I was a very young mom. And look what happened. Our whole life is hardship and stress. And I couldn't even explain what we go through every day to any of you. There's nothing that can make you understand how we live every day.
Well, thank you very much for staying up and being with us tonight, especially with everything else that you have to deal with. We really appreciate you being here. And as so many of us have said, it has not fallen on deaf ears. Oh, just a minute. Representative Betts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, you know, my heart goes out to you because I said a little bit, maybe a couple hours earlier, none of us, frankly, have ever been in the position that many of the people who've been giving testimony tonight, and especially what you've just said tonight. And no matter what we say, we have not lived with it or dealt with the stress that you do 7 days a week, 7 nights a week. And I am really listening very carefully to that because even though I have not lived through that, it does not mean that we should be taking a role to make it more difficult for you, because it's hard enough on a daily basis. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not a big believer in passing laws. I'd rather have people be brought together through education and find out what works and what doesn't. But believe me, we may not be living in your daily life, but honest to goodness, you know, we fully understand the potential damage this is going to do to you and a lot of other families. So thank you for staying up so late. It's extremely important to know this. I don't want to make a decision and avoid. So thank you for staying up to inform us on what the impact could be on you and your kids. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank Ms. Graveline very much for being here and for sharing your experience and your perspective. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Thanks.
Next, we're going to go to Jonathan Herb. I know I'm not pronouncing your last name correctly. Are you there?
Actually, you nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it. HRYB Herb. Thank you.
Are you kidding me? That's a first for me. Go right ahead. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me tonight. Heather, I'm deeply moved by your testimony, and I'm honored to stand in opposition of HB 6423 and SB 568. I hear you, girl. And I'm standing by you on this thing. I'd like to take this time to read the testimony of Leanne Ducat. So here we go. This is from Leanne. Hello, I am Leanne Ducat, and I'm the founder of Informed Choice Connecticut, which has almost 2,000 members. After networking with almost all of them, I can tell you that this bill will absolutely backfire. You may not like it or what I have to say, but I'm right. Please reference the written testimony submitted by John W. Travis, medical doctor, who clearly delineates just how bad removing the religious exemption was for the state of California. In a nutshell, families fled, Democrats became vilified. Many parents chose homeschool instead, costing the public education system enormous amounts of money. Most concerning was the sharp increase in special needs, as the catch-up schedule was too much for some children to safely handle. The same will happen here in Connecticut. This will impact thousands of children, families, teachers, and grandparents. It will disproportionately affect low-income and minority populations. Last year, this issue garnered the longest public hearing in state history. And this year, more people than ever before signed up to speak at a public hearing. I'm going to repeat that for my own sanity here. Last year, this issue garnered the longest public hearing in state history. And this year, more people than ever before signed up to speak at the public hearing. I'm going to continue in Leanne's words here. A petition with 15,000 signatures to postpone the virtual hearing was submitted and dismissed. There's 11,000 people on a petition pleading with the state pleading with the Senate to kill these bills. The majority of these people are trying to tell you this will not work. Listen to them. I urge you to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423 because you're supposed to solve problems, not create them. Thank you, Leanne, Kat, and Leanne, thank you for your testimony and your hard work with Informed Choice Connecticut. You are a blessing, and I thank all of you for your time this evening and staying up and seeing this hearing through. I'm honored to be part of this effort here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience in figuring out how to get you on and what the problem was. So appreciate you hanging in there with us. Have a good evening. Next up is Joseph Bennett.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Hi, so I'm a father of 2 healthy children, and I'm voicing my opposition for both House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. Our family was removed from a pediatric office for 1 vaccine, declining 1 vaccine. So I feel everyone's pain here. So with that said, the religious exemption data that you got from the schools last year is flawed because not everybody that uses religious exemption is fully unvaccinated. Many of these kids are partially unvaccinated. So it's very difficult to get the herd immunity from that data, especially when talking about the measles vaccine. So that brings me to another thing. I mean, what we're looking at here is craziness, totally getting all these kids out of school for all the vaccines. You look at the state of Washington, they have a philosophical exemption and a religious exemption. And they've done it. They've gotten rid of the philosophical exemption for just the MMR vaccine because they were concerned about measles immunity. So that's another option that we could do in the state. And then people don't need to worry about adding future shots and everything in the future. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Just there's a lot of other options out there. We don't need to do this extreme. It's like the nuclear option to kick 10,000 kids out of school. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bennett. I don't see any questions, so have a nice evening. Get some sleep.
Thanks.
Thank you for being with us so late.
Thanks.
Next, we have Jackie Lake.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you, Jackie. Go right ahead.
I'm Jackie Latch from Hebron, Connecticut. Before I start, I'd just like to state that this 24-hour virtual public hearing is disdainful, and many people are going to be silenced by this, more than 1,000 people who signed up alone. But I'm here to oppose both bills HB 6423 and SB 568 in any form. I sat here till 4 a.m. last year to give my testimony and tell my story. Clearly, it didn't matter because we're back here again. I shared my story then, and I'm not going to repeat it. Some of the reps here support keeping the religious exemption and upholding the Constitution. For those of you, I thank you for your strength to stand your ground. Some reps here are already decided in support of these bills and so quick to kick thousands of healthy kids out of school and discriminate and segregate a large group of people due to their religious beliefs. I honestly have nothing to say to you guys. For those reps that are undecided, there are so many things for you to consider, I'm sure. But the big one, the one that trumps everything else, is does this bill line up with the views of our Constitution? The answer is no, which means as an elected official whose job it is to uphold the Constitution, you must vote no. This is your duty. Stay strong to your oath. Protect the Constitution and all of our freedoms. Stand firm against the pressures of your fellow committee members and political party expectations. Be your savior of this state and country and vote no. I am also going to be reading a fellow freedom fighter's testimony. My name is Ashley Robert, and I am a CT resident residing in Middletown. I am here in opposition of bills HB 6423 and SB 568. I do not have any school-age children, nor will I be greatly impacted should these bills be passed. I am simply here to voice my concern as these bills go against our very basic freedoms of religion and choice. The passing of these bills is just plain wrong and would be taking our state in a backwards direction. As a human being and a tax-paying citizen of this state, I believe prohibiting children from going to school and being able to get the educational benefits afforded to them by the very taxes I pay is not just wrong, but actually creating a different form of segregation. Choosing between one's religion and philosophical beliefs and one's education should not even be a conversation when, as a society, we have worked so hard to create diversity, inclusion, and acceptance. This becomes a slippery slope. Are adults going to be sought after next? Are other groups going to come lesser than others? Let's not take this state in a backwards direction. These children are not a threat to you, to me, or any of their peers or school workers. Do what is right here and defend freedoms. I hope you are listening, and I hope your rights are never put on the chopping block like these parents are facing today. Say no to bills HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for staying up so late with us tonight to give us your perspective. I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Have a good sleep. Next is number 202, Amber Gomes, followed by 203, John Reed. Amber, are you with us? Go right ahead.
I'm here.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to testify tonight. My name is Amber Gomes. I am a registered nurse and a Doctor of Nursing Practice student. I am testifying today to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Are you aware vaccine makers are exempt from liability if adverse reactions were to occur? Are you aware that pediatric patients in Connecticut are routinely denied health care based on their religious creed related to their vaccine status? The removal of the religious exemption is not only an infringement on our constitutional rights, but also an ineffective and coercive way to increase vaccination rates. What is the point of informed consent when the decision is already made for you? Consent due to coercion is not consent. When parents feel strongly about not vaccinating, you're unlikely to increase vaccination rates by removing a religious exemption. You are merely holding their education hostage and disenfranchising them. A small percentage of Connecticut residents utilize the religious exemption, and if you were to remove it, those children would be denied their rights to a free education. Some families would homeschool, some families would vaccinate under duress, and other families would move, becoming religious refugees. Notice how none of these conclusions change a person's religious beliefs. This also puts providers in an uncomfortable position, as they will now have to vaccinate those who do not wish to be vaccinated, but do so only under duress. I strongly feel as a medical professional that the relationship between a provider and a patient is sacred. Shared decision-making between a patient and their provider is invaluable, and this authoritarian approach is counter to current progressive trends in the healthcare industry. If patients do not trust their providers, they will not see their providers. We will then miss out on important healthcare opportunities, which could include education about vaccinations and the risk versus benefit. A simple strep throat can become endocarditis in a child whose parent is scared to see their provider. A missed PHQ-9 screening can be the difference between a 12th birthday and a funeral. Primary care saves lives. By undermining that relationship, you are risking lives. As Senator Huang just mentioned a few testimonies ago, the government should be supporting choices of providers and their parents, not mandating them. I'm strongly against the removal of the religious exemption. You will not accomplish what you hope to accomplish in increasing vaccination rates. You will only create more distrust in parents and families with their providers. I believe everyone should have a choice. This is regressive legislation that segregates children based on their religious creed. I urge you to reconsider your decision to remove the religious exemption and hope to have made an impact here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amber. I'm Senator Kushner. I took over for a bit of the chairing, and I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, we have number 203, John Reed. Is John here? Okay, I don't see him. So we'll go to Alan Barker. I did see Alan here.
Good evening, Public Health Committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alan Barker. I'm a resident of Woodstock, Connecticut, and I have 2 elementary age children who attend public school. I strongly oppose both Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. As many concerned parents, citizens, and representatives have already stated, these 2 bills discriminate against the religious rights of families and their children here in Connecticut. Not one single person here today can say with 100% certainty that these vaccines do not have or will not have an adverse effect on my children now or in the future. Not one single pharmaceutical company can be held accountable for causing serious side effects. So why are Connecticut legislators so persuaded to push vaccines and remove the religious exemption from families who only make up 2.5% of the education population of school-aged children here in Connecticut, when you claim you are only looking for a 95% vaccine effective rate? Why close yourselves off to this moral responsibility? Why the big push to take away the religious exemption? Pharmaceutical companies spend far more money than any other industry to influence politicians, and you sit here today in hopes to make us believe that these bills are intended to help protect the children of Connecticut. I believe there are other motives for these bills. These bills are about stripping away religious freedoms and liberties. It's about compliance and government overreach. It's a slippery slope, and if passed, the state of Connecticut will not just stop with vaccines. I refuse to allow the state of Connecticut to tell me that I must force my children to be pumped with agents such as formaldehyde, metals, lung tissue from aborted fetus, strains of dead or live virus itself, and other harmful chemicals. As my children's advocate, I'm the one solely responsible to make an informed decision on if a vaccine is appropriate for them or not. My family and I put our trust in the Lord, not the state of Connecticut or its legislators. 1 Corinthians 6, scriptures, verses 19 through 20, New Living Translation. Don't you realize your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit who lives in you and was given to you by God? You do not belong to yourself, for God bought you with a high price, so you must honor God with your body. Not one ingredient in any of the vaccines of that Connecticut wants me to pump into my child's body honors God in any way. The state of Connecticut does not get to force me to vaccinate my children by threatening to take public education away from them. The state of Connecticut does not get to force an agenda on its citizens, which in turn causes financial, educational, and emotional hardships on Connecticut families.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Are you finished?
I'm not. I had my computer froze on me.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you. Continue.
No one here today should have to go against their core values and beliefs in order to conform to the state of Connecticut. Our children should not be persecuted based on their parents' religious beliefs. If these bills are passed, many families will leave the state of Connecticut just as our ancestors left England, and I would not blame them in doing so.
Oops,
However,
sorry, Ellen, you hit your 3-minute mark if you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
instead of fleeing, I hope everyone sharing their testimony here today becomes a voice of opposition to each legislator pushing this bill forward. I pray the voices represented on this call today reclaim each town here in the state by attending town meetings, sitting on school boards, running for local office, and that they take the state back from the hands of those who refuse to represent the best interest of all the citizens of Connecticut. I thank you all who have testified today and who are about to, and all who have submitted written testimonies. I also thank the public committee for their time and allowing me to provide my testimony. I pray you all vote to oppose these 2 unconstitutional bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to call the next person. I believe the next person on the list is number 208, Caitlin Gable. Caitlin, are you with us?
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
1 second, I'm just getting my, okay. I hope you find yourselves safe and well during this unprecedented time. My name is Kate Gable, and I'm here to ask that you please oppose Bill HB 6423 and Bill SB 568. As a mother of 2 small boys, I fear a world in which they have the potential of being excluded from an in-person school experience based on their vaccination status. Together with my son's pediatrician, we do follow the CDC vaccination schedules, but we do not condone the choice of a parent being stripped away by the government. It is our right and duty to make private medical choices for ourselves and our children. As mothers and fathers, together with our trusted medical providers, we know what is best for our families. We do not need politicians getting involved where we do not welcome their input, specifically what does or does not go into my children's body. This is a matter of ethics, and telling a parent that their child must be vaccinated to do XYZ is a slippery slope. It also opens up a door for the COVID vaccine to be mandated for children down the road, which is very new and I can assure you is very concerning for parents everywhere. Please speak up for the children who cannot and for the parents who believe in choice and oppose these two bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. And just give me 1 minute to see, I don't see any hands up. Thank you for being with us tonight. And I'm going to go to the next person on the list. I believe the next one that is in the room is Allison Nicolosi, and that's number 212.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
No.
Here comes my husband to the rescue, but I don't think it's going to work. All right, well, I will just talk anyway then. So good evening, Public Health Committee. My name is Allison Nicolosi. I'm testifying today in opposition of SB 568 and HB 6423. I have been a full-time Connecticut resident for the past 7 years. I am a wife, a mother of 2 young children under the age of 4, and a Yale-educated family psychiatric and mental health nurse practitioner. I would like to start out by saying how honored and humbled I am to have the opportunity to speak here today. I fully acknowledge the responsibility this carries given the hundreds of intelligent and passionate individuals that will never have their testimony heard this hearing. While their voices will not be heard, I do implore each one of you to do your very best to read their testimonies and keep an open mind throughout this process. Among the psychiatric community, we are already seeing the negative impact that forced homeschooling or remote learning on otherwise healthy children is having on their mental health. According to a peer-reviewed research study that was recently published by the American Academy of Pediatrics, there has been a statistically significant increase in suicidal ideation and suicide attempts in youths during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the CDC, there is a 24% increase in mental health-related emergency department visits for children ages 5 to 11, and a 31% increase for children 12 to 17 years old. As clinical research catches up with anecdotal reports, these reports will surely be one of many that identifies the negative impacts that involuntary full or partial removal from a physical academic institution can have on mental health. While these studies report on more severe situations, they do not take into account the rates of subclinical depression, major depression, anxiety, eating disorders, substance abuse, and other disabling mental health conditions, nor do they begin to address the possible increase in mental health conditions that may result to parents forced to homeschool their children. And I haven't even gotten into lack of services for unvaccinated children that require IEPs in schools, or an increase in food insecurity that many children may experience. Is the pandemic of mental illness that our country is facing less important than other pandemics? Are depression and suicide less important than a possible viral illness? Both have the potential to create mass devastation to our country, to each individual affected, and to our overall healthcare system. According to HRSA, as of December 2020, Connecticut only has 13.9% of its mental health needs met. Is Connecticut prepared to meet the increased need for mental health services that these two bills will likely inadvertently result in? You know, I think we're all learning new things from these testimonies, and I would propose that instead of coming after extremely small yet passionate percentage of your population first, it might seem to make more sense to address the students that do not have a religious exemption and are simply non-compliant within the school system's vaccine program, as previous testimonies have pointed out. In addition, it's occurred to me that one of 3 scenarios will likely occur if these 2 bills are passed. 1, the families will move out of Connecticut, which we've heard so often today. 2, the families will decide to vaccinate, which at this point seems unlikely given many people's testimonies. Or 3, the families will homeschool. And with that, hopefully they will do what many pre-existing homeschool families have done, which is join a cooperative or co-op. For those of you who are not familiar with—
Excuse me, sir, you hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Yes, absolutely. These children, we're not going anywhere. Just because they're not in the school and they're not vaccinated does not mean that they're not going to be with other children at gym classes, art classes, dance classes, swim classes, co-ops, meaning that they'll be together with other children in large groups. They're still in our society. We cannot be segregating them. It's not going to change anything. These 2 bills, in my opinion, will accomplish nothing but further alienate and divide our state even more than during a time when our country is already divided. Thank you so much for your time, and I respectfully ask that you please vote to oppose these last two bills.
Thank you, Allison. I do see a hand. Senator Somers.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for your testimony and the work that you do. You know, earlier in probably the late morning, we heard from Dr. Ross, who is an infectious disease doctor, and he was asked point blank, you know, are we at a position here in the state of Connecticut where it's late now, so I don't want to misspeak, but we said, is this the crisis right now that we need to do this now? And he said, no, I don't believe that that's the case right now, that we should educate, we should do other things, and this enforcement or the policing is the last resort. So I wanted to ask you, you know, here we are, the Public Health Committee, we're focused on unvaccinated children that are taking a religious exemption, which is a very small percentage in our school district. When we have children that have not taken an exemption, they're just not vaccinated or not complying, that seem to make up the schools that have the largest under-vaccinated populations. But to put it in perspective, what you just said really rings home, because I think the real crisis we have in the state of Connecticut is with our children, is with mental health. It's not with the risk of having an unvaccinated child in our school become the nidus for infection in the school. Could you speak to that at all? Do you feel that same way?
I'm terrified for our state. I'm terrified for our country. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic is highlighting it. And it's not to say that it's going to happen with these children who are going to be forced to homeschool, because believe me, homeschool children, they can be happy, they are healthy, there's nothing wrong with them. But being forcibly removed from your school, that may have really negative effects. And what we're seeing is that there's a tremendous, tremendous crisis in our country. Children are dying. Why should a child who's 5 years old be going to an emergency department because they want to kill themselves? There is a tremendous issue going on right now that no one is really addressing. 2% of our children being unvaccinated going to school, that's not the issue right now. There are bigger issues and bigger things that we need to be paying attention to, in my opinion.
Right, and our vaccination rates are well within the average, which is 2.5%, and we're right there with very high vaccination rates. So would you agree that maybe a focus to increase vaccination should be more an educational push, and that if this bill goes through and those who have religious exemptions, which again do not include students that are just not complying in some of the areas where there's no exemptions, and they're forced out of school, we've possibly multiplied the mental health problems that we're having, exacerbated those, forcing children out of school. And really, we've done nothing to increase the vaccination rate.
Absolutely.
Because we're just taking outliers and putting them in different category. We're just not counting them anymore. So then our school vaccination rate artificially is inflated.
The children are still there. They're going to be congregating at co-ops. They're going to be going to dance class next to your child who is vaccinated. It doesn't matter. They're not going anywhere unless they're leaving the state, in which case they are. But if you're going to force children to homeschool, they will still be here. Nothing is changing. They're just not in your school.
Right. Thank you very much for your testimony and for staying with us for so long tonight.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, my husband is supposed to be testifying, Anthony Nicolosi. He agrees with me. He's conceding his spot to someone else so that another person can have a chance to speak.
Allison, before you leave, there is another question. So if you'll hang in there for another minute, I see that Representative Daughtry has her hand up.
Absolutely.
Hi, thank you, Senator. I wanted to ask the question with regard to the oversight committee that's in the bill. I'm a little bit confused about exactly what it is, but I do have concerns about what that might morph into. Had you read the bill, and do you have any thoughts on that?
Asking me specifically if I've read the bill, not directly, no.
There's a section in there where it assigns or it makes an oversight committee to look over to evaluate medical exemptions. And there's, I was asking the question earlier on, and Representative Steinberg was trying to clarify, but I wondered, just the idea of having a committee with oversight, does that concern you in any way with regard to medical exemptions? a handful of perhaps medical or physicians, or I don't know who they're assigned to have complete oversight over the state?
I don't want to speak too much to medical exemptions because I'm not a pediatric nurse practitioner, so I don't work very heavily with them, but my understanding is that they're very limited. And so it might be helpful to have someone really understand the full scope of vaccine injury and be able to expand medical exemptions. But I don't think the three categories right now for medical exemptions are sufficient to cover all the children that we heard about today who are being injured and are not feeling protected by the state, by medical exemptions, by religious exemptions. They have no recourse right now. And I think that's what we're hearing a lot of parents concerned about.
Oh, I think I would agree with you if the physicians put on it were individuals that understood the medical exemptions and perhaps were looking to broaden those. But I just didn't know if you had any concerns that it might even limit them more.
I can't imagine it being limited any more than it is. So
Yeah.
Lord help us if that happens, but they need to be expanded if anything.
Okay, thank you for your answers and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. And I just do want to clarify for anyone who is listening, I did hear Representative Steinberg address this issue earlier this evening, and I think he specifically talked about.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said I heard Representative Steinberg earlier today describe this panel as being there to look at the outliers, both those that, I'm sorry, but both, can you guys hear me? Okay, good. Both the outliers that might be not really adhering to general giving out medical exemptions, and also those that were giving them out too frequently. So that was the purpose of the Oversight Board, as I heard Representative Steinberg describe that. But thank you tonight for being with us, Allison, and I'm going to move on. Seeing no hands, I'm going to move on to the next person on the list, who I believe is here, and that is number 215, Jenny Gauthier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Dear Public Health Committee members, my name is Mrs. Jenny Gauthier. I am a mother, a Board of Education member, and a constituent from the 19th Senatorial District. I oppose both proposed bills, House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568. I had the pleasure of listening to our former Commissioner of Education at a convention I attended back in November of 2019. Dr. Miguel Cardona used 3 words in his speech that resonated with me: diversity, inclusion, and equity. I believe that House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568 do not represent any of those words. I believe that all children must have equal educational opportunities, are treated equitably as provided by the laws of state of Connecticut, including, but not limited to, State Statute 10-15C and 46A-58, regardless of gender, alienage, race, color, creed, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. These proposed bills do not cultivate an equity culture. Public policy must assist in maintaining education as a top priority for all children. I oppose any legislation that discriminates and/or segregates. Inclusion, diversity, and equity must be at the forefront of all policies for children. I can't imagine that any legislators are in favor of discrimination against children, especially in this day and age. Legislators need to promote unification, not discrimination, more now than ever. Before closing, I wanted to share some information on expulsions. I thought this might be helpful to the mom that mentioned she would not pull her child out of school and that she will make the school expel her child if proposed bills pass in the General Assembly. So, local school boards must offer an alternative education opportunity to expelled students. Expulsions are prohibited for pre-K through 2nd grade students unless there is a reason to believe that a student possessed a firearm, as the term that is defined in federal statute 18 USC statute 921, in which case the local education agency is required to initiate the expulsion process. And similarly, like I mentioned, same thing for K through 12, with illegal drugs added into the specific statute for that. I ask that all the members of the Public Health Committee please vote no to Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. Thank you for your time. Be well.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you for staying with us so late into the night. I do not see any hands, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, Pazit Edelman, number 217. Pazit, can you unmute? I think he is in the room. Are you there?
Did you call for Todd?
I'm sorry, I didn't see Todd was in the room. I apologize. And I don't see Pazit now either. So Todd, I will call on you next. You're 214.
On behalf of my wife is going to speak for me.
He was asleep. So
I
woke him up.
Okay,
that's okay. I see you now.
Okay, so we both opposed to Bill 568 and Bill 6423. As educators, we are here to speak for our students. We believe that it's our job to provide an education to all children. We also believe that all those children are relying on you to defend their rights for an education and for free religion. I feel like we have exhausted, we've been watching on and on. We would have stayed here for 5 days with you guys if we had to. And thank you for all of you for staying up and for listening to all these families. I've been overwhelmed by the vast majority of families who have testified tonight saying how they are against these bills. These are people who are personally affected by this bill. So I don't think the testimony of Dr. Jack Ross and the testimony from the couple, the young couple from, I believe they were from UConn, medical students, I don't think their testimony gets to compare to all these parents who are telling us about their personal story and how this is going to affect them, how this is going to affect their children, how this is going to affect their family. I feel like we have covered this, and I feel like Senator Sommers has actually come up with a solution where she has restated over and over and over. We need to educate families. We do not need to mandate vaccinations for a small portion of our population that is unvaccinated because of religious reasons. There's a lot of people who are unvaccinated, but not because of religious reasons, right? So can we just educate people? And that way we can have them get the vaccines that they need without persecuting and, I guess, discriminating against people who know what they're doing. They're taking care of their children. It's my job as a teacher to provide an education. It's Todd's job to provide an education, and it's your guys' job to provide their rights. So I know it's late. We've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. I can hardly speak now, but I hope I got my message across. And if I have time, I actually would like, I do want to say 2 more things. 10 years from now, when we all look back at this, what it's going to matter is that those people, those parents who spoke today against this bill, that they were heard. Those are the people that really matter. So I really hope that when this is all over, maybe tomorrow morning, before you guys put your head in your pillow to go to sleep, I really hope you think of those families, because we got to listen to them.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, for the record, will you just identify yourself?
I'm Todd Tatone.
Yes, I know, Todd, you were signed up, but can you just give us your name?
Yes, Camila.
Camila, thank you. Thank you. And, I do see a couple of hands, so let me scroll back for a minute. Sorry for the delay. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. As I've listened to what's been going on for the whole day, a thought has struck me, and that is, it doesn't seem like we've really given education programs a chance to see if that will improve the vaccination rates. and we've seemed to bypass that and go on to the extreme of passing a law. Would you prefer to try and see how an education program might work before we pass a law?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, especially because it seems like the really big portion of the population who is unvaccinated, it's not because of religious exemption. It seems like a lot of them, I don't know, maybe they don't even get to go to the doctors. I actually heard at some point during the day that in some portions of the state, up to 40% of the population is unvaccinated. And it's not because of religious exemptions. So I'm not sure why we're prosecuting a very small portion of our population who has the right to choose that because they have the right to the religion.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
And if we do have a moment, I would like to read an 8th grader letter. She's number.
Can you just hold on 1 minute because we do have another question for you, and that is Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here and making the offer to stay with us for 5 days. Some of us were willing to stay with you for those 5 days. And as much as I'm a parent myself and have 2 kids in the public school system, so I very much appreciate your perspective as an educators. But here's my question for you. Everybody I have heard since 9 o'clock this morning has been very well versed in their position. Whether I agree with them or not is not the issue, but they've been very well versed in their beliefs, in their rationale. Do you think education's going to move the needle at all when everyone who has spoken to us over the last 15 or so hours has been so well versed in the subject area?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. If education would move?
So the Representative Betts asked you before I did if you think education is a component and if you think it would help the vaccination rates. And normally I would say yes, but I'm really curious to see if you've listened to any of the testimony earlier today. Everybody has been very well versed in their beliefs. So do you think any new information to any of the hundreds of folks who've come before us at all would change the vaccination rates or their decisions? I'm just curious for your perspective.
I'm not sure, but at least we gotta try, right? Because we don't know. We don't know why those people are not vaccinated. So we're making assumptions here. I mean, those people might not even be represented here. Like I'm thinking about this portion of the population that it was mentioned at one point today that 40% is unvaccinated, and it's not because of religious reasons. So we don't know because we don't know who these people are. We don't know if they're represented here or not, or if they were represented today. But I think I don't understand why we would mandate something if we haven't used all other methods before.
No, and I appreciate your perspective. And as an aside, just another reason why we're looking to educate folks, why perhaps we shouldn't allow other medical providers to give those vaccines we're talking about. But that's another hearing in another day. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if you have something short you wanted to read, that's fine. But we do have a lot of people still on the list. But if you have something short, go ahead.
Okay. So this was written by Isabel. She's in 8th grade. I'm addressing you today to oppose Senate Bill 568 and 623. First, I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an 8th grader who loves school. At the beginning of the year, I set forth a mission to apply to private schools. I wanted a chance to challenge myself and receive an education that could match my drive to learn. I was so excited and driven to go to this one school that would match my desire, a boarding school in Connecticut. This is a dream of mine. I'm unvaccinated, a personal health choice my family and I made, a choice that was ours to make, no one else. This bill would diminish my chance of achieving my dream. I'm begging you, listen to me. Listen to all these people you have, and we'll oppose this bill today. Consider all the people you will be affecting if you pass this bill. The lives that you will derail. Your job is to secure a promising future for this young American generation, American citizens, and denying us our education is not doing that. I'm not a danger to vaccinated children who believe their vaccination is protecting them. Ironically, I'm probably one of the healthiest children in my school. In the past year, the only time I missed school was for doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, etc. Maybe once or twice in the past year, I missed school because of a stomach ache, but nothing big. I never had a flu. I also have never, I never had a flu. So I said before, I am not, and let me repeat, I am not a danger to kids who believe their vaccination is protecting them. I want to be an architect when I grow up. I want to receive an education. Please consider the thousands of lives you would put it in jeopardy with this bill. Children who will be denied their education and whose lives will be extremely affected. Thank you for your attention. Respectfully, Isabel.
Thank you. And I did see another hand go up. I see Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Senator, and thank you, both of you, for testifying. I just wanted to extend the conversation that Rep. Carpino started. I think she was asking, and I think the point you were making is, I think where it started was for those that have testified today, they have been firmly, steadfast in their beliefs with regard to religion. But there's probably literally hundreds of other children out there that aren't vaccinated, and it could be just a failure to get to the doctors. They may have missed them. We don't really know why, but they're not taking the religious exemption. So I think with regard to education, that's where we would really want to, I think, focus on and find out, perhaps why, and maybe it is just a matter of them not bothering to get caught up or get to the doctors. So I think that's where you were going with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's what we were thinking. And also, I can't imagine how we could possibly pass this bill with all the objections that we heard today. Like, this to me is like, it's beyond my comprehension. I can't understand this, especially because there are other ways that we could reach to the community and help raise the level of immunization, if that would help herd immunity.
Right. I do think that all the people that we heard from today have specifically taken the religious exemption and don't want to lose it. So, but thank you for your answers, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for your work and for listening. And please do take in consideration the voices of all those people who have talked today.
Thank you, Camilla. And I see no other hands, so I'm going to move to number 217, Pazit Edelman. Are you here, Pazit? I see he's on the list, and I'm told he's in the room. And I see you on the screen. I don't know if you can hear me, Pazit. And I may not be saying your name correctly, but your last name is Edelman. Okay. Well, I'm going to go on to the next person since we haven't been able to get through to him. If he comes through, we will go back to him. But next on the list, I see number 221, I believe, is Ellen.
Excuse me, I'm here. I just didn't realize that I was on mute.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Pazit. Go ahead. We can do it now.
Okay. I stayed last hearing when there was a discussion regarding the religious exemption till 7-something in the next morning to testify. And I testified regarding my beliefs, and it seems like some of the legislators, I don't think that they take our beliefs seriously. So I'll just cut to the chase and talk about the risk. Why do we need to be forced to lose our exemptions? And we don't. I oppose these two legislations strongly. According to Physicians for Informed Consent and the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, the status of vaccination of school children should not pose any significant risk. First of all, some immunocompromised, and I had a situation of immunocompromise. One of my children was immunocompromised for a long time while taking steroids for a long time. So I know it from both sides. First of all, immunocompromised can take certain vaccines, the ones without live viruses. They can also get, if God forbid they contract one of those illnesses, they can get immunoglobulin, which is plasma-containing antibodies, and usually they do well, and they can easily recover. And some, if someone is severely immunocompromised, then it would be difficult for them to be at school to begin with, because when someone goes, let's say, through chemotherapy or some other serious illnesses, usually is kept at home, because even strep throat or common cold can really pose danger. Other than that, there is no risk from unvaccinated children to immunocompromised children. And on the contrary, I have here in my written testimony, I submitted links to that show that actually vaccinated children can pose a big problem, and they do. Pertussis, for example, there are articles on the CDC website, and I'm not on my testimony, and I encourage you to look. There are many links, all to credible sources, not conspiracy theorist theory articles, but CDC, FDA, and established medical websites.
You hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Yeah, sure. So I want to conclude that I strongly oppose it, and I wish that you oppose these bills strongly, and let parents make the right choices according to beliefs and according to what they feel comfortable with their pediatrician. And just want to note that I have a list here of the few things that are considered vaccine contraindications by the CDC, and and I have a list of many conditions that are listed on the FDA package inserts of vaccines. That many of them are serious, and for example, we would not be qualified to get an exemption for them.
We've asked that you conclude your remarks. You did have your 3 minutes, and there are a lot of people still on the list. So I do want to say I've not seen any hands go up, and I appreciate you staying on this evening with us so that you could testify. But I'm going to move to the next person on the list, and that is number 221, Ellen Gerasimov. Ellen, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Ellen Gerasimov, and I'm from Stratford, Connecticut. I'm sorry, English is my second language. I'm an American citizen, and I live in the United States already for 15 years. And I hope to be clear as much as possible. So I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423 bills. I came to America as a political refugee, fleeing from the dictatorship in my home country of Belarus. I am devoted Christian, and Jesus Christ is my Lord. To some discussion which I heard with a couple before, they are asking why I have a religious exemption for my son. I really do it because it comes from my heart. And I sincerely believe that by passing these bills, you will take away my religious freedom. Sorry, I'm very emotional. I just wanted to tell you that I know very well from my personal life what it means to live in a country where it's like you cannot celebrate Christmas, You cannot celebrate Easter. It was even forbidden to go to church during the communism regime in Soviet Union time. In 1982, I was just 8 years old, and my school teacher, she found the cross on my neck, and she was so furious. I was questioned by school principal and ashamed in front of the whole school. I was just a little girl and I was so scared. I did fear that I would be expelled from the school and lose all my friends. That fear followed me all my childhood. My religious freedom was stolen from me by the USA communist regime. So when I came to United States, I was so happy and relieved. I thought I would never be afraid to practice my religious anymore. Do you say is the promised land to many refugees like me from all over the world? But now I feel like I'm being cheated. What is the promised land? I worked very hard to get my degree. I'm blessed to have my dream job. I have a beautiful family and I'm proud. I haven't been home for 15 years. My grandparents passed without me. I haven't seen my cousins, no one. I have just my husband and my child here in Connecticut. And I'm proud to call Connecticut my new home. But my son is not vaccinated. And I will not vaccinate him because I sincerely believe it's against my family religious beliefs. He is a very energetic kid who likes exploring the world, learning, playing, discovering.
Excuse me, you hit your 3-minute mark.
Yeah, I will wrap it up. My point is that going to school and to his pre-K is the most wonderful time for my child. And if you pass this bill, my son will not be able to attend any school. And I don't want my child go through the fear and pressure I went through my childhood during a communism regime. If you pass this bill, I will have no options but to leave Connecticut. We will become religious refugees in United States. So I'm asking you, please vote no on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellen. And I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us this evening. And
God bless to everyone.
thank you. And next on our list, we have number 223, Maggie, and I believe it's Butorak. I may have said that incorrectly, Maggie. I apologize.
That's good enough. My name is Maggie Butorak, and I oppose bills SB 568 and HB 6423. I'm grateful to be here today. I'm not an activist or an anti-vaxxer, so I was not here last year, but I have listened to almost all of the testimony today. I am here now because I believe that I have the right to research and make choices about healthcare for my 3 children. My husband and I are the only people with no conflicts of interest whatsoever when it comes to caring for our kids. In my mind, there is some degree of risk in everything we do each day, and the degree of risk varies based on individuals and their individual situations. For example, I am a runner, but sometimes the only opportunity I have to run is after dark. Running at night poses more risk, not only because drivers can't see me as easily, but also because I have a history of ankle injury, and it is much harder for me to see where I'm stepping in the dark, which leaves me more vulnerable to another injury. However, what I've come to know about myself is that not running poses a much greater risk to my mental health and stability than a potential ankle injury would pose to my physical health. I'm a better mother, wife, and friend after some exercise. I have more patience, more enthusiasm, and I yell a whole lot less at my kids. So instead of skipping the run, I put on reflective gear and I stay on the sidewalks. I understand the risk, I manage the risk, and I choose the risk almost every time. I hope the relevance of this comparison is not lost on you. This is how I like to think about raising children. If you asked my kids what my job as their mother is, my eldest would tell you, she wants us to be happy and healthy, which is true. They get vitamins B, C, D, zinc, and elderberry syrup every day. We prioritize outdoor time, exercise, healthy eating, good sleep, limited device and TV time, and strong relationships with family members. I do everything in my power to keep them safe and healthy, and I keep them home at the slightest indication of any cold or cough because I also value the health of their peers. It is all about managing risk. Speaking of their peers, over 97.5% of school children are not currently utilizing religious exemptions. My 7 and 4.5-year-old sons have been vaccinated on schedule, and they are both currently in school. But if I choose not to vaccinate them further and they are forced out of school, what would I tell them? What would I tell our friends? As of now, I opt not to advertise my beliefs about vaccines in social settings, but if my children are not allowed back to school, people will know why. Before I conclude, I want to acknowledge that I do recognize that vaccines are largely effective, and they've been a solution for so many people. Where I take issue is in the assertion that they are safe for everyone and should be mandated. Innumerable people have spoken today about vaccine-injured children. If parents feel strongly that a choice is wrong for their children for any reason, and those parents are able and willing to either homeschool or move to one of the other 44 states that honor non-medical exemptions, I can assure you that that decision is not made easily. In closing, I'd like to say that all of the people here in support of the current religious exemption policy are great parents. Their students are healthy and happy members of our school communities, and it would be deeply discriminatory to exclude them for any reason. Thank you for listening. You can feel free to ask me about my own kids, but I decided not to speak about them specifically in that testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you again for being with us so late into the evening. I don't see any questions, so I am going to move on to the next speaker, and that would be number 224, Mark Lundy.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good?
Go ahead, Mark. We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Mark Lundy. I am opposed to the passage of both SB 568 and HB 6423 on the grounds that each of these pieces of proposed legislation deny the right of bodily autonomy to children, their parents who are acting on as their child's advocate, and adult students. To quote Article 3 from the UNESCO Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, Article 3, Section 1, human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms are to be fully respected. Section 2, the interests and welfare of the individual should have priority over the sole interest of science or society. This is an ethic that both pieces of legislation essentially ignore. If a human being or their advocate has no option to decline a medical intervention from being performed on their own body, then they have no right to bodily autonomy at all. Bodily autonomy is a fundamental human right. Any medical intervention has the potential for unexpected side effects, no matter how slight that they may appear initially. Assuming a medical risk of any kind requires the informed consent of those taking the risk or their advocate. The concept of human rights exists to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. If we are going to deny the right of bodily autonomy to the most vulnerable members of our society, then our rights are of no value at all. You have my gratitude for your time and attention during these early morning hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I do not see any hands at this time. So thank you for staying up and being with us tonight. And
likewise, thank you.
I'm going to move to the next speaker, number 225, Alyssa Cortez.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Alyssa Cortez, and I live in Montville, Connecticut. I respectfully request that you oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. These bills discriminate against the constitutional right of religious freedom. Religious upbringing and medical care are just two of the many duties parents have for their children. One size does not fit all when it comes to medical procedures or pharmaceuticals such as vaccines, as each individual has unique needs. Each of the vaccine inserts lists the ingredients and side effects. The side effects range from mild to severe to warn consumers of their potential risks, but there is no way of knowing if or which of those side effects will occur in any given person. Even people within the same family have different medical needs. My brother, sister, nephews, and I have all experienced adverse reactions to vaccines, and each of us reacted differently from one another. My family is just one example, but due to my personal experience, I firmly believe that where there is risk, there must be choice. If vaccines were truly safe and effective, the manufacturers would stand behind their products and embrace their responsibility to their consumers and not deny their liability for the side effects. And if vaccines truly did work, then why would the small percentage of the children who have a religious exemption for one or more vaccines be considered such a big risk for the schools? There is no evidence that partially vaccinated or unvaccinated children or adults have the ability to initiate an outbreak of diseases that they don't have. On the other hand, there has been scientific evidence to prove that people who were recently vaccinated with a live virus shed and spread the disease. I saw Dr. Jack Ross testify this afternoon, and I know he does not agree with that last statement, but it's very important to me to share with you that when my mom was going through chemo to fight stage 4 ovarian cancer, the recently vaccinated people were not permitted to enter the cancer ward or to accompany cancer patients while they received their treatment. And that contradicts his statement. There is also no evidence that removing children who have a religious exemption from their schools will reduce the spread of diseases among the remaining vaccinated students. If these bills pass and remove Connecticut's religious exemption for the first time in 60 years, the students who choose to decline even just one vaccine will not be granted their constitutional right for public education, which will subsequently cause undue hardships on many families. There's financial hardships for especially the lower income families and single parents, emotional and psychological for those children who are removed from their schools, their teams, any activities that they do like gymnastics or dance or anything else that mandates them in order to homeschool or move to one of the other 44 states that do allow the religious exemptions. Thirdly, the students' educational progress and development will be affected, particularly the special education children.
You hit your 3-minute mark.
Okay, I'm just finishing up my last statement. This affects my family directly, as my daughter was born with special needs and is considered immunocompromised, and yet she is unable to get a medical exemption at this time. Even with her health challenges, she's one of the healthiest children I know. She's only had 2 colds and each only lasted a day or 2. Removing the religious exemption and mandating vaccines for students to attend school in person would be government overreach. It is the duty of the parents to make these decisions for their children. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alyssa. And I appreciate you being up and being so alert at this hour. So thank you for being here. And I don't see any questions though at this time. So I will move on to our next speaker. I believe we're jumping to 2:30, and that would be Mayor Harp. I think you are with us. Tony, Mayor Harp.
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Now I can, and I can see you also. So thank you for being
Great.
here.
Well, good morning, Senator Kushner, and to Senator Abrams, Representative Steinberg, and distinguished members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Tony Harp, and I am testifying today in support of Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423 to eliminate the non-medical exemption to Connecticut's vaccine schedule required for schools and daycares in our state. As a former Senate chair of this committee, I fully understand your responsibility and commitment, and I commend you. I commend you for what you are doing to hear people for 24 hours at a time. And I commend you for taking on this important public health issue. I just wanted to share what I think about when I think about vaccines. As a child, I had the measles, the mumps, chickenpox, and perhaps even more shocking, polio. I may be dating myself when sharing this information, but I was one of the lucky ones. Many of my friends also contracted these diseases before we had vaccines, and they weren't so lucky. I actually saw some of my childhood friends die. For me, these memories and my experience only serve to reinforce my support for vaccines. I would hate for any child to have my experiences with those diseases when it is unnecessary. Also, on health disparities, we've heard something about that today. In our state and our country, we have seen clear by the current pandemic that we have severe health disparities in our state and our country. Did you know that African American adults are less likely than non-Hispanic white adults to have received the flu vaccine in the past year, or to have ever received the pneumonia vaccine? Or that African American women are 10% less likely to have received the HPV vaccine as white women? These statistics come from the Office of Minority Health at HHS and are concerning. When you look at the statistics for childhood immunizations, the numbers also tell an interesting story. According to the data from the Office of Minority Health at HHS, for children aged 19 months to 35 months, 64.1% of African Americans fully vaccinated their children in 2016, compared to 72.2% of non-Hispanic whites. I'm sure these numbers have declined even further due to the pandemic and the stay safe, stay home orders that impact accessing well care visits for children and their vaccination schedules.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay, I just wanted to say that we have the tools necessary to keep people safe. We must use them. I want to thank you for your consideration, and I urge your support of Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. Thank you again.
Thank you. And before I call on Representative Steinberg, I do want to say I'm always confused when I run into a former elected official who's held more than one position. So I don't know whether to call you Mayor Harp or Senator Harp. In this case, I probably should have said Senator Harp, since you chaired this committee that I'm new to. So I do appreciate seeing you here tonight and appreciate your support for this bill. And I see that there is a hand, and that would be Representative Steinberg, the esteemed chair of this committee, the House chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you'll excuse me if I just call you Tony.
You can.
Probably just easy. You listed yourself as retired. So I guess this is what you do at 1 a.m. when you're retired. It is good to see you again. I didn't know you had polio. And, you know, we've talked a lot today. We've alluded to the fact that polio was once a scourge in our country. I'm interested, if you can recall, were people eager to get the vaccine when it was available back in the day? Was that an issue with people not wanting to get the vaccine?
No, people were eager. There were so many young people in my community that were afflicted with polio. As I said before, some died, but some were also young people who never could walk again, who, if they could walk, were lame for most of their lives. I mean, even for me, it took me 10 years to actually have a coordinated gait. And so people wanted to do it. Now, oddly, back then, they did a lot of the immunizations in the schools. And so I think that made it easier. The parents had to approve of it and sign off on it, but it was done there, and people were excited to get the immunization and hope that they would never have to face that again.
Thank you for that. One further question. Many hours ago, one of our colleagues testified that the Black and Latino caucus should be in opposition to this bill. You've offered us a number of statistics about the communities of color and how they are disadvantaged. And this is obviously something we've spent a lot of time thinking about in the context of COVID vaccinations as well, the disparities. What would you say to arguments that we're actually harming the Black and Latino community by pushing this bill?
Well, I believe that we are harming the Black and Latino community. Clearly, when people are saying, and I've been here since 9 o'clock, that there are some areas where the vaccines are low. And these are people who are not objecting for religious reasons. I know those are inner city schools that are largely Black and Latinx. And as a result, those children oftentimes are afflicted with these diseases that honestly, we don't have to be afflicted with anymore. And that there should be care and information and advocacy in those communities so that people will get their shots, their immunizations, and get them on time.
Well, thank you for that. I think that it has been a consistent theme throughout the day and the night that education is a critical component to any solution we bring forward. We're hopeful that if we can bring facts to people, that it will persuade people to be more open-minded at the very least. So I wanted to thank you for resurfacing with the legislature on this particular occasion. And thank you for all of your service over the years. And I can't wait to see what's your next act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few more hands, so I'm going to call on Representative Betts next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Senator. I remember serving with you on appropriations, and I found you to be a very fair and good listener to all the people who came before the committee. And since you've been listening to much of the testimony today, what would you say, or what is your reaction to the many people who feel like government should not be taking away their rights to make decisions for their children, or to punish them by not letting kids go to school if they don't take vaccinations for whatever reason? And I preface that because I am a big believer in vaccine. I also went through the polio era and I was terrified and wasn't sure if I would live. But on the other hand, these people raise very significant personal stories that are real to them. And what would you say to them, even though we went in the polio era, what would you say to them after having heard what their reactions are to this?
One of the things that I found a little disturbing, frankly, there were two things that I found disturbing. One is that the medical exemption seems to be really hard for people to use. So many people who are using the religious exemption actually spoke to using it because they had medical issues that they really couldn't get addressed in a way that was satisfying to them. So I would hope that this committee take a look at that and why it's so hard. The other thing that was disturbing was this whole thing of pediatricians not being willing to see young children in families whose parents don't want them to be immunized. I think that is something that has got to be worked on, that I hope your committee takes a look at that and tries to figure out how to solve that problem. And the other one was the IDEA issue. And what happens even now with kids because of COVID-19 who have special needs and need to have those services, but because they're home, it makes it difficult. So I believe that there were a number of issues that are real issues that have to be solved. And I don't think that the religious exemption is perhaps the most effective way to deal with what I heard were the major problems, which were really having difficulty to get that medical exemption that people believed that they were entitled to, but fell upon deaf ears.
To put it a different way, if you were deciding this policy, would you prefer to try and concentrate on the education program to have people learn the pros and cons of vaccination? Or do you think it is more preferable to pass a law that's going to be mandated and have consequences. Do you think that's going to impact or increase the number of people taking vaccinations?
You know, here's what worries me, and I know that we only heard from the medical student the 4th year that there's a possibility of mumps being transferred from someone who had them. I don't know if it was someone with a religious exemption or someone who just didn't get vaccinated, but we've got a problem. And you know what I worry about? Look, I used to go to the gym, and you know, the person who instructed us really didn't believe that COVID-19, this was in early March, didn't believe that we would have an epidemic or a pandemic, thought it was a hoax. I'm just afraid that if we let some of these diseases get out of control and we don't have a way to control them, that we'll be faced with the same kinds of problems we have today with COVID-19. And so, yes, should there be better information? Absolutely. I would say pay the pediatricians more so that they can actually advise folks. But I also think that if there's going to be a way to not have a vaccine, that it should be more medically related, and that it shouldn't be so hard to get. And when parents really feel like, I mean, I heard some things that, you know, I'm not a doctor, but I felt like, I don't understand why the doctors didn't give them the medical, they didn't give them a medical,
Yep.
Right, whatever that is. But yes, you know what I'm saying. And
Yep.
So I think that we've really got to work on that and make it more effective and make it work, and that we do have to, there must be some sort of adverse or some disincentive. And we heard also that there were incentives for people for our pediatricians to have certain levels of immunizations. Well, there ought to be incentives as well to provide information and have the time to provide the information to the patients. And so I think finding a way to get insurance companies to pay for that as well, and to not have the whole system sort of contrived against people who, one, either don't understand or feel like they're not being heard.
I think we have a lot more in common than we don't. But the one area that I do take issue with is jumping the queue, if you will, and just saying we'll pass a law and that's going to be the solution, without ever having really worked on some of the things you mentioned that I think is very true. I just don't think, I think it's going to really drive a big wedge between people who have very strong convictions on having the right and the ability to raise children, rather than the government mandating as to what they should or should not do. But thank you so much, and I'm glad you.
Representative Betts, I know that you're a good negotiator and that you're going to come up with something that makes sure that all sides win.
Can we adjourn the public hearing, please? Thank you very much. I'm finished, Madam Chair.
We have additional hands up. I see Senator Somers.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Harp. Thank you for being here at this early morning hour, and thank you for your comments. I agree with many of them. As far as the education, that these are bigger issues than just stripping away a religious exemption, which is just this tiny part of what we're talking about. And some people, as you've heard, have very strong religious convictions on certain vaccines. So I still am concerned about the data that we've received, because as you may have heard, you know, if a child is missing 1 or 2 vaccines, they're considered unvaccinated, even though I would consider that, I guess I would call it under-vaccinated, that they have most of the vaccines and might be missing 1 or 2. And I was struck by what you said, that years ago, the nurse used to give the vaccines. Because I remember that in elementary school, everybody would march down. At that time, they'd, you know, pull your underwear down, give it to you in the rear end years ago, and just march out one after the other. So one of the things that I've been suggesting is, especially in communities where we're seeing the numbers fall below the desired vaccination rate, to make vaccines more easily accessible, to allow a school nurse with permission to give a vaccine. So a mom doesn't have to take off, or a dad doesn't have to take off from work, spend a whole day at a pediatrician's office or hours away from work getting their child to the pediatrician's office to get a vaccine. Doing more in the school-based health clinics, utilizing those facilities that we have right now. But one of my concerns that you didn't touch on was, someplace like New Haven could perhaps be in a position, if this bill passes, where children are just displaced because they don't have either the right paperwork, or they have chosen to have a religious exemption, and they are forced out of your school district. So you have this whole population of children that are no longer getting the services of your school district. That would also mean a reduction in ECS formula, because you're not getting those school kids in there. And they would be lacking the services that they need. And also there's no guarantee that once these students have been displaced from the school system, that they would ever get vaccinated. So they're still in the community, still, at the parks, still involved in sports. So wouldn't it make more sense to focus on those communities that are under vaccinated and do a real educational push in conjunction with the school nurse, make vaccines more readily available, and be able to provide an opportunity for pediatricians or APRNs or PAs to spend the time that is needed as a true consult on vaccines with a parent, to really have people get more exposed to learn the pros and the cons and why they're important, and use it as an incentivize. Look at it over the next couple years before we come in and mandate and say, I'm sorry, at this point you're going to do this, and if not, you're kicked out of school. That to me makes much more sense, especially because we see that the religious exemptions are going down. It's trending down. It's not trending up like everybody says, if you look at the last data. But there is this population of school children that are not taking exemptions, but are just under vaccinated. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that, because I'm really worried about the kids that are going to get displaced in this, and the families.
Well, I understand why you feel the way that you feel. I like your idea about utilizing the school-based health clinics a little bit more than we do. But I also think that I like the idea of education. I think that's really important, because I really believe that people have got to understand, and I think we're beginning to get it with COVID-19, that these diseases are communicable. I mean, if I heard it once, I heard it, like 24 times, that my kids are healthy. Well, healthy people get viruses and they get diseases. And so I don't think that your child being healthy really necessarily is something that will protect them from these very serious illnesses if they are around. And we've seen that in COVID-19. Look, I remember there being multi-drug resistant TB, and it just spreading through a whole community in New Haven, coming from New York. And these things, I believe, are really serious. These viruses, diseases, bacteria, they will affect a healthy person just as well as someone who may have some form of compromise.
Okay. Thank you. I guess.
Thank you.
I can't really answer my question, but that's okay. And I just want to be, this bill is not supposed to be dealing with COVID at all. And I would agree with you.
I know.
It's a new virus that we've never seen before that nobody has immunity to. I will just add that there are some requirements for childhood vaccinations, like a hepatitis B, that are not communicable in school. So that's another thing to consider. And that, I would not want to see a child displaced from school for a vaccine for something that's not communicable in school. That's another thing that's kind of an issue. So I'm still an advocate of educating rather than coming down and mandating, but I'll just keep advocating for that, because I do think that there's a real opportunity to do this in a way that is not so harmful emotionally, and displacing children from school and breaking up families, and having children move away from their network of grandparents if we do it in a smart, really focused way. But I thank you for your story. And, you know, I do agree with you. I have friends that work on the border, and I've said this before, but they all talk about how when people come across to this country, the first thing they want is a vaccine because they've seen diseases in other countries that we just don't see here anymore. And we don't want to see them anymore. But I do think that we've gotten a little bit, you know, we're somewhat immune. That's probably not a great word to use, but we're immune to seeing the disease because so many people are vaccinated. So thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple more hands, and I think people are having a hard time resisting engaging in discussion with you because they remember you so fondly from the legislature. But I do want to ask, in order to get through the list tonight, if people could be brief with their questions. And we do appreciate you being here, though. That's not to make you feel like you're imposing at all. So I have next on the list Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Harp, I guess this is a quick follow-up to what Representative Steinberg and then Senator Summers spoke to you about, and it's whether you would be willing to make a guess as to the impact on a city such as New Haven. Say if this was passed and went into effect in September, would it drive more of the kids to be vaccinated in the usual fashion, or drive the city to set up clinics, and you think we'd actually end up having more kids vaccinated, or you think it would drive kids out and away from school? How do you think the city would react?
You know, I think we were one of the first cities to have school-based health clinics. And so we have them in a number of our schools. And if there were the resources available to actually help help the school-based health clinics provide those kinds of services and the vaccines, I believe that would be a way that could be one of the ways to solve the problem. But I also agree with that. I guess it's Representative Summers. I hope I have it right, that there does need to be an education component that hopefully that you'll find the resources for as you move forward with all of this, because I think it's really important that people understand what vaccines are, how they help, and you know what the risks are as well too, even in terms of getting the disease, because I've heard about concerns, but I haven't heard that much about people who have actually gotten the disease, except maybe one time tonight. And so I'm hoping that that we really go out and really advocate for people understanding that these are things that we can keep in the past if we continue to make sure that enough people are immunized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator. Nice to see you. Representative Pettit asked one of my questions, but my second question is, how do you feel? Dr. Ross did not dismiss this and thought that there was some merit to it about, you know, this would be forcing students to be vaccinated. What about teachers and custodians and principals and the adults that are in the school? How do you feel about this? This would be possibly mandating them to have vaccines as well.
You know, I'm really not opposed to that. I know that for a number of the schools, and I know we're not talking about COVID, but a number of the school systems really would like to see the teachers at least immunized for that particular, with that particular vaccine. But I used to work in a community healthcare clinic, and in order to work there and interact with people who have illness, there were certain immunizations that were required. And it would seem to me that in a school, I do have a grandchild now. And so when I think about all of the illnesses that our young people can get, and what happens in a daycare center, for example, when the teacher gets sick, it I think it's reasonable to consider requiring immunization for those who are the adults that interact with the children.
Great, thank you. Congratulations on your grandbaby.
Thank you.
Well, I don't see any other hands. I do want to say you yourself at all because I too remember polio, and I remember how eagerly we all went to get the vaccine when it came out. And so I do appreciate you reminding us of that, and so appreciate you being here. It's good to see you.
Good seeing you, and great work you're all doing. And I really, on behalf of the people of the state of Connecticut, thank you.
Thank you. I am going to move to our next speaker. We have Christine Hadika. Is that correct?
Good job. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. You guys are troopers. I'm so impressed with all of you that you're here, and it's 1 in the morning because I can't believe I'm awake. But that being said, I'll move on to my story. I'm a mom. I'm from Lebanon, Connecticut. I have 3 children, ages 5, 7, and 14, and I am opposed to this. All of my kids have been vaccinated. They've all been in school. COVID happened, and I had to make a choice. I had to make a choice between distance learning, homeschooling, or being in school full time. We had chosen distance learning. We lasted a week. It was too much. I was running from computer to computer trying to get my kids to do their schoolwork. There was tears. By the end of the week, I handed everything in. And I was very sad, and in tears, I brought it to the principal, who I know very well because I volunteer in the school. That being said, I actually opted to homeschool, and that's why I wanted to share today, is because you're giving the people who aren't going to get vaccinated the choice of either getting vaccinated or homeschooling. So I don't know if you've all have homeschooled before, but I think I'd like to open your eyes to it. It is a full-time job. I'm with my children 24/7. All the time. I'm constantly doing charts. I'm constantly buying curriculum, pencils. I'm spending loads of money to try to homeschool my children. So there's a financial burden, not only in the fact that I have to homeschool my children, but in the fact that I can't work. I own a business. I could take on more clients, but I just don't have the time to do that. But that's a sacrifice I made because I decided to homeschool my children. There's an emotional burden. I look at my daughter, she's missing out on preschool, and I cry over that. I look at my son, who made friends last year in kindergarten, and he's not with them now. I have a high schooler who isn't in high school. He's home with me. So there was an emotional burden for me, but there's also an emotional burden for them. They're missing people, they're missing friends, they're missing interaction. My oldest son wanted to be on the track team, and I was unaware, but if you homeschool your children, they cannot participate in school sports. So I called the school to say, hey, when can we do track? And they said, you can't. So that was very disturbing to me. The other thing that kind of happened to me is I stopped getting emails from the school. That seemed like a really cool thing until I realized I wasn't really involved in the community anymore. I didn't know anything. There was food distributions that I had no knowledge about. Things were happening in the town that I just didn't know. Why am I sharing all this for you? I'm sharing because this is a choice that you're making. The parents have to choose. They obviously have to do a risk assessment. Do I want to vaccinate my children with the possibility of that 1% that they may get harmed? Or do I want to put aside a year of my life to have to homeschool my children or possibly move out of the state? That's a huge choice, and I don't think either one of them is good. And I thought about even last year when I was deciding between distance learning, homeschooling, and in school, one of the things that I kept saying to everybody is no matter what choice you made, I bet it was hard. I remember we all said that, and I respected everybody for whatever decision that they made it. So I don't envy what you guys are doing.
Excuse me, you hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Of course. I don't envy you guys. I don't think your decision is an easy one because I know there are compromised people out there who can't get the vaccines, but there are also ones who don't feel comfortable doing it. I give you all the best. I know you guys are way smarter than I am. And so I just hope and pray that you can come up with a solution. I just don't feel that this one is a good one. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Christine. And I don't see any hands, but thank you for hanging in there tonight. And we will move on to the next speaker. Number 63, Amy Lucier. Is Amy with us?
Good morning, members of the Public Health Committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Amy Lucier, and I'm in opposition of HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm a mother, a grandmother, a foster parent, and a licensed daycare provider in Connecticut. I have dedicated the last 30 years of my life to caring for children. I have used the religious exemption for my own children, as have many of my clients. The removal of the religious exemption will not change anyone's mind about vaccination. We will not comply. For me, it will force me to close my business, and my children who are in special education and currently thriving in their schools will no longer be allowed to attend school. It will force schools to expel students whose parents, like me, hold sincere beliefs which are contrary to the dictates of the health department. This is discrimination. According to the Connecticut General Assembly, Chapter 164, Section 10 to 15C, discrimination in public schools prohibited. Discrimination based on religion is expressly forbidden. So I don't even know why we're here. Our country was founded on the principle of religious freedom, and removal of such freedom is wrong. I am confident that deep down, all of you know this to be true. If the goal of this bill is to increase vaccinations rates, it will not. It will only remove the unvaccinated, even children just missing one vaccine, from their school. Families in Connecticut will be forced to home educate or use unlicensed daycare to care for their children. Higher education and/or trade schools will be unavailable for this minority of people for whom it has become acceptable to discriminate against. Many will become religious refugees and be forced to move to a state that allows for religious or philosophical exemptions. I am here today to ask you to have the courage, despite all the pressure, to do the right thing and vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration. We're all counting on you.
Thank you, Amy. And I do see a question from Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Amy, for your testimony. I just had a couple of questions with regard to your business. Do any of the parents of the children in your daycare right now use the religious exemption?
I do have one currently using a religious exemption.
Okay.
I have had others in the past.
How do you think that'll affect your business if this religious exemption removal is passed?
Like I said, I will have to close my business anyways because my children won't be in compliance. So I won't be able to stay open.
So you wouldn't be able to stay open?
No, I can't. My children have to follow the same rules as the daycare. And I use a religious exemption for my own children as well. So that I won't be able to stay open. I'll have to close my doors.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for your answers and thank you for your testimony and hanging in with us so late.
Thank you, Ann.
There is another question, Amy, from Representative McCarty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And very quickly, I would just like to ask you, I've been meaning to ask this question throughout this evening and yesterday. If you're, and it is our goal, I believe, on the committee right now to increase the immunization rate. We're not in a state of emergency, in my opinion, at this time, but the trend is there. And so my question to you would be, what is your feeling about, you posed the question yourself, if it's our goal to get the immunization rate up, do you think that a plan for education between the Department of Education and Public Health and including our preschools, that there would be a chance to get, we had the trend going down over the years, but do you think there's a chance that we could get it up through education? Because I really, maybe I'm an optimist, but I believe that with more education, we're right at the cusp. We're still not truly in any real state of emergency. And I'm wondering what your opinion would be.
honestly, there is no greater risk to an immunocompromised child or anyone else from an unvaccinated child versus a vaccinated child. A vaccinated child can just as easily contract and pass along a disease. They're not 100% effective. They wear off. It's been in a lot of other people's testimonies and mine as well. Unvaccinated children that don't have a disease cannot pass along a disease, and vaccinated children who have a disease can pass it along. It's, you know, a lot of the things we're vaccinating for, like pertussis, there's no, the disease can still be passed along. You can still get it, you just won't get symptoms. So now you're an asymptomatic carrier. So I don't see the reason for any mandates whatsoever. I think that vaccines should be discussed with your doctor and decided upon with your doctor. And I don't think the schools have any right to mandate them at all.
And if I may, just for one moment, Madam Chair, I do, and I don't mean to get in any sort of a debate, but I think we're all here tonight trying to do what we believe is correct. And if we look even on a global sense, there are epidemics right now in Europe, and it's due to a lack of education and to vaccine hesitancy. So I do think, and I'm in that position and align my remarks with those of Senator Summers, that I believe that we can actually get the vaccine rate, the immunization rate up, and still allow that personal discussion with the physician for those individuals that have a non-medical reason, or that could even with a slight religious exemption. I think we can have a compromise and get there if we do the education piece and we educate our public more about vaccine hesitancy and because I believe actually in the herd immunity, and I believe that we still have, Connecticut's not in a state of emergency at this stage, but that the trend is there. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no other hands at this moment. So Amy, thank you for being here tonight. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is number 237, and that's Keith Moranti.
Good morning, everyone. I empathetically ask for your opposition to SB 568 and HB 6423. For some of you, if you choose to associate your name with this discrimination and persecution by removing the religious exemption, your life may remain unaffected. But for my family and hundreds of other families in the state of Connecticut, the removal of the religious exemption from vaccination will absolutely shatter and destroy my family's world, life-altering, career-altering, and financially altering. I own 3 businesses in the state. I have aging parents in the state. My wife has aging parents here. I have family and friends here. I've taken the appropriate measures to move my business out of state if this bill passes. You have no idea the magnitude of what sits before you. You see, my family has every right to practice the religion of our choice, receive the same public education that your children receive has been promised through our Constitution. My daughter, 9 years old, she's in 4th grade, been in school for 5 years. She's the healthiest little girl and has missed 0 days of school due to illness. But according to some people here, she is the monster. You will effectively kicking her out of school, denying her of an education. Homeschooling is not an option for us. Remote learning is not an option for us. This forbids her from ever walking onto a soccer field ever again. If she is not able to play soccer in high school because you have kicked her out, you'll be responsible for shattering her dreams of earning a scholarship to play college soccer, something that she works on every single day at 9 years old. One of your bills promotes grandfathering in of students 7th grade or above. Last year's bill was for all students. By using your grandfather language, your bill proves there's no crisis or emergency. As one of the representatives on the Public Health Committee stated, grandfathering is wonderful politics, but terrible policy. From the state of Connecticut's very own public data, there have been 17 cases of measles in 24 years. Is it really measles what you're concerned with, or is it about forcing an agenda? Any language grandfathering negates our very argument that unvaccinated child poses any risk to others. Since they work, why should my unvaccinated child be any risk to a vaccinated child? And nearly 98% of students fully vaccinated, there is no emergency, and not one with a clear conscience would be able to refute, as none of you have been able to prove today, there's been a harm to society, but some find the data via confirmation bias. In addition, grandfathering further discriminates against my family and others when my firstborn may or may not be able to fall into a grandfathering situation, depending on how the language is written, but any of my future children would not be able to exercise their right. It is at my core religious beliefs that I adamantly oppose removing religious exemption for vaccination in the state of Connecticut, the state that is called the Constitution State. It is your responsibility, as well as the state of Connecticut, to uphold my freedom to express our religion while preserving our right to a public education. I've spoken to some of you on here tonight.
Excuse me, you get your 3 minutes if you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
We're supposed to protect religion until it becomes until it risks the public. We all know innocent until proven guilty. The same goes for removing the religious exemption. There's no public health emergency stated by speakers, confirmed by Dr. Roggs, and it's been like this for 60 years, and it doesn't seem like it's going to change. With that being said, I urge every single one of you legislators on here today, because there is 2 bills in front of us, does not mean that one of them has to be voted upon as a yes. They can both be voted on as a no and changed language. There is a lot of other measures that can be taken place before such extreme measures. So thank you so much all for your time. And I really want to say I appreciate the handful of you, maybe 15 of you that are engaging, have videos on. And so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maraki. Thank you. I don't see any hands at this time, so I'm going to move to the next person on the list, and that's number 238, Catherine Burries.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak at your hearing. My name is Catherine Burries, and I oppose your Bill HB 643 and SB 568. No state should propose legislation to remove religious freedoms. My children had the religious exemption from vaccine mandates in New York until June 13th, 2019. The religious exemptions were in place for both of my boys since pre-K. They were 11 and 15 years old at the time the exemptions were removed and had attended the same public school for all those years. They were removed from their known school environment, their academics, sport, known friends and peers on September 19th, 2019. And yes, they were kicked out. Our family received no assistance from the school district once the children were removed. My older son was not allowed to sit for his PSAT, his New York State Regents exams, or driver's education. He also was in the middle of his soccer season, and he was removed from the team. He was the varsity goalie. New York State does not allow homeschooled children to participate in school athletics. It is important to note that at the time my children were removed from school, they were completely healthy. They had no symptoms of acute illness. It is also important to note that at the time my children were removed from school, there was no active outbreaks of vaccine preventable illness in the school district community. There was no measles, no outbreak of mumps, rubella, Haemophilus influenza B, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, hepatitis B, polio, or meningitis. The weeks and months following my children's removal from school were predictably awful. There was daily anxiety, anger, sadness, and frustration. My husband and I both were working, so it was especially challenging to add homeschooling, which we had no experience with, to our work schedules. My children felt the discrimination and isolation immediately. People in my community just didn't know what to say to me. I was ignored and avoided by people I used to converse with. Our entire family life was in a constant state of stress. We have since relocated to re-enroll my children in public school in another state. We have had a significant loss of income from the relocation. I am a nurse practitioner and I had to leave my job. I am shocked that after a year of drastic changes and disappointments for children because of COVID, that this legislator in Connecticut would consider a bill that would further alter the lives of children and families in Connecticut. What, if any, is the public health rationale for removing a religious exemption from vaccine mandates to attend school at this time? I would like to see that no other family go through the experience that we did in New York. It has been traumatic for all of us. Please do not allow this bill to move forward out of this committee.
Thank you, Catherine. And give me one moment. I do not see any hands up at this point. Thank you for staying up with us. And I will move to our next speaker, Leah Venser. Leah, are you here?
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
So I am here today to voice my opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568, making the right to a free education contingent upon a child's vaccination status is a discriminatory government overreach. I believe this will set the stage for discrimination and segregation. Connecticut has one of the highest vaccination rates in the country at over 96%. So there is no data to support the notion that the public health is threatened by children who are not vaccinated due to their religious beliefs. In 60 years of the religious exemption claimed by a small percentage of families in Connecticut, there has not once been a public health crisis or any vaccine preventable infectious disease outbreak in Connecticut. So this comes to show that health and unvaccinated children for medical or religious reasons can coexist safely in Connecticut. Besides eliminating the religious exemption, HB 6423 talks about expanding the medical exemption. This should be done without punishing people with sincerely held religious beliefs for practicing their faith. Expanding the medical exemption does not help a child who has never been vaccinated for religious reasons. Lastly, I like to say that healthy children and adults who choose to live a vaccine-free life based on their religious beliefs should have the right to a free public education, just like any other student in America. The focus should be on employing the least restrictive measures rather than removing a fundamental right to a free education based on someone's personal religious beliefs. Please uphold your legislative responsibility to protect all your constituents in their liberties and their safety. So please vote no on those two bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you again for being here tonight. I do not see any questions, so I am going to move to the next speaker, who is James Irwin, number 244.
I'm just trying to unmute. Yes. Thank you for listening to my testimony at this late hour. Can you hear me clearly? Thank you. My name is James Irwin. Please vote no on HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm a licensed professional engineer living in Mansfield, Connecticut since 1983. In 2012, my son developed severe autoimmune disorders after his 2-month vaccinations, including weeping, bleeding, eczema, food intolerance, including to breast milk and almost all formulas. I had to leave work for over a month to care for him and restructure our family life. As a matter of principle, in my relationship with the divine, I refuse to subject him or my other children to this risk again. Our family pediatrician recognized this situation, though he encouraged us to continue a modified vaccination schedule, which would be verboten with this law. He recommended using a religious exemption. You cannot consider using a medical exemption because it's restricted by industry standards. If the religion exemption is taken from us, so will our right to determine the sanctity of our bodies. We will lose a right to choose how we will use our bodies to protect ourselves and others. The state must stay out of this decision. Last year, when my wife and I first learned of COVID, we decided that if the science and the public health need required that we vaccinate to save the lives of our neighbors, we would. We are not anti-vaccine. We are not vaccine hesitant. We are principled about what risk we will subject ourselves and to our children. The sanctity of our immune systems, created and fostered in the light of this divine will all around us, is not going to be violated because of these coercive bills discussed here today. Where there is risk, there must be choice. While legislators here plan to kick my children out of school, and as I will not be coerced, I am planning on how I will educate my children, care for my wife who has a disability, and continue a career in protecting the public welfare. I'm not sure how this will happen, but I'll either move out of the state or I will abandon my career to care for my family, and as a result, become dependent on the welfare of this state. It is up to you to vote against this gross violation of our First Amendment rights and preserve the thousands of families in Connecticut. Connecticut legislators have repeatedly stated that the most major religions permit the use of vaccinations, and that such logic justifies the removal of this religious exemption. This is a clear unconstitutional preference for these religions expressed by our government representatives, as described by the Supreme Court's finding in the 1971 case, Lemon versus Kurtzman. I love our Catholic president and my Catholic friends, but I'm sure none of them believe that the Connecticut legislature should be coercing me to adopt their religious views by withholding my children's education. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, James, and I appreciate you staying up so late to be here with us and testify tonight. I do not have questions, so have a good evening, and I will move to the next person on the list, number 249, and that's Mary Ann Lipset.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Hello. I oppose bills HB 6423 and SB 568. As a parent of an immune-compromised child and having an autoimmune disorder myself, I would like you to vote no on these bills to protect the thousands of children who are at high risk and do not fall under the medical exemption. The goal of this committee should be to protect all children, not just the majority. When I explain my daughter's situation to my legislators, I have been told to just file a medical exemption. This is very disheartening as it shows a lack of education many have in regards to the rules of a medical exemption and how hard it is to receive. To receive a medical exemption, a child must have an approved contraindication. After researching this in depth, I found only 3 of the over 70 unique injections on the schedule allow for a medical reason to be exempt. All other vaccines only allow an exemption if a child has had an allergic reaction to that specific vaccine. This rule completely removes any child from filing a medical exemption for autoimmune diseases, terminal illnesses, psychiatric issues, and many more disorders that put the minority of kids in a high-risk category. The religious exemption is their only protection. You talk about protecting the immune compromised, but these children are the immune compromised, and they are not able to receive the medical exemption. In the proposed bill, a child with an autoimmune disorder may apply for an exemption if their doctor files, but it needs to be reviewed by an oversight committee to determine if the child is sick enough. That is completely wrong and against all medical privacy acts. By removing this exemption, you are placing thousands of kids' lives at risk and creating a no-win situation for working parents and taxpayers. Families like mine will have to make the hard decision to risk my daughter's life to catch up on vaccines or quit my job, lose our house, and homeschool her. A mandate should be our last resort, not our first. If this bill does move forward, I'm asking you to please consider these following 3 amendments to support the families you've heard today. 1, allow students who are currently enrolled in schools starting at early education to be grandfathered in throughout their entire school career. Forcing a child like my daughter to only have a year to catch up to go to kindergarten is putting her life at risk, especially when medical issue. 2, expand the medical exemption. Allow all medical issues such as reaction to any vaccine, cancer, autoimmune disorders, etc., to be allowed under the medical exemption. 3, remove the clause for the oversight committee. It is not up to the government to say whether a child is healthy enough to receive a vaccine. That decision is a private one between a doctor, child, and their parent. Privacy is a huge concern here, as I do not want my personal medical history and my daughter's on display for open conversation with strangers. Doctors have already stated that they are afraid to do medical exemptions for fear of getting their medical license revoked. I have had 3 conversations with 3 different doctors who have stated this. We need to respect the medical community and support their professional decisions. I ask that you please vote no on these bills and continue to keep all of Connecticut children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Representative Steinberg, chairman of the committee, has got his hand up.
Thank you for your testimony. I feel compelled once again to correct the misconception that unfortunately has been repeated over and over again, that the Oversight Council would have any ability to overrule the decision of a practitioner as to the awarding of a medical exemption. That is not in the bill. If you read the bill, you will see that they are obliged to consider oversight of a number of activities and to monitor irregularities that may occur in the awarding of medical exemptions. By irregularities, we mean any practice that does not offer any medical exemptions, or the rare cases where they're giving them away very easily without doing the appropriate conversation with the family to verify that there is indeed a basis. So I just want to be clear that every time somebody repeats that, if I could just finish, then you'll have an opportunity. I just want to be clear that every time you repeat that, you are, whoever's paying attention is getting the wrong impression about what this bill is. I would just want to make sure we're clear so we do not continue to repeat something that is not in the bill. Thank you very much.
Before you respond, I do want to let you know, Representative Steinberg, I tried to say that earlier. I didn't say it as well as you just said it. So thank you for clarifying again. And Marianne, did you want to respond to that?
Yes. So I would like to respond saying that might be your goal, but that is not what's written, and that is not what doctors feel. There is currently no oversight committee, and doctors are terrified to write these medical exemptions. I have spoken to many. I have applied to many pediatricians that flat out told me they will not take my daughter because she is not immune, she doesn't have her vaccines, and they will not write her a medical exemption because they are afraid of the state to retaliate to remove their medical license. By having the oversight committee, this puts even more fear in these doctors and gives them even more reason to not put these medical exemptions through. It's a fear tactic and it's not okay. And it's putting a lot of children at risk.
So
I'll just repeat again, that is not so. It is certainly not a fear tactic. If you any substantiation, ma'am, that anybody is trying to intimidate, we would very much like that information. Again, let me finish, please.
Yeah,
we'd be very much appreciative of getting that information, and we'd be glad to look into it because that's not proper. But if you're going to make allegations, we're going to need some evidence. Thank you.
I do want to point out, Marianne, that there have been a lot of discussions about this aspect of the bill, and every discussion that I've been in on this has been to the point that Representative Steinberg just represented. It is, in fact, to look and see if there are doctors who are not willing to take in families that have or refuse to treat families who are not vaccinating their children. It is to look at the practice of vaccination from the doctors, both from those that might be refusing to give them, as well as those that are maybe giving them too frequently. And it was done expressly to try and address some of the concerns that you yourself have raised. So I do think that, I can only tell you that is the express purpose of the oversight committee that we've discussed. So, I you will accept that because that is, in fact, the discussion we've had.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, I think the proof is in all the testimony today. These doctors are afraid. It's not easy to get that medical exemption. This testimony you've heard of all these children who have immune issues, who are sick, who have medical conditions, and it's just not readily available. And by adding another step, it's going to prevent children from getting the care that they need.
Okay, I don't see any other hands here, and I don't think we've persuaded you what our intent is, so I think we will move on to the next speaker.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I have Donna Person next. Donna, are you with us? There you are. You can unmute yourself. Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Came up fast. Good morning. Thank you, committee members, for providing this opportunity to hear our voices on HB 6423, raised bill, and proposed bill SB 568. My name is Donna Person. I am from Sanford. I've lived in Connecticut all my life. I am opposed to this legislation because of the devastating consequences that I personally know it will have on so many families if it passes. For the record, I am not an anti-vaxxer. I vaccinated all my 5 children. I am pro-health choice, especially when it comes to parental choice. I have sat, as you all have, through the probably up to like 40 hours now of testimony, parent after parent after parent. Their stories of the vaccine-injured children, and it's heartbreaking. I don't know how anybody can listen to that hour after hour and not be moved. And I'm not suggesting that you're not, but it's heartbreaking. The other day I saw an article though that interested me. It was written in March of 2019, and it was Representative Elliott had proposed a bill. I don't remember the number to mandate the HPV vaccine. But what's interesting was that it was for certain ages. It was for 9th grade, and it was only for public school, and it wasn't for private school. So clearly he felt like in that particular vaccine, there should be some exemptions, or there's some considerations. In that same article, Representative Linehan also was quoted saying that she would choose that vaccine for her daughter, but didn't feel like it should be mandated. And that really struck me, because here they both clearly indicated that in those particular instances, there should be some choice. Yet this legislation, which they are primary proponents of for the last several years, would, if it passes, would give parents no exceptions, no choices. And I'm not going to get into the whole medical exception thing that we just had a discussion about, but has it occurred to them? I don't know. It just was mind-boggling to me that here they don't see that I don't know, double standard where they get to choose, they get to decide, they get to make exceptions or considerations about certain things, and yet they're passing this legislation that will provide no choice. It will devastate families. And I just think that's really unconscionable. So all of you have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution and the liberties that are contained therein, to represent.
Sorry, you hit your 3-minute mark. If you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
And just going to say, there's thousands and thousands of families, you all know this, that have come and pleaded and begged and prayed that you would stop this legislation, and it seems to fall on deaf ears. So I'm going to say it one more time. Could you please consider saying no, and find the courage, find the integrity to say no to this legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. And I do not see any hands, so thank you for being with us tonight. And I am going to move to the next speaker, number 265, Michael Nass. Is Michael with us? I thought I saw him in the waiting room here, so. Michael, I don't know if you're hearing us, but I see you're here. And we'll give you 1 more minute, and then we'll move. I don't see him right now, but he is on the list. So I will move to the next speaker, and that would be number 266, Gina Danis.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. I strongly oppose Bill SB 568 and HB 6423. I'll be using my time today to speak to the families who were allowed to testify and those who have not had their voice heard. This isn't the first time that we've been here, pleading with elected officials to keep our freedoms intact. Someone wise once told me a story and related it to us, freedom, and the government. I went to a circus once and saw a huge elephant tied to a small wooden stake with a rope, just standing there. So I wondered, why is the elephant so obedient and doesn't break away from the stake with all of its enormous strength and size? When the elephant was young, it was tied to the stake in the same way. Naturally, it didn't like that and tried to escape. But try as it might, the rope and stake were too strong for it, so the elephant eventually gave up. Later on, when it was older, the elephant still believed it could not escape from the rope and remained standing in the same place, despite the fact that it could easily have escaped. Elephants have actually died this way, being burned in a fire because they believed they were not strong enough to pull the rope and stake and run away to safety. Why am I telling you this story? I know that we would all love it if we never faced opposition, if we lived in a world where two opposing sides could resolve gracefully at the intersection of peace, but I'm not sure that's where we are today. After hearing your testimonies all day, I see that you, like myself and thousands of others, are not here to negotiate the health of our families or compromise our beliefs. Quite the opposite. Friends, I'm here to encourage you to not stop fighting, no matter what the outcome is. Do not become complacent like the elephant. Do not lie down and accept what we know is wrong for our families. Don't believe the lie that we are not strong enough. We do not need the government to direct our steps. We will band together as a community and help each other. Families helping families. It's time to deepen our community bonds. It's time for action, not just words. People are scared of the repercussions of this bill, and I understand. We need to fill in the gap so that they can feel comfortable to stand up to perversion. I believe that if we are forcibly kicked out of schools, our tax dollars pay for, kicked out of the doctor's offices, and possibly shunned from society, that it very well may be a blessing in disguise. We have rights, God-given, unalienable rights. We have a voice, not ones that will be silenced, and we are not alone in this. We are not deplorable. It is important that we understand our voice matters. We will play our own sports, do our own school, and seek our own doctors. We do not have to be forced into decisions we do not believe in because of a tyrannical government. Thomas Jefferson once said, "When the people fear the government, there's tyranny. And when the government fears the people, there's liberty." Today, friends, is the time for liberty. Do you know what a tyrannical government fears most? A citizenry that doesn't need them. We can create a culture within a culture.
Sorry, excuse me,
The
you
Lord
hit the
is
3-minute
with
mark.
us. I'm done.
Thanks.
Thank you, and I don't see any hands for questions, so thank you, Gina, and I will now turn over the chair to Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Next up is number 274, Rachel Zaff.
Hello, me, right?
Are you Rachel?
Oh, no.
I saw Rachel. Rachel Zaff.
Madam Chair, it's Raquel or Raquel.
Raquel?
Hi.
Oh, thank you. Raquel Zaff?
Yes, hi.
Hi, sorry about that. Go right ahead.
Thank you. All right. Hello, respected Public Health Committee members. My name is Raquel Zapp. I am a member of Two Vibrant Healthy Children and have been a resident of Connecticut for 21 years. Thank you for the time, for this opportunity to express my viewpoint. I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568 because it creates segregation among groups and it hinders our rights to freedom of choice of what goes into our body. If I cannot decide what substance are injected into my child in accordance with my own religious beliefs, and if my child faces banishment from civil society for rejecting serious medical interventions on religious grounds, then my family is not really free in this country. The state is then violating the Constitution's First Amendment promise of religious liberty. I oppose this bill because it is an encroachment on our religious freedom, and it's a bill of coercion. Please vote no to this bill. It's the only right choice. And healthy, unvaccinated children pose no risks to vaccinated children. Finally, I'd like to ask you, what kind of state do you want Connecticut to be? A state that compels medical intervention on children against their parents' beliefs? Or a state that, like 44 other states that have religious exemption respecting people's freedom? I implore you to make the right decision and leave the religious exemption in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zaff. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Karen Walaskas.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Sorry, my daughter just woke up. So first, I'm a mother of three. I have a 5-year-old, a 2.5-year-old, and a 1-month-old who just woke up. So we've had the same pediatrician for 5 years with my son. She knew that we were having our daughter. When we called to make the appointment when our daughter was born, they told us, actually, we can't take you on as a patient anymore if you don't follow the full schedule. So we were scrambling. What are we going to do? We have to find a new pediatrician. They said, don't worry, your older two will be grandfathered in, so you won't have to worry about them, which was insane. Thankfully, the office manager had gotten back to us and said, that's an absurd policy. We're sorry. Come in, bring her. So luckily, we were able to keep them all there. We use the religious exemption for the religious purpose. I know that it's kind of mixed from what I've seen today. So we're a family that believes in strong educational foundation as well as faith. Myself, I'm a doctoral candidate. I believe in the science. I believe in scholarly research. This issue, I think that a lot of it is underreported and inadequate. I've also worked as an educator in higher education as an adjunct instructor, which is typically nighttime classes, which are older parents going back to school. So would this then put these people that are trying to go back, their kids have, finally gone into school, or they finally have some time to themselves and they're going to go and take a class, are they going to also have to comply with this? So now they're going to be limited from getting an education. It's not just going to be the kids graduating high school going, it's going to be the moms and dads that finally have a minute to try to better their lives and get an education that are going to be limited if they also can't comply or produce their vaccine records, which probably aren't up to date, which I know I have mine. The doses are nowhere near what they are now. So also this year, our oldest had started kindergarten in a private religious school. He's thriving. He's learning about faith, inclusivity. I can't say that right now. And also how detrimental segregation has been to a society as a whole. My kids also have been in daycare since they were 4 months old. They've had, on one hand, we could count their sick visits because most of them were pretty funny. Ones were a beat up the nose or things like that, where we've had to go. And they've never had any issues. We take our health seriously. We see the chiropractor every week. We focus on our gut health and those things. So also, as we've seen, as my son has been in school 5 days a week, my daughter has been in daycare, the masks and social distancing has proven to work to help stop at least spread COVID. Those practices weren't around with other outbreaks that we're calling them. How do we know that those wouldn't also help now? If those could be an option just to continue whenever we go back to a normal life, for students to continue if they're going to use their religious exemption instead of pulling it out, those could work. We used to think it was crazy, but who would have thought a year later we would still be wearing a mask every single place we go? My son's in kindergarten. To him, he doesn't know any different from school. We're a young established family in Connecticut. We're not conspiracy theorists. Like I said, we believe in science. We also believe in our faith and don't know that it's the place for the government to tell us because you have a different faith that you have to comply or you don't get to be educated.
Hi, Excuse me, you hit your 3
Thank
minute
you.
mark.
That's pretty much it. Thank you for your time. I know this is a long day. I've been listening pretty much all day as I've been home, and I know it's a lot. So but thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Velasquez, and thank you for joining us with your baby. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to Asher Ewers.
Hi, my name is Asher Ewers. I'm almost 13 years old and I oppose both HB 6423 and SB 568. I do not want to be forced to have ingredients injected into my body that can make me sick, so I don't catch a disease I may never encounter anyway. I also highly doubt that any child, young or old, likes having to go to the doctors/vaccinators once a year and just to get poked by a syringe multiple times. Vaccines are not 100% effective and affect people differently. Everyone is different. I believe God made our immune systems to function without outside help. There is no reason to be afraid of me around other kids since I am not sick. If this law passed, I would have to uproot from all my family and extended family to move to a state where we still have a choice. I hope to go to college someday, and this bill would affect my future education as well. This would affect my life as well as thousands of other kids and adults. Thank you for your time. Please vote this down.
Thank you, Mr. Ewers. I see a hand, Senator Haskell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick thank you to Asher. Man, it's late. I hope you get some sleep, but appreciate your patience before you could testify tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Ewers, for your testimony. Next, we're going to go back to David Costa. Oh, David, are you with us yet? If not, we'll give David a second and we're going to go to...
Madam Chair, I think he's there now.
Okay, great. David Costa.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Good morning. I'm here to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. First and foremost, thank you everyone for your time to hear all of the concerned citizens over this last several hours. I'm a father of 3 children who are currently in public schooling. Passing these bills would force each of them to be expelled and have their lives turned upside down. I hear a lot of other testimonials speak to the medical and physical concerns of this mandate. Though valid, I agree with them. I feel the much bigger impact would be the mental health impact this would have on the children of Connecticut. I have watched my 3 kids be forced into distant learning since March of 2020 due to COVID. They have been through more trial and tribulations with not being able to be in school, see their friends, be normal in 1 year than I ever did in 16 years of schooling. Forcing children out of school will not only lead to higher depression, but undoubtedly a higher suicide rate amongst kids. My 12-year-old son has a dream to play baseball in high school and college. My 8-year-old has a dream of becoming a teacher, thanks to the great teachers she has been blessed to be with over the last several years. And my 4-year-old wants to be a nurse. Please don't take my kids' dreams away from them. Every one of us knows Connecticut is not a cheap state to live in. Passing this bill would either make this lifelong Connecticut resident uproot and go to another state, or while my wife and I work full-time just to provide a roof over my kids' heads, food on the table, clothes for their backs, would cause my 12-year-old to monitor his 2 young sisters' homeschooling while trying to keep track of his own. This is not a job that a 12-year-old should have to bear. If I do decide to move to another state, it will still negatively affect our kids' emotional health and have to start over making new friends and not being around their grandparents. My wife would like to read our son's testimony who fell asleep.
Hi, my name is Dylan, and I'm 12 years old. I live in Stratford. I have a dream to be a baseball player since I was 4 years old. For the past 7 years, I have been confident that I will make it. But then I heard that a bill said we have to have a lot of vaccines in order to stay into school. This means I can't attend high school or college and play on baseball teams at schools. I need an education. I need a college degree. I need a job. I want to have the experience of playing baseball in high school and college. I need a point to be on the face of the earth. People like us need our right to public education. Keep me in school in beautiful Connecticut with a good life already. I love my school so much, and please don't punish me for my religion to stay pure. God comes first before school, and that's what he would choose. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for your testimony, and please relay to Dylan our thanks as well. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your time tonight or this morning. Next is Melinda Pafundi.
Hello?
Hi.
I'm so sorry. I may have just dozed off. I cannot imagine I'm the first person. Hang on. Okay. All right. Good morning. I come to you today asking you to support my family and others like mine by opposing these bills. I have 3 children, age 5, 8, and 11. All 3 attend a public magnet school. We chose the magnet school system for diversity and inclusivity, to expose my children to a community that mirrors that of the world around them, a socioeconomically diverse population, a population that includes people from many different walks of life, religions, races, and backgrounds. I do not teach tolerance. I teach acceptance. I teach them to embrace our differences and not to fear them. I believe in my body, my choice. It is a mantra I apply to many situations in our lives. My beliefs are just that, my beliefs. I do not force others to subscribe to my religious convictions. I support women's rights, a mother's right, and an individual's right to choose. I also believe that many vaccines are the fruit of a forbidden tree, in that these vaccines exist as a direct benefit from the aborted fetus. I cannot participate in this morally repugnant practice. I cannot directly benefit from this soured fruit. Today, I am explaining to my children their community may no longer be allowed to accept them. Their government may choose to no longer tolerate our family's religious beliefs, that they may be removed from their friends, their teachers, and the world as they know it. Their future will be greatly impacted. As parents, we tell our children they can be whatever they want to be when they grow up. My children will be limited. My eldest can now continue and go to college and become a doctor or a veterinarian as she dreams. However, because of this grandfathering at an arbitrary age, my youngest 2 will not be able to go to any school. This government may limit their future because of their family's religious beliefs. I have heard some suggest continuing remote learning for those with a religious exemption. Until last month, all 3 of my children were remote learners. My 5-year-old received occupational speech and special education therapies through his school, all through Zoom. However, as of last month, my son's team and I decided special education via Zoom was an ineffective and inadequate option for his ideal educational progress. His growth as a result of remote learning was stunted. I am grateful for the state's attention and the duty to my son's special education needs. However, if he is removed from school, I cannot afford these therapies out of pocket. I am concerned for his future and thousands of other children in a similar position. As a nation, we have explored the idea of separate but equal. It was determined to be one of the largest education failures in our history. Where there is separation, there is no equality. I would also like to inform the committee of a few more items. My family has already experienced discrimination regarding our religious and medical decisions. First, at the pediatrician's office, and second, within the school. In 2018,
Andrea, you hit your 3-minute mark if you wouldn't mind concluding your remarks.
Happy to. In 2018, I received a letter from Vernon Pediatrics stating that if I was unwilling to bring my children up to date on vaccines, we would no longer be able to be seen in their practice. Also in 2018, I was notified that the school nurse created a list of all religiously exempt children and distributed it to the entire faculty. With the passing of this bill, you will empower this intolerance. I am asking you to tell my children, Miles, Emma, and Sophia, that their future, their education is equally important, that they will not be excluded from our school due to their family's religious beliefs. Tell them that they can become whatever they dream to be, that this state will not discriminate against them because of their family's beliefs. Show them that this government in this state stands for diversity and inclusivity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Pafundi. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Paul Pescatello. My apologies for skipping you by.
Oh, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. So good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you in support of SB 568 and HB 6423. Again, I'm Paul Pescatello. I'm senior counsel at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association and executive director of the CBIA's Bioscience Growth Council. The Bioscience Growth Council is about growing the Connecticut biotech sector, promoting policies that support bioscience research and development, promoting scientific inquiry, and following the hard data that rigorous scientific inquiry produces. Several years ago, in order to better understand vaccine science and the public health issues surrounding vaccines, the Bioscience Growth Council formed a working group called Science Matters. Reviewing the research, our Science Matters group found that the data surrounding childhood immunization are clear. Childhood immunization is very safe, very effective, and very necessary. Getting our children vaccinated is the responsible thing to do because it helps protect all members of our community, kids, but also the immunosuppressed, like many seniors, people with cancer, and people suffering from other diseases like HIV. Given the late hour or early hour and all the testimony you've heard, as well as the fact that you have my prepared written testimony, I'm going to diverge from what I've submitted in writing to make two simple points. First, thank you for your patience, your concern, your active listening. Crafting a more effective childhood immunization policy has been before you for several years. I don't think it's an overstatement to say you've heard it all. You've heard and reheard opponents of all stripes. You've heard as well expert clinical and scientific testimony, such as that of Dr. Jack Ross this afternoon. Ironically, though the public overwhelmingly supports the immunization policy and the legislation before you, you've heard far more from the minority of opponents than from the majority who support this legislation. This is democracy in action, of which we should all be proud. It's important to not let the drama and the noise and the emotion of this hearing derail enactment of a public policy that is broadly and deeply supported. My second point is that sometimes it's helpful to remind ourselves that we live in a representative democracy. Before you, you have a vast body of opinion and, more importantly, expert medical testimony and scientific data. We should all be very grateful to you. We should all be very grateful that you have more than enough information before you to use your professional judgment as elected representatives to pass these immunization bills out of this committee and recommend them for passage by the General Assembly. Thank you for your time and for your hard work, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pescatello. We do have some hands raised. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I have a question to raise with you. I think there's a lot of commonality about vaccinations and its value. And if you'd heard me earlier on, I came from the era where we had polio. I think the one common theme I'm hearing tonight about this proposal is, rather than trying to develop and administer an education program about the pros and cons of vaccination, a bill's been presented to which religious exemption is being repealed. And I wonder, in my own mind, how that will increase the number of people getting vaccinated after everything I've heard tonight. It certainly doesn't appear to be the case. And the second thing is, do you think it's the role of government to really take on the responsibilities of parents in terms of raising their kids and what they can or cannot do?
I think this is a wise public policy because, far more people will be helped by this legislation than would be hurt by it. And certainly education plays a role.
So in following up with that, would you agree that it's at least a better opportunity to do the education program before implementing a law that has clearly created a lot of angst and controversy and some very strong emotional reactions? Would we not be better served and having a better chance of meeting the overall goal by doing the education program versus adopting a controversial law?
I think the two go together. I think the two work together.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we'll go to Representative Clarice Detria. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul, for your testimony. Did you say you work for CBIA?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. I thought you said that, but I wasn't sure. Would you say that any members of your organization of CBIA would benefit if the vaccines became mandatory?
If the vaccine became, which vaccine?
If we made
the childhood vaccines, we're talking about.
Vaccines mandatory. Sorry, it's late. Words aren't coming out as easily.
I mean, I think we all benefit from a healthy populace and a healthy workforce.
Right, monetarily though, is what I'm referring to.
Certainly there are economic losses from having workers not be able to show up to work, but I think it's more about the health and safety of the workforce.
Okay, thank you. And do you acknowledge that vaccines are not 100% effective?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry. And then can you
certainly
offer...
there as we know, there are some people that they don't have the same immune response to them. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then do you offer any data on failure rates for each of the vaccines that Connecticut requires?
So certainly there is data that exists. As I said in my comments, you have so much data before you, and so you've had so much testimony and so many things submitted to you. I think it's all there, but happy to provide you with additional.
That would be great if you could, either to the committee. We would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Or Madam Chair, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Next, we have Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pescatello, thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for sticking around for a long time today. I wanted to
2 years ago, I
heard
spoke
you
at
correctly.
8 in the morning. So
Yes, better than the last time. Did you mention that you're part of a scientific committee for CBI? Could you tell me a little bit more about what that entails and who are the participants?
So Science Matters is sort of a subgroup of the Bioscience Growth Council of people members who are interested in vaccines and have specific vaccine knowledge and expertise.
Okay, so it's based on that. And have you been able to understand? Are you able to speak about why there is a growing movement of concerned families in our state who are worried about vaccination?
We haven't done any particular, research about that. We've done some, focus group. We were surprised 2 years ago by the opposition and the contention that was caused by it. But I think there's a lot of misinformation, as you as a physician know about vaccines, about the science behind it, about the risks, and also I think what we've learned is that how difficult it is for people to make risk assessments. So certainly the risk of a vaccine versus not taking advantage of vaccines is sometimes poorly misunderstood.
Okay. And any conversations that your focus group has had about cognitive dissonance?
In what sense?
The condition that actually makes people think a certain way, and simplistic thought process would make them be more worried, where there's confirmation to the data that is there, and trying to simplify the answers.
I think I don't know if it's so much that it's cognitive dissonance, just that there is so much information out there, and as I think other people have testified today, there's so much on the internet now. There's so much misinformation and so many half truths, and again a poor sense of the real risks involved, for not availing ourselves of the vaccine science and the value of vaccines, and that the risk of not using it is greater than of using it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you staying for a long time today. Thank you.
It is late.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other hands. Thank you so much, Mr. Piscatello.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Joanne Consiglio, followed by Kara Beverly.
Hi, can you hear us? Can you
Yes,
hear
we
us?
can.
Hi, I adamantly oppose Bill HB 6423 and SB 568. If this bill passes, I and many other families will be splintered, as we'll have to be moving to other states. I'm 78 years old, and my entire family, that's 3 generations, are now looking to go to other states. There will be a mass exodus from Connecticut, worse than Connecticut is seeing now. We are being threatened and coerced to vaccinate our children and our grandchildren against our religious beliefs. This is unconscionable. Connecticut will see a mass exodus, as I have just said. Every day, more and more of my fellow senior citizens are moving North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, just because of these things that are happening. If this bill passes, it's going to destroy my family and many families. We will have to leave a state that has been home to our families for many generations. We think the only ones that's going to be the winners of this whole mess will be the pharmaceutical companies. They have the power and they have the money, and they have you politicians right where they want you. You are being maneuvered to do exactly what Big Pharma wants you to do. Please think about the many hardworking, tax-paying families that you will be destroying. My husband and I own 4 properties in New Haven and our own home in North Branford, and we are definitely selling everything and moving out if this bill passes. This is not about public health. Where did the measles go? Where did the flus go? When I was little, I got 2 shots. My children got 4 shots. Now the children, you want them to have 73 shots. Where are all these new diseases coming from? We survived measles, mumps, chickenpox, whooping cough, had 4 sisters. I never knew anyone that died from any of this. I'm sure there were. As I said, we're willing to move, and we just wish that you would really consider this and not vote for this. And I'd like my granddaughter here to have something to say also, please.
Well, hi, I'm one of the children that this bill will be affecting. I should be going into my freshman year of high school, best years of your life. But if this bill passes, I will not be able to have that. I'm a straight A student. I'm eligible for like 4 AP classes. I'm sick like once a year, and people call me disease spreaders. Last year, 3 politicians flipped me off just because I was standing there holding a sign that said
Ms.
education.
Consiglio, you've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say that there are like thousands of other children like me who really love school and really just want to have a chance to finish their education so they can pursue what they want to do.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you both for staying up and for being with us this morning to share your testimony. I don't see any hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Kara Beverly.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak for my family this morning, tonight. I am in opposition to both bills HB 6423 and SB 568. It is our constitutional right to have freedom of religion. And while I completely value the health of the public, there is no science to support the removal of the religious exemption in the name of public health. In the decades it has existed in Connecticut, unvaccinated children have not caused an outbreak of any vaccine preventable disease. I have 3 children who have been thriving in the Bethel public school system. And if these bills were to pass, I would be forced to choose between violating our own beliefs by vaccinating my children or pulling them out of a public school where they are learning and contributing to their school community, and choose to homeschool or move out of state and further remove them from the community they've grown up with. I implore you to continue to protect our constitutional rights by opposing these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beverly. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next up is Ella Casey.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Wait, we can't hear your daughter. I could hear you.
She just woke up, so. Okay, go ahead. Louder.
My name is Ella Casey and I'm 9.5 years old. I live in Montville, Connecticut, and I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. In my house, we believe everyone is equal. Everyone deserves respect and love. And even though everyone is different, we all have the same rights. You can't discriminate against someone because of the color of their skin or what religion they follow or what their beliefs are. Everyone has rights to decide what's right or wrong for their own bodies. That's part of our belief system too. You can't segregate people just because they are different than you. Because of this, I believe these bills are wrong, because they will kick some of my friends out of school because of their religious beliefs. That is wrong. Please make sure everyone gets to make their own choices about their own bodies. Please make sure all religions are welcome in Connecticut. Please vote no for these bills. Thank you. My mom's gonna do the rest of my time.
Okay.
We moved to Connecticut about 5 years ago from Georgia. We moved at the time my husband was active duty in the Navy. We are from the South. When we moved to Connecticut, we moved because we were just simply avoiding orders to Guam. We did not want to go to Guam. We did not expect to fall in love with this state. I didn't expect my husband to get a great job here and retire here. I didn't expect to find such a diverse and inclusive community that my children and I could belong to. I am a Southern transplant who loves the Northeast, and I never want to leave. Over the last few years, other active duty military families and veteran families have seen the growing popularity of this state and retiring here. For young families and young professionals starting families, Connecticut could be a very nice place to live, especially considering what happened to California 6 years ago. When California passed Senate Bill 277, an act eliminating personal and faith-based reasons to decline vaccinations, military families found themselves in a quandary. They found themselves asking the question, do I sell my soul to live in paradise? It's now a
Ms.
hard
Casey,
path.
you've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Yes. We fought this bill last year, military families and veteran families. We were called the American Taliban. We were called Russian-funded plants. Please keep Connecticut safe for military families. Many do not have a choice when they move here. They move here on military orders, and they should not be forced to choose between their religious beliefs and their child having a public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey, and thank you, Ella, for getting up in the middle of the night to be with us. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Next, we're going to hear from Michael Cavalier.
Sorry, I don't know. Can you guys see me or not? I don't know.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
now
I figured it out. So my husband is a first responder, and I'm going to read his testimony on behalf of him because he had to work overtime. So I am testifying today in opposition of SB 568 and HB 6423. I was raised religious and wholeheartedly believe that it is our right to practice religion freely without consequences. The principles of my religion are based on health, cleanliness, and bodily integrity. Many vaccines are derived from substances that are religiously objectionable, specifically rubella, varicella, shingles, and hepatitis A. According to the HB 6423, rubella is listed as one of the mandatory vaccines needed to attend school for children in 6th grade or below. Injecting those vaccines into my body or my children's body is 100% my religious beliefs. Not only does this bill go against my religious beliefs, kicking children out of school due to religious beliefs is unconstitutional. I do not have children of my own yet, but my wife is pregnant with our first. This bill affects me in more ways than one. My wife and I both work full-time. Daycare will not be an option if this bill passes. Therefore, one of us will have to quit our job to take care of our child. This will put a huge strain on us, not only financially, but mentally. Do you know how it makes me feel to know that my unborn child will not be able to have the same elementary, middle school, and high school experiences that I had? They will never know what it's like to go to a high school prom or middle school dance. They will not be able to be a part of a soccer team, baseball team, or dance team and understand the values of teamwork and the feeling of winning their first game. They will not be able to proudly walk in their homemade costume during their Halloween parade and wave to their parents or even attend a class field trip. The long-term effects of this bill will have on my children and I mentally is enormous. If you think the COVID-19 lockdown caused a spike in mental illness, just think of what the numbers will skyrocket to, knowing that tens of thousands of kids will be kicked out of school. This is segregation at its finest, and children will suffer. In conclusion, I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423 for the fact that this bill goes against the constitutional First Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. We have the right to practice our religious beliefs, and we have the right to a free public education. This is discrimination against healthy, unvaccinated, or partially unvaccinated children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cavalier. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to George Wood.
Public Health Committee members, first of all, thank you for the time to testify today. I also want to thank you for your service on this very important committee. My name is George Wood, and I live in Lebanon, Connecticut, and have been a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I have been blessed with 2 wonderful sons and an incredible wife. I wish to express my opposition to bills HB 6423 and SB 568. I would also like to express my dismay that this process is taking place via web meeting instead of in-person testimony. This clearly discriminates against those who do not have access to high-speed internet, as they will not be able to be seen during their testimony. And while provisions have been made to allow those without access to testify by phone, this is not the same as being able to face the committee in person. This is an infringement on their right to be seen and heard in front of this committee. Your job is to hear from and represent all of us. I feel that these hearings should be suspended until we are able to meet in person again. It's also, I think, the arbitrary 24-hour limit on this hearing is completely unfair to the probably well over 1,000 people that will not be allowed to be heard. I'm the father of a college student who will be directly impacted by these bills. He's attended Three Rivers Community College, earned his associate's degree in exercise science, and he's currently enrolled as a senior at Central Connecticut State University on the dean's list. He enjoys attending classes. His goal is to be a personal trainer and to help other people live more healthy lifestyle. If this bill is passed, he'll no longer be able to attend CCSU to finish his bachelor's degree without getting additional vaccinations. He does not want any additional vaccinations. I also have a son that is a proud graduate of UConn, and he would have been impacted by this legislation also. He is currently a nuclear engineer and a father of a newborn in Connecticut. As a new grandfather, I want my children to have the right to choose what happens to their children. As I'm sure you've heard in many other testimony at this point, vaccines are way above what they were when most of us were kids growing up. And you know, I have a lot more prepared, but and you've heard a lot of this already. But I really have a big concern that it seems like there are members of this committee who don't understand what VAERS is and what some of the how vaccine injury cases are actually handled, and how vaccine injury awards are actually paid for. So unlike despite what we heard earlier, VAERS is not a system that pays any claims out to people. It is not a short system for people to get money for or compensation for vaccine injuries. VAERS is simply a reporting system. Okay, you have to go through the vaccine injury court in order to actually get compensation for a vaccine injury.
Mr. Wood, you've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay. The vaccine injury court is actually, and compensation there is paid for by a 75-cent excise tax on every vaccine that is administered. I'm particularly concerned that people on this committee don't understand VAERS and don't understand how the vaccine injury process works. When you're here about to pass bills or put bills out in front of the entire legislature that will make these vaccines mandatory, and you don't understand how the systems work to deal with these issues for people that do have adverse events.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wood. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Michael Nass.
My name is Michael Nass. I am testifying in strong opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm a native of Connecticut. I've lived here all my life. I live in Marlborough with my daughter, who currently attends first grade. If these bills pass, we would be forced to choose between homeschool or fleeing the state my daughter and I were born in, at great expense, leaving behind our families and friends so that she may receive an education. As a single parent with sole custody, homeschooling would be a life-altering burden. My religious and spiritual beliefs dictate that our bodies are temples, which I have a personal responsibility to protect, especially in what I allow to enter into it. The concept of bodily autonomy is so integral to my faith that I cannot consciously delegate that authority. These bills are a horrific offense to both concepts of religious freedom and bodily autonomy. I've seen the argument that children are not chattel, and so parents' rights are limited in regards to what they may choose for their streaming for their children. I wholeheartedly agree. I will never do anything to put my child in danger or risk her health. And it is my greatest responsibility to share knowledge with her so that she is prepared to make her own educated choices regarding her body as she reaches an age of conscious expression and consent. My daughter is not chattel of her parents or the state. Consent is the foundation of peaceable human relations, and I work every day to help my child understand its meaning and application. These bills would contradict her right to an education while maintaining her bodily autonomy, integrity, free will, and consent. The bills, just as the related attempts in previous years, do not address any real emergency but they would absolutely violate our religious freedom and bodily autonomy. As noted in a recent release of information by the state, the number of religious exemptions has actually decreased over the past 2 years. These bills are discriminatory against the faith and religious beliefs of a small minority with a vague claim of protecting the greater good. They would subjugate these people to a second class with less rights and privileges than the majority, without evidence that they would protect or benefit anyone. They do not address any crisis or relate to the safety or efficacy of vaccination itself. They do restrict the free exercise of religion and violate both federal and state constitutions. I urge you to vote no on both bills in order to uphold and defend the rights of your constituents and the constitutions of Connecticut and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nass, for your testimony. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Paula M.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning instead of good night. Just to follow up on what George said regarding the VAERS database, I think it's a great tool to look for data. I was recently looking at it regarding the COVID deaths, and the numbers are pretty alarming. Anyway, I'm speaking to you today to express my opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. Both of my sons have learning and intellectual disabilities, one because of a vaccine injury, and I am deeply concerned about his emotional well-being should he be removed from the public school system. He is 11 years old, and remote learning due to COVID has set him back significantly. And I must admit, he watched most of the testimonies during the day today, and he was especially interested in the children providing testimonies. He loves engaging with his classmates, even though he doesn't really have any friends outside of school. We have been protected by our religious beliefs up until this point. What accommodations will you provide for them if these bills are enacted with respect to their ADA rights? I can tell you that states like California and New York removed children with disabilities from public school systems, and there are currently many ongoing lawsuits regarding this matter. I often hear that because of the trace amounts in vaccines, the negative impact is minimal. Well, then I ask you, how much bee venom does it take to cause an anaphylactic state for an individual with a bee allergy? The answer to that is trace amounts. If vaccine manufacturers are so confident in their toxic products, then why aren't they liable? Why has Merck, one of the big three manufacturers of vaccines, scrapped their COVID vaccine and decided instead to move into a different direction and pursue therapeutics? Even they are aware of the issues surrounding this vaccine. For those that oppose these bills on the committee, but will reluctantly vote in favor of moving them forward under the guise of grandfathering certain students, don't assume that this language won't be pulled at a later date. Ask the state of Maine how that worked out for them. Once these bills are enacted, there will be no stopping the mandates on additional vaccines such as HPV, flu, and eventually the COVID vaccine for our children. Without proper safety testing and no liability by the vaccine manufacturers, who is going to stop this deadly machine from moving forward once these bills are enacted? Ironically, the only other two states with drastic measures taken against our religious and medical exemptions, California and New York, experienced the highest exodus of residents in the year 2020. Is that what we want for our already struggling state? We need to do better, and we must do better for our children. And if someone could just answer my question regarding accommodations for those with disabilities, should this bill move forward, I would appreciate it. I did look through the bills and I couldn't find anything specifically that spoke to ADA. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Paula. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Michaela Zilberg.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's see, I think I can get my video on. All right, sorry, I look like a mess. All right, I've been watching since 9 a.m. So, okay, so I just want to start off with saying that my name is Michaela Zilberg. I strongly oppose bills HB 6423 and SB 568. I live in Fairfield County. of Connecticut. I'm 23 years old and I was born and raised in Fairfield and Trumbull. I have a 3-year-old and I'm also pregnant and I'm due August 26th. I was in school for nursing, but I decided to completely switch majors actually. And now I'm in school for law studies and political science for these reasons of who creates our laws nowadays. And hopefully I do plan to be one of them one day. I also have a 9-year-old brother who I would like to mention who has autism, he has Asperger's, which we all know is a spectrum of autism. There are a few topics I would like to speak about today. One of them would be how the bill would affect low-income and single-parent homes, such as myself. As I mentioned before, I am a single mom of 2, due in August with my second. It is hard for me to live in Connecticut as it is. And but to add on the stress of putting my almost 4-year-old, who will not be allowed in pre-K next year and then in kindergarten, it would affect me financially and mentally, as I'm sure it would for my daughter too, because she is enrolled in school right now. And I will be leaving the state of Connecticut, which would suck because I did grow up here. If this bill does pass, due to my religious beliefs, I will not vaccinate my children. Secondly, I would like to talk about children with disabilities because I really haven't heard much of it today. And it does hit home. Thankfully, like my parents are a part of the 1% of Connecticut, so financially they wouldn't suffer. But then you have to think about my brother who suffers from autism, where if you know autism, like you can move his desk and he will freak out. You know, they have the littlest change and they don't do well with it. Sorry, my voice is cracking. And if you understand autism, they don't do well with change. So from what I'm aware of from my mother is that my brother has had a really hard time with the COVID shutdown this year in Easton, my parents are. And I just want to know what you guys would do for, you know, people with autism or the IEPs and stuff and how you would help them. And then the other thing is that I would like to discuss about doctors. And I feel like a lot of doctors just brush off and they don't really talk about vaccines. Thankfully, my pediatrician, we talk about it for an hour and she's very informative. And I've actually informed her on things like the measles vaccine. And she actually looked it up and couldn't believe what I was saying. So I feel like there needs to be more of an open discussion with doctors. And I did hear that a lot from Senator Summers. So, and then also, you know, I grew my children. I know what's best for them. I know my family's medical history, as I am actually a child of a medical exemption due to 2 vaccine reactions, myself from the swine flu and HPV when I was in middle school. Also, my mother had one to the DTaP and my aunt to the flu vaccine. My mother and I also suffer from a chronic autoimmune disease called EOE, which affects the esophagus. As my views on not vaccinating do stem from religion, as I am against doing even piercings to my daughter's ears, circumcision, anything that has to do with the body. Obviously, in some ways.
Ms. Silver,
Okay,
if you
can I
get
just
your
wrap
3
it up?
minutes,
I'm
if
at
you'd
the
like
end.
to conclude.
Yeah. So basically, all I'm saying is just that obviously it has to do with religion, but some of it does have to do with my traumatic reactions, obviously. And the sad thing is just that maybe look into the medical exemptions too, because it's extremely hard to get them. Not saying that personally, that's what I would use if, you know, that's obviously use a religious exemption, but my brother nor my children can get a religious exemption just because me and my mom have the same autoimmune disease. So that's really it.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Zilberg. We do have a hand raised. Representative McCarty.
I apologize, took me so long. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I just wanted to say to Michaela that we did hear about our children that have IEPs. And while the bill is silent in that area, I do think that children in special ed, that they are protected under immunization requirements from the federal side. So that is an area that I believe that we will have to look at on these bill proposals. So thank you again for bringing that up.
Thank you. Yeah, because I know my parents are already having problems with it. And I know with the IEP, they're trying to help them out. But so it just, yeah, it's difficult for him. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Ms. Zilberg. Don't see any other hands. Thank you for your time
All
this
right.
morning.
Bad. Thanks.
Next up is Amy Mrauka.
All right, sorry, I had to pull up my testimony.
That's okay.
So thank you for those of you who are still hanging out to hear us. I had a lot to say, but most people covered it already, so I'm just going to go into my what I have written here. This is not about public health. This is about coercive attempts to hold public education hostage from children who hold religious convictions. These bills call for discrimination, segregation in the community, and encourage the idea that unvaccinated or partially vaccinated persons are a threat and should be ostracized from society. Some legislators repeatedly claim the religious exemption is being abused when the Constitution does not require that religious beliefs be proven to anyone to be protected under the law. There are no studies or evidence proving that removing children holding a religious exemption for school will improve health outcomes for students or will reduce the spread of any disease. In fact, after today's testimony, it shows that the only thing you'll achieve by passing these bills would be causing hardships for families and children and forcing families to flee Connecticut. This will not improve your vaccination rates. As we know, the recent data shows that many schools that are under the herd immunity threshold show that these children are not even using an exemption at all. More importantly, I'd like to touch base on the discrimination that these bills encourage. In particular, I wanted to address the woman Carrie's testimony, the chickenpox story, which was the exact same word-for-word testimony she gave last year. She did a great job of publicly displaying how parents with vaccine-injured children are constantly gaslighted and labeled liars. She smirked and said she doesn't think vaccine injuries are real. She gave a dramatic story about her child having chickenpox to just brush off millions of parents who have permanently injured or deceased children from the hand of vaccines. Accepted science proves that recently vaccinated with live virus vaccines shed the disease to others. She claims an unvaccinated person gave her son the chickenpox, but has zero proof. And to Dr. Anwar's remarks about the side effects of a severe, which is highly rare case of chickenpox, I think you mentioned encephalitis as a complication. Well, Dr. Anwar, encephalitis is also listed as a possible side effect of the vaccine, as is physically having the chickenpox infection itself. Vaccinated children are can just as easily transmit and be asymptomatic carriers from the live virus vaccines. But most importantly, I've heard many times tonight that legislators claim these bills do not encourage hate speech and discrimination. Well, while all of you, well, let's be honest, I haven't seen Josh Elliott once, and I'm pretty sure no one but a few of you are listening. But those of you who are here listening, to the lucky few of us who will get to speak tonight due to this unjust hearing, your Senate House Majority Leader Bob Duff tweeted the following, quote, "Let's get this straight. The anti-vax movement is the offspring of the QAnon movement. Where Q goes, they all go," end quote. This is an example of what your Democratic House Majority Leader uses his social media platform for. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Maralka?
Yep.
Ms. Maralka, you've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Sure, I'm almost done. Thank you. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be fair to say that your Senator Majority Leader is enticing hate speech and division, correct? This is what the public will listen to and follow. I'd also be fine if somebody asked me about the content off of the Democratic Facebook page.
Thank you, Ms. Maralka. I see Senator Haskell has raised his hand.
Sure thing.
Yeah, hi, ma'am. Thanks so much for hanging in with us tonight. I think there are still a good number of folks listening. So anyways, I would push back against that. I'm certainly glad to be here and hear your testimony. I wanted to focus in on religious freedom and specifically your claim that this bill is unconstitutional on those grounds. And let me start by saying I agree with you. State legislatures shouldn't be in the business of picking which religious beliefs are sincerely held and which are not. Who am I to decide, whether or not your religious belief is valid? And I certainly don't think it matters whether or not there's an organized church that shares those beliefs or not. But I think that you would agree, Amy, that religious liberties have to sometimes be limited, just like any other First Amendment right. It's the same reason we can have the right to speak freely, but we don't necessarily have the right to shout fire in a crowded movie theater. So if it's okay with you, and I realize the hour is late, could I run through some hypotheticals to see if there are any scenarios where you would accept the government putting some reasonable limitations on religious liberty?
Sure, but I never said it was unconstitutional, but you can continue what you're saying.
Oh, I thought you did. Well, I don't want to misquote you. I understood your comments to say that this is a violation of religious liberty. Do you not feel that way?
I do. I think it's actually insulting when people say it's being abused.
Got it. Well, those are sort of separate issues. I think that the use of the medical exemption and whether or not we have the legislature has the constitutional right to pass the vaccine requirement, I think, are two separate matters. But let me drill into these hypotheticals. A whole bunch of schools in my area, probably yours too, are returning to in-person learning. I'm wondering if you think that a family could claim that forcing their child to wear a mask while in school violated their religious beliefs. Would that be sort of an acceptable exercise of religious freedom, or would the state be justified in saying that, in fact,
absolutely,
all
it's a religious freedom, absolutely. Yep.
Really, even after the fact that study after study has demonstrated that wearing a mask is crucial to protecting other students and staff?
Most of the studies showed that it won't actually, but I understand you're going to obviously agree with that. But no one wants to ask me about the discrimination from Bob Duff that I mentioned.
Sorry, I haven't finished, Madam Chair, and I'd like to ask one more question, one more hypothetical, and let's move away from public health because I guess we don't see eye to eye on a lot of those matters. But what if I said that driving 100 miles an hour on the highway was an expression of my religious belief? Surely you don't think that the state police should give me a free pass and allow me to risk the safety of every other driver on the road because I claim that to be a religious belief, do you? And you and I might feel that that's a ludicrous and imaginable.
We all know what you're doing here. I know what you're doing, and it's apples to oranges. Injecting chemicals and fetal cells into your body is different than driving. You cannot compare those two. I can see the road this is heading down is not going to be constructive. I really would like to talk about the hate speech from your senator majority leader.
All due respect, ma'am, that's not what I'm asking. And I do think it's relevant to the bill because your testimony claimed that under no circumstances can the state regulate religious conduct. And my belief is that in some cases where there is a clear and compelling public interest, for example, preventing speeding on the highway, maybe we would both agree, I would say preserving herd immunity, there is not only an ability, but a responsibility of the state to regulate religious conduct. So I don't want to talk about one of my colleagues' Facebook posts. That's probably for another day. And
you're talking about hate speech from these bills, and it's true. And people discriminate against people that either are missing one vaccine or using the RE for just the flu shot or yada, yada. We're talking about what you guys are denying all night, saying that this does not promote hate speech. That's what he's doing right now. And there's plenty more comments.
All right, understood. Madam Chair, I don't think I'm going to get an answer to my question, and I'm not particularly interested in this separate line of questioning. So I'll move on to you feel free to move on to the next.
Must be nice.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Amy, for testifying. I did want to hear more about what you were talking in regard to hate speech. I'm concerned about what might be going on there.
Right. Well, in my testimony, I mean, I wrote down so many different things to say tonight, and I mean, everybody touched base on it. The one thing that stuck out that hasn't been pointed out is that people that either don't vaccinate or people that do selective schedules, maybe not up to date completely or missing one or two vaccines using the RE, they're absolutely discriminated against. We are called names. We are told, death threats. I've been told that I should have my child taken away. And these are people that don't even know my health history or what we do in my family. I just support choice. So, you'll find on social media all of the articles about tonight's hearing. The Democratic page themselves released something that said they referred to tonight as anti-vaccine testimony, when that is not what this is. This is not a hearing about anti-vaccine anything. And they made it seem like Representative Cook shot somebody down for saying my body, my choice. It's terrible. If you go right now to Bob Duff's page, he literally said the anti-vaccine movement is the offspring of the QAnon movement. What is that supposed to mean? That's not hate. That's not enticing people to hate anti-vaxxers and to fear us and to fear people that question vaccines or wait to do certain ones. I mean, come on, that's your Democratic Party majority leader right there. I didn't even need, it made it so easy for me to write my testimony. I didn't even need to say any of the other things. So many people have come tonight to say it, but you can't deny that we get harassed. I don't have my last name on my Facebook because I was harassed for sticking up for pro-choice. Again, person didn't know me or my history or anything. I have screenshots on my phone right now, 5 or 6 of them, just a couple comments. These people are making terrible comments in regards to people that don't vaccinate, using derogatory terms, telling them to keep their disgusting children home. I mean, I could go on, but no one's talking about it. You guys are saying that it doesn't entice hate speech. It does, and it entices segregation, discrimination. It's really, it's everywhere. It's rampant. I have screenshots for a year's worth.
So thank you. I'm sorry to hear that. Were there other legislators participating in that too?
Not that I saw on his page, but honestly, I've been awake watching this since 9 a.m. So I had, Facebook is a toxic place to spend a lot of time. So I've been on and off. I just happened to been scrolling, and I mean, it was an invaluable screenshot to take. And who knows if we'll take it down. I mean, he put it on Twitter, it's on Instagram. He seems very proud of his stance. And I don't know if you guys understand that he's a leader, right? So he's speaking for his party and the majority of times, right? He's speaking for the majority of how you guys are supposed to see things or view things. And when he puts that on his social media platforms, he's basically encouraging the public to think like that. And then the comments that follow below, I mean, it's, anybody that supports him or follows him, just the comments are, you can go see for yourself. I mean, take a look at the old ones too. Anything related to vaccines. I mean, he actually called me a conspiracy theorist. I don't have a screenshot of it, but I'm sure I could actually find the post if I looked. I just don't understand how you guys can't see how that's a problem. And it goes deeper than that. Like I said, I mean, I was harassed to the point where I had to change my name on Facebook. I mean, somebody was that crazy that they were able to, find stuff on my Facebook. I run a nonprofit.
Thank you, Ms. Marca. Representative, do you have additional questions?
No, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Amy, I'm sorry that happened to you, and thank you for your answers and your testimony.
Thank you for asking, Anne. I appreciate it.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After you mentioned Ms. Mraka about Senator Duff's post, I can't even speak straight right. It's been a long day and night. Actually, if you look, I think what, and again, look, whatever people post is their choice. But from what he's saying is that there is a individual who is a well-recognized anti-vaxxer who's actually gone to QAnon and has been trying to ask all the people who are anti-vaxxers or vaccine hesitant, or as people before the testimony say they're not anti-vaxxers, but then they say that they're anti-vaxxers. So all of them are being asked to come to that website. I think that's what his post is saying, that people are taking advantage of your group. That's at least what I sensed in about the last 5 minutes.
So if that's the case,
I'm not
why
justifying what he's saying, just sharing what he's saying. So let me finish.
Okay.
So that's one part I want you to be aware of. Somebody who just spoke put a picture of Chairman Steinberg and put a nasty remark under it. I just took a picture of that picture because, look, this is a highly emotional issue. And the only way we can go through this whole process is recognize that everyone, whether you are against vaccines or you are for vaccines, people actually are coming from a place of love. They are trying to protect their children. We may disagree on the science, we may disagree on the numbers, but we have to recognize that we are coming from a place of love. And end of the day, whatever decisions are going to be made, we are going to have to live as one community. And the higher the emotions, the negative it is going to be for everyone. I know there are things that have happened today, and there are things that have happened in the past, done by anti-vaxxers to some of the elected officials, and said and threatened and done a number of things. And I understand you shared that you also felt threatened by some individuals. So I'm so
He-
sorry
he's
that
a
is happening.
Senate majority leader. He's not just a person. He's a person in leadership. That shouldn't be happening. I don't
Well,
I can't believe you're defending him right now. Honestly.
I'm explaining to you what he is saying. I'm not defending him. I'm explaining to you what he's saying. And I think that's a different conversation, but I just want you to know that, look, as a
So
society,
the offspring of QAnon is the anti-vax movement. That's not discriminatory. That's not a joke to you. You don't see what he's doing there?
that's the article that
We're
was
adults
mentioning it
here.
has evidence, but I don't agree with that. But at the same time, we can read that later. I don't have the time to read it right now, what he's posted, but I can just tell you the emotions are high. And that's the time we actually have to recognize that as a community, we will have to come from a place of recognition that everybody is emotional about this and they're coming from a place of love. And that's the only way we'll be able to have a respectful conversation around this topic. I just want to suggest that because the reality right now is the emotions are high and there are people who are against the vaccines, anti-vaxxers. They are actually also doing a lot of things. And we can start to share who's doing worse than the other, and that won't get us anywhere though. But I just wanted to make sure that I shared that fact that there are high emotion situations and we should all calm down and relax a little bit and then have conversation on the merits. Thank you again, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. I'm sorry we got off on this tangent. I certainly don't defend those comments. We're in a very bad place as a nation right now when it comes to the way we treat one another. For example, my Facebook pages have been taken over by trolls for many weeks, and they're a pretty nasty bunch, frankly. Really not nice people from what I can tell. I understand a member of this committee was virtually physically threatened today. This is not where we need to be right now. I would like to return to the merits of the bill and advise people who are passionate across the spectrum to just stop it. We need to move on. And I would like you, Madam Morawska, to move on as well. I know you're upset by this, but you're not helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Ms. Maralka. I don't see any more hands raised. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you for listening.
Next up is Jen Rocky.
Yep, I just fucking testified.
Oh.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
I oppose both SB 568 and HB 6423 in support of the small and decreasing percent of the parents with children in school today who utilize the religious exemption to vaccines. Our family accepts and loves all children in our community interactions, regardless of their religious or medical status. And it is troubling to see the segregation that these bills are seeking to impose. Decisions about medical procedures are matters held in confidence between a healthcare provider and a patient, and further, between religious leaders and a patient. The state has no place in either of these discussions, and the removal of the religious exemption and insertion of additional layers of bureaucracy via a state medical exemption review panel interferes and would certainly have the impact of excluding thousands of children from receiving the free and appropriate public education guaranteed to them by the state of Connecticut. Virtual learning and homeschooling are particularly difficult, if not impossible, for those in lower socioeconomic classes and for those impacted by systemic racism. If those are the fallbacks planned to be offered by your committee in lieu of attending in-person school, the Supreme Court has clearly established precedent that separate is not equal, and your actions would further widen the achievement gap between those with means and those without. Many science-based employers in this state have communicated to their employees during this COVID period that vaccines will continue to be a personal matter for their employees and they will not be mandated. The state of Connecticut should drop the pursuit of these harmful bills that would either coerce economically distressed parents into allowing unwanted medical procedures on their children or force thousands of children out of school and community life and possibly the state. An underclass of disenfranchised and undereducated children in the state presents far more risk than continuing the status quo of keeping the existing process that has been in place for over 50 years without issue. If I may quote the Ann E. Casey Foundation has an article about state by state immunization rates. And it says immunization rates varied widely across the states, from a high of 85.4% in Connecticut to a low of 63.9% in Montana. I believe I see representative in front of most of your names. You are not the parents of the tax-paying, hardworking, distressed citizens of Connecticut. You continue to appear to be a collective hammer in search of a nail. Vaccination rates in Connecticut have never been higher. This state is hurting. People are losing their homes. People cannot afford to stay here if they're not taking advantage of the educational system that Connecticut has been proud to offer for so many years.
Ms. Rocky, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Rocky. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Jennifer Schaefer. Jennifer Schaefer. All right, then I'm going to go to Barbara Spokowski.
Yes, hi, sorry about that. I don't know why it didn't come through as Barbara, but my name is Barbara Sparkowski. Anyway, thank you for having me here. I want to oppose both of these bills. I'm pretty sure we know the numbers of them by now. My actual testimony, I really wanted to bring out to you guys the original 1959 law that was written about this, because it was during a time where 35% of kindergartners weren't caught up to date on polio. There was a better percentage between the ages of 5 and 9, but it's all in my testimony if you want to take a look at it, and the entire transcript as well, because it was written to be inclusive. It was written to make sure that there was a stopgap, that the state did not leave any kids out, that they didn't leave them there, that they didn't just discriminate against them. Back in 1959, they wanted to make sure that they had this catch so all kids would be going to school. And I'm here, it's 3:24 in the morning. You guys have been here all day too. I get it, but we're talking about this in the year 2021 when 2% of kids have this religious exemption, 2%. So your gaps that you're really concerned about in school, I've not heard one plan be laid for how you want to educate, which is in the original 1959 transcript as well. They really took consideration for how they were going to do this, how they were going to fund it, how they were going to get these vaccines out into the community that had this gap where they really need it. They certainly by no means would have legislated kicking 2% of the kids out of school at that time. I just don't understand how far we've come in 60 years that we're so inclusive, and we want to make sure if we were talking about 2% of any other group of people, it's okay to pick on those anti-vax kids, right? Because we're the it group right now. It's allowed, it's okay. You're allowed to stomp on us in public. You're allowed to, but to pick on 2% of the kids, I mean, is the goal 100%? You're never going to get there. You're never going to get it 100%. We're already on the fringe. We're already trying to find doctors. Nobody wants to be an anti-vaxxer. Nobody wants to be here. Nobody wants to be on camera. We just want to kind of live our life and be safe in our own medical decisions. And we're not allowed to do that right now. And it's just kind of gross. That we're in a pandemic and these kids have had their lives uprooted, families, more pressure than ever. You guys know this. You're worried about our health, right? And yet here you are again, another year. These mothers are sick to their stomach. I had my kids in front of you today. There's kids coming up. They don't really understand what's going on. They just want to be like all the other kids, right? They want to go to school. They want They want to just live. That's all we want to do is live, regardless of whether you believe in our reason or not. You guys got to understand something too. We still have people who don't want the government in their business, and that's their right. If they don't want to give you their medical records, maybe they're completely caught up on their vaccines. They just don't want to give it to you. We all have conspiracy theorist friends, right? It doesn't mean we're going to oust them from society because of it. I mean, you got to understand there's going to be a small subset of those people.
Ma'am, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
I would, because I've seen you guys ask all night long, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? We're absolutely going to do what the Amish children are doing in New York right now. And those Amish kids that get kicked out of Amish school are illegally still going to Amish school. The government just isn't doing anything about it. They're still going. They're still congregating. They're still getting together. They're still doing what they did before. New York is just turning a blind eye. If you think for 2 seconds that people in Connecticut are just going to lay down and cower, no, we're still going to do all these things with our kids. We're still going to get them together. We're still going to have classes. Whether the government has any oversight in it or not, we're still going to do it. Whether it's regulated or we're against the law or not, I want to be very clear as to where we're going to go. We're going to go to Florida where there's palm trees. We're going to go to New Hampshire where it's live free or die.
Thank you for your testimony, Barbara. I don't see any hands. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Jennifer Schaefer.
I thought I got skipped. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I've been watching all day, and in the testimony, I've noticed that a majority of the people are here again for a second very, very long hearing. Over 1,900 people have signed up to testify, and only a few hundred of those voices are only going to be heard. So I feel like the lucky one, and this is very unfortunate. I did want to bring up the fact that Senator Bob Duff, who is the majority leader, said, and I quote, "Let me be very clear, the anti-vax movement is the offspring of QAnon movement. Where Q goes, they all go." I also want to tell you why I'm bringing that up. I've had people send me messages. I run a nonprofit organization. Send me messages, look up my nonprofit organization, and harass me, calling me an anti-vaxxer. I would like for the committee to stop referring to people like me as anti-vaxxers. My child was injured by a vaccine. I find it extremely insulting and disrespectful to refer to me as an anti-vaxxer. It is my right as a parent, as a sovereign human being, to decide what goes into my body or that of my children. I'd also like to bring up the fact that despite the high vaccination rate for pertussis, we still see large outbreaks in this country. I'd also like to bring up the fact, something that I haven't heard mentioned at all today, that the manufacturers of many of these vaccines, and I'll bring Merck up as an example, since mumps was brought up in this hearing today, Merck is being sued for fraud for the mumps portion of the MMR vaccine. Okay, so the 2 scientists blew the whistle on Merck for cooking the science to make the mumps portion of the MMR look more efficacious than it actually was. And we have seen mump outbreaks throughout this country for years now. In fact, there was a large outbreak not that long ago, and there was a Navy ship that had to be out at sea for a very long time because of the mumps outbreak. So that's just that. And that's just Merck, who is one of the pharmaceutical companies. People to have their doctor, when you talk about medical exemptions, I have a child with an autoimmune disease. Last year, the committee recognized the autoimmune disease is a valid medical exemption. What is this new committee going to be doing deciding about who gets the medical exemption, and why are you cramming this all in now into this double bill? It's very, very confusing to be in this place and to worry about my children and their future going even into college, and little children who are going into daycares, because this affects from babies to adults actually that are going to use the higher education system. So
Ms. Schaefer,
Yeah.
Schaefer, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Yeah, stop calling us anti-vaxxers. It's derogatory, and I'm very concerned about the majority leader's statement about people like me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schaefer. Senator Huang has his hand raised.
Good morning, Representative. Thank you very, very much. And good morning, Ms. Schaefer.
Good morning.
Good morning. I appreciate your testimony. We've heard many of it, but you point out something that is deeply troubling for me as well, that for people to disagree, the bullying that's taking effect, the kind of social ostracization that's occurring is deeply troubling. And do you feel intimidated by it?
Absolutely. I absolutely do. Last year when we were at the Capitol, this is before COVID, and they were putting masks out for us as if we were sick and had illnesses. This is way before COVID happened. And it was just, very uncomfortable. And I've had, like I said, someone stalk me online, and it's very uncomfortable. Absolutely, it is, especially when we have the majority leader saying things like that, calling us anti-vaxxers. Stop it! I'm not anti-vaccine. That is not fair. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. It's been disappointing to see some of the defense going on with this type of language. This is a political figure, a public figure. It's a lot different than being a member of the public, a private citizen.
No, I hear that in your tone, and I heard that from other people who have testified at 3 a.m, and I see the chilling effect of these kind of words. And make no mistake about it, it's a very passionate and emotional dialogue, and we've heard many people, also supporters or oppositions, get emotionally involved, and none of it's acceptable. None of the bullying is ever acceptable, and the portrayal is sometimes the ill of social media. So I really appreciate your viewpoints, and for you to be up here so late and recognizing that many others are not going to get this opportunity. So thank you very much. But I appreciate you pointing out the chilling effect that's not only happening in the legislative process, but going out on social media, potentially undermining and threatening people's placement and business conduct. It's unacceptable at any turn. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other hands. Thank you so much, Ms. Schaefer, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to go to Jennifer Comtois.
Comtois.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
May I just interrupt and just say that I'm getting messages that number 247, 254, and 262 were skipped.
Could you repeat those numbers again for the clerks to hear?
247, 254, and 262.
All right. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you. And 281.
All right. So on to Jennifer Comtois.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Comtois. I live in Windsor, Connecticut. I'm here today to publicly speak out against SB 568 and HB 6423. The state of Connecticut can't pay its bills. Let's face it, we're broke. Truth in Accounting actually pulls together an annual report on the financial well-being of all 50 states every single year. In September 2020, they released a report where Connecticut actually has $67 billion in bonded debt and unfunded retirement costs. Connecticut is currently the third most indebted state per taxpayer in the nation. It is predicted that the state of Connecticut will lose $8 billion with a B because of the pandemic. CT, Connecticut was clearly already in a poor economic standing prior to this pandemic, but I can promise you that if this bill passes, there will be a mass exodus from the state of Connecticut for those seeking to exercise their religious freedoms. As a result of this bill, even if people cannot leave immediately, thousands of parents will be forced to homeschool their children. Legislators will quickly see the impact as funding evaporates in thin air as these students no longer attend their public institutions. These proposed bills create a 21st century version of segregation. Vaccinated and unvaccinated can't attend school together. In 1990, the vaccination rate in Connecticut was 91%, far lower than it is today. In fact, children today are more vaccinated than ever and have the highest vaccination rate in our state's history. The religious exemption existed just then as it does today. Yet we have seen a marked increase in the number of children vaccinated. Where is the sudden justification for this now removal? Finally, I would like to paint a picture for you. Immediately after giving birth to my daughter, I suffered a severe postpartum hemorrhage. I was tired, distraught, overwhelmed, like most mothers are after giving birth, without the additional medical complication. Even after this, I was bullied, pressured, harassed at the hospital because I would not participate in vaccinating my child within hours of her birth. My husband has experienced a very serious adverse reaction to the flu vaccine and was hospitalized as a result. It was at that point we did our research on vaccines, adverse effects, and contents of vaccines that you would conveniently never hear about. Compounded by our strongly held religious beliefs, we both agreed that we no longer wanted to participate in vaccination, especially with our precious, vulnerable newborn. We wanted to ensure that her body and immune system could be fully developed. Since that time, we have been kicked out of multiple pediatrician offices, denied care over and over again for our newborn because we chose not to vaccinate. Now, the possibility of daycare, schools, higher education, where does it stop? At what point should I put a yellow star on my chest? You might think that that's an extreme analogy, but comparing our current state to the Holocaust isn't that far off. My great-grandparents came to this country from Poland. They would be appalled at the newfound tyranny if they were alive today. It's infuriating to me that a very young representative on this board actually said that I think it's inappropriate for him to tell the public what they can and cannot parallel the public can. Sorry. I think it's offensive that Haskell said that. And first and foremost, I think it's offensive, especially being a Holocaust survivor. What I do want to say is I want to encourage you all to remember the adage: if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And most importantly, remember the Constitution and respect your constituents' exercise freedom of religion. If you want to ask me about how my husband got a medical exemption and what that looks like, I would love to hear you ask me that. And I also would love to be able to talk to you about how this is going to affect my family.
Thank you, Ms. Comtois. I do see that Senator Haskell has raised his hand.
Perfect. Love it.
Hi, Jennifer. Since you mentioned, I think I'm the very young representative that you mentioned.
You would be the 24-year-old man I'm talking about.
I would. So you said at the end that as a Holocaust survivor, you were offended. I only meant to speak up earlier because personally speaking, and I didn't mean to tell the public what they could or could not draw a parallel between, but personally speaking, I find a conversation about vaccinations in public schools to be on a whole different playing field than the mass murder of millions of Jews or the long legacy of racial segregation and slavery in this country, which is what the previous speaker was speaking to. I find that those are on completely different playing fields. And frankly, I think it's problematic and offensive, personally speaking, to draw a comparison between the two. Just want to explain to you where I'm coming from. I hope you understand those are the context of my comments earlier. Anyways, I don't have a question.
That's okay. I would like to actually address that, though, out of respect to my family. So I would say that, especially when we're looking at Nuremberg Code, voluntary informed consent is something that falls within that. Also, the likelihood of a good resulting, which if my daughter has an adverse reaction, my husband almost died in the hospital. Like, no good can come from my husband almost dying. There are many other bullets on a Nuremberg Code that this violates. So I know that Steinberg and many other of you do not want to recognize that this is an issue, But it is offensive to me, and it still is offensive to me, that you think that I cannot say that, or that it's or that I shouldn't be able to say these things.
To clarify, Madam Chair, I don't think that you shouldn't be able to say those things. I just think that I'm letting you personally know.
You
that
think it's
I find
offensive.
it to be a poor parallel and offensive to the legacy both of the mass murder of millions of Jews in Europe, and also to the legacy of slavery and segregation, which was referenced earlier. Not saying that you can't say that. I was only saying that I found that to be out of
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you,
I'm
Senator.
just saying, we're
Ms.
a star away.
Comtois, we do have additional questions.
Go ahead.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony. Can you just elaborate on how your husband got his medical exemption and how this will affect your family?
Yes, I can. So my husband had a very serious adverse reaction, which landed him in the hospital. We weren't really sure. So my husband also has a heart condition. We had seen, we have a regular doctor that we go to, and then we also have a cardiologist and a couple of specialists that we see. We tried multiple PCPs to get an exemption, a medical exemption, because we were told at the hospital that it could have possibly been vaccines. They weren't sure, like he had just got it within 24 hours. They told us to go to our PCP, went to his PCP. They said there's no way to tell. After the course of probably close to almost 4 years, we were finally able to obtain a medical exemption literally like 2 months ago. So it took a long time and a long substantial relationship. And we actually had to go to it. We actually went to an out-of-state doctor because a doctor here in Connecticut would not grant a medical exemption here in this state. So that brings me to my other question, or my other point as well too, is that I know that Steinberg keeps mentioning that the committee will not have the overpower over the doctor's directives, but in the next breath he continues to say that they would be able to review doctors in whether they're writing too many or too little exemptions, which goes directly against it. And I'm wondering, will my husband have to have his exemption reviewed on this board? Will my husband be in a situation where he will not be able to go to nursing school anymore? Because my husband's going to school for nursing school. I'm a full-time worker. He watches my daughter part-time. He goes to school full-time. He has a medical exemption. He has a passion for cardiology because he has tetralogy of Fallot. That is a very rare heart condition. And the only reason why we got the medical exemption was simply because of the long-standing relationship. And then the fact that his cardiologist recognizes that he believes that if he takes another vaccine, that he could die, his heart could stop working. But so we're fortunate in that. And I say fortunate that it's unfortunate we have this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Comtois. Representative, do you have additional questions?
I just wanted to thank Jennifer for her answers and for your testimony. And Representative Gilchrist, I just wanted to add another number 281 to the list that got bypassed. Thank you.
Yes, we got that one too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Steinberg.
Thank you. No, I tried very early on, many hours ago.
I know, I heard it.
Impress upon it the need for respect and treating people well. You've referred to me twice now as Steinberg.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You can refer to me as representative. You can refer to me as Mr. Chair. You can refer to me as Jonathan. But I do believe that I am due your respect. And I think it reflects on how much respect you have for this committee.
I'm sorry, I got your name incorrect. I'm sorry, you're not my representative, so I don't know you as well. But
you got my name perfectly fine. You said it correctly. You
I'm sorry.
failed to show any respect for the legislature.
Gotcha.
And I'm pointing that out because I would not just sling your last name at you and treat you in that fashion. You are failing to show respect, and I think it reflects in our consideration of your testimony.
It's unfortunate because two of the representatives on this board actually put up a meme as a Facebook thing with vaccines on it. And
thank you, Representative. Yes, thank you, Ms.
So
Comtois.
there's not a lot of respect anywhere here, unfortunately.
Senator Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, maybe because the hour is early and we're tired and it's emotional, but I do want to echo Representative Steinberg's theme that every single one of us that are sitting here on this committee and serve do this out of love and a desire to serve. And for all the emotionality, we need to have decorum and respect for the process, no matter how much we may challenge it at times. Representative Steinberg and I have exchanges, but I respect him as a colleague. I respect him as a friend. So if I may, ma'am, is to extend that courtesy for people that are doing this out of public service, no matter how much we passionately disagree. And that being said, I do appreciate you being here and testifying and offering your viewpoint. And, you know, two wrongs don't make a right. So as I was always taught, that we have control over our own behavior, and we can call out the challenges, but we don't need to go a tit for tat. So I'm so grateful. I'm appreciative of your contributions this morning, but I do want to share that as we engage in this dialogue, even at these long hours, we need to be respectful and civil. And I do wish to acknowledge Representative Steinberg for his role and his work. We may not agree, and I repeat that again, but nevertheless, he's a colleague, and all of my colleagues are doing this public service out of their heart. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Comtois. I don't see any additional hands. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you. Sorry, Rep. Steinberg. I can't keep track of if you guys are senators or representatives. That's honestly why I didn't call you by your full designation. So I apologize. Take care.
Thank you for being here. Next up is Carolyn Bennett.
Members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Carolyn Bennett, and I urge you to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. These bills both infringe on the historic right of parents in Connecticut to independently make informed decisions regarding the health care of their children. Parents are not asking for the government's permission to make informed decisions regarding their children's health care. They're reminding you that they have the right, the honor, and the responsibility to do so without the government's permission, oversight, direction, or restriction. The main concern I have with these bills is not actually about whether or not to vaccinate. The bottom line here is an issue of a violation of freedom. Under our system of government, the government has certain jurisdictional areas under their control. These areas have boundaries, lines the government may not cross, certain things that are just not the government's job. These boundaries have been set in place by the laws of nature and of nature's God. And therefore, government may not enter the jurisdiction belonging to parents. Deciding whether or not to vaccinate your child is an individual decision parents are responsible to make. Yes, it may affect people around us. Many personal decisions do. That's part of life. But because it is the parent's jurisdiction, not the government's jurisdiction, the government has no authority to make this decision contrary to the will of the parents. We can talk all day about the benefits or detriments of vaccinations, but we shouldn't even be discussing that here because that is not the critical component at hand. The critical component is this, that government cannot award itself the authority to control how parents must make a specific medical decision. The government certainly may have a vested interest in the vaccination decision, but it does not have authority to dictate it. Thank you for your time, and please vote no on both these bills.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. I don't see any hands. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Now we're going to go back to Elizabeth De La Barre.
Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I appreciate your time. I live in Manhattan and have been forced to violate my religious beliefs in order to send my son to school because of the laws that were passed in New York that are similar to Bills 568 and 6423. I'm separated and need to work and don't have the resources to pay for the homeschooling classes and sports activities that my healthy, bright, social teenager would need to keep him stimulated and happy. I can't afford to incur moving expenses and start over in another state that is far from his father who has partial custody. I have friends who moved to other states so they wouldn't have to violate their religious beliefs. And I have a friend who took money from her retirement savings to pay for homeschooling classes for her daughter. Since the stress of losing our religious freedom and many of our friends, I've increased my psychotherapy appointment frequency and found a therapist for my son. I literally lie awake at night disturbed that I live somewhere where I can no longer choose what happens to my body or the body of my child. We live in a state where my doctor, who knows my medical history and our religious beliefs, has no say in the appropriate care for me and my son. Furthermore, my son does not have the right to an education unless we comply with this suppressive legislation. Even though my doctor made a catch-up schedule that was submitted to the school so my son could keep attending, the DOH would not accept the schedule. The school office and DOH constantly gave me misinformation and threatened that my son would be removed from school. Here are a few examples. As a toddler, my son had chickenpox. I sent in the medical record, which excuses him from the varicella vaccination due to natural immunity. Yet, my son received a letter at school saying he needed the varicella shot or would be removed. My doctor chose to give my son the adult Hep B vaccine because at 12 years old and extremely tall, that was what made sense. The adult dose was only 2 shots instead of 3 and requires 4 months between shots. Yet the school and the DOH sent a letter and gave it to my son at school that he had missed his 2nd and 3rd doses of Hep B and needed to comply or be removed. He received another letter that he was missing DTP, even though that vaccine is not even administered to children over the age of 7. And again, he was handed a letter at school that he needed the first DTP shot and a schedule for the other 2 or he would be removed. Furthermore, the catch-up schedule does not allow time to test for titers to see if the next dose in the series is even required. Children with a healthy immune system are often very high in antibodies after 1 shot and don't need the second one. These children run the risk of having a serious adverse reaction if they already have high antibodies. I know this because of mothers who have had to learn this the hard way and now have children with chronic health issues that show antibodies in incredibly high ranges, indicating an out-of-control immune response to their second vaccination. If you don't know about Hawley's Law in New Jersey, which is why titer testing has been made known and submissible to the DOH, you should make yourself aware. It's named after Holly, who died after her 2nd MMR shot at age 5.
Ms. De La Barre, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
I would just like to say that medical knowledge and religious exemptions, religious beliefs are not mutually exclusive. I'm a devout Buddhist. I don't believe in putting toxic substances in myself. I don't believe in causing harm. We know there is harm caused. These are not mutually exclusive issues. Just because I've had to educate myself on the vaccine program and adverse reactions does not mean I don't still hold devout religious beliefs. Please keep that in mind.
Thank you, Ms. De La Barre. I see that Representative Steinberg has his hand raised.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today. I think the point you make is very instructive, that different states do things in different ways. For example, apparently in the state of New York, the Department of Health has purview over those specific choices. In the state of Connecticut, the Department of Public Health would not in this bill, and that we really do want to make sure that decisions are made between families and practitioners. So those kind of distinctions matter depending on which state you're in and what the law would actually say. The only reason I'm pointing it out is that we are not like New York and New Jersey, and what's proposed in this bill would actually provide appropriate oversight without that kind of directorial authority. And that distinction, I think, is of consequence. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Senator Haskell.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. And Ms. De La Barre, thank you for your patience and your testimony tonight. Just to clarify briefly, you don't live in the state of Connecticut?
No, I have friends who have moved to the state of Connecticut to avoid having to go against their religious beliefs, but I live in Manhattan, and I have friends who have testified today and are on the list.
Got it. Got it. Well, Manhattan's not very far, at least from my district. I guess I have a question, though, that's a little bit more procedural in nature. Here we are at 4 a.m. You've sacrificed sleep to participate in the process, the legislative process for a state in which you do not live. And I'm just wondering, sort of procedurally, how does that happen? Do you have you testified in multiple states? Is this?
No, I have dear friends who hold similar beliefs, who have relocated to Connecticut. I am active educating people about lots of things related. Actually, I'm a healthcare practitioner, so I do all kinds of education in the state of New York. No, I'm not some kind of professional testifier. I have dear friends in Connecticut, and they thought that my testimony and what I had gone through in New York would give you some insight into some potential hazards. I don't feel the state and the DOH should be making these health decisions for me and my family.
Understood. Well, thanks so much, Ms. Delabar, for your patience tonight.
Thank
and have
you.
a good evening or good morning.
You too.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other hands. Thank you so much, Ms. De La Barre.
Thank you.
Next is Erica Smith.
Hi, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, I just want to say thank you to Representative Dauphiné for accepting the text from my friend, letting you guys know that we were waiting in the waiting room. So I appreciate her being responsive. Actually, the person who texted her is another New York refugee who left the state because of their vaccine bill. Her name is Danny. So thank you for hearing about that. Anyway, all day today and for almost 24 hours last year, we had members of the following groups testify in opposition to these bills: mothers, fathers, children, religious leaders, activists, nurses, doctors. We presented medical concerns. We presented religious objections. We told you it's nearly impossible to get medical exemptions. We presented children with adverse effects. We cried. We have submitted petitions with over 15,000 signatures. We have met with many of you and tried without success to meet with the rest. We have written letters and countless emails. We have made our voices heard, but still, you persist with this discriminatory legislation. Many of you are still not listening. I'm not going to rehash the same information that you already know, or at least should know. I'm not going to beg for my kids' constitutional right to a free and public education. I felt as you did 15 years ago. As a speech language pathologist in my previous career, I met many kids, countless kids who were negatively affected by vaccines. Before I met moms like myself, I too ignorantly sat in judgment of them. So I understand you. It's hard to see what you're paid not to see. Here's the piece that few are talking about, though. You're at the precipice of making the same mistake that many in history have made. Early American settlers, American governments during Jim Crow laws, and slave owners worldwide, thinking that your fear and intolerance of others is justified because someone in a white coat or authority figure told you it was okay. I'm Black, as you can see. My parents prepared me for a world of bigotry. My father went to segregated schools. Let that sink in. The first time he sat in class with white people was in college. That was only 1.5 generations ago. And here we are on the verge of instituting segregation yet again. Yeah, the parameters are different, the justification is different, it's wrapped in a different package, but the smell of bigotry stinks the same. Let's not forget slavery was legal, segregation was legal, redlining was legal, medical testing on African-American women was legal, funded in part by government officials and doctors in white coats saying that we didn't feel the pain the same way that white people did. So this justified their laws. My point here being that this law does not make it right. There are many examples in history where we look back in disgust at the actions of governments backed by science. We wonder how could they be so blind to the fact that all men and women, and in this case, children, are created equal. Well, legislators, you're following in the footsteps of countless bigoted governments. I hope you change your mind. I hope that you don't use your discriminatory practices to justify this legislation. Here's the deal. We should be better than that. My job is to raise and protect my children, and that I'm going to do. I'm not going to violate my religious beliefs, no matter what your discriminatory actions and laws say. Your laws won't affect my
Ms.
children.
Smith, you've reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay, this is my last sentence. I just want to say I forgive you for your religious discrimination, because in my religion, love conquers evil. So I'm sending you much love in spite of it all. A person before me highlighted that many African Americans are behind on their vaccines. I hope that my testimony might highlight for you why. It's not a lack of education, it's a healthy respect and deep understanding of the discrimination that we've felt.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Smith. Representative Carpino, and followed by Senator Huang.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist. I wrote down, ma'am, something you just said, because frankly, after listening to this all day, I didn't think I would be shocked, but I am. And I believe you said it is hard to see what you're paid not to see. And I have to tell you, I find that offensive. As a public servant and parent of two young public school students, I have listened to my constituents and every member of the public who has sat before us for 2 years. So as we are talking about being open-minded, being civil, and treating one another with respect, I do not believe that your comments in any way, shape, or form are helping us get to the right answer, which is protecting our kids. Every member of this committee cares about the kids in our state. We may disagree about how best to do that, but there is nobody on this committee, whether they are in the House, the Senate, the Republicans, or Democrats, that wants anything but the best for all of these kids. So please be careful with your language.
Okay, I think you didn't listen to the first part. What I said was that I was a speech therapist. I've worked.
I heard.
I've worked with all of these same people, and what I'm saying is I empathize with that perspective. It's hard to see. I was paid not to see it. I hear you. I understand. That was my point. My point was not to offend anybody clearly. That's not my point. My point is that this is a really sensitive topic, and it's hard to see it. These moms are coming here crying to you. They're telling you, and still a lot of people are not seeing it. And I don't know you, Representative Carpino, so it's possible that you're not one of the people I'm talking about. However, my representative, who I'm not going to name her name, but she knows who she is one of those people who has not been responsive, who has not listened to her constituents. So I'm really more directing that more towards her and more towards the people who are not listening. So I apologize if you are offended. I'm not speaking to anyone that this doesn't apply to.
Thank you. And that is for you as well as anyone who may come after you, that words matter. Thank you.
Yeah, they do. And this legislation matters too. Yeah, so I hear you. We're both in agreement on that.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Huang, did you still have a question?
No, ma'am, other than good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you for your testimony this morning. And then I'm going to turn it over to Representative Steinberg.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nicole Wells.
Good morning. Could everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you. It seems I was skipped a while ago. My name is Nicole Wells. I oppose both bills, HB 6423 and SB 568 in any form. I have resided in Connecticut for almost 40 years. This is my home. I have worked for the Bridgeport Board of Education as a parent educator for the past 17 years. I'm a new mom to an almost 4-year-old girl and almost 2-year-old little boy. Our family consists of a 2-income home. I am writing in opposition of these bills. I'm here to preserve and protect our religious freedom, our parental right, and the fundamental right to freedom and equal education. With the possible fear of these bills being passed, this will cause extreme hardship on my family and many of our other friends and family. As stated, we're a 2-income household. My daughter is currently enrolled in a nature preschool. She's thriving. She loves learning and she loves all of her friends. My son sadly has not had the opportunity due to COVID to take part of any daycare or groups outside of our neighborhood get-togethers. We're a family that is mindful of what we put on and into our bodies. We trust our bodies and our immune system, and we are not a threat to others. If my children are forced to remain home and homeschooled, this will result in me leaving my job of 17 years I love so much. My children deserve the right to go to public education as every child should, nor should there be any segregation amongst any child. My children are healthy and thriving, as I have said. They're not a threat to anyone. Leaving my job as a home visitor, parent educator for the past years will cause hardship within our family. It will be a complete loss to the Bridgeport community. I've worked so hard to where I am. I'm educated in this field. I love what I do, and I've established deep connections with my teen moms, their families, the community. It would be unfair to all if I had to leave. I teach my children at the young age that they are, and my teen mothers and families, to always advocate for themselves, their children, and their families. And here I am doing so, opposing 2 bills that make 0 sense. I intend to fight and protect our religious belief, our personal values, and our freedom. My dream is for my family to remain living here in Connecticut, a state that we love so much, to see my children attend local public schooling as they should, take part in sports, graduate high school, and then move on to college, and then pursue a career that they love so deeply. I'd love to remain working with the teen parent population as I do so, supporting a community that's so close to my heart, while being able to contribute financially to my family. My dream is for my children to never feel any sense of discrimination as we're feeling right now, and to be treated equally and to love one another wholeheartedly, regardless of their choices. I'm so sorry for those that are unable to be heard today due to the 24-hour cutoff. You are and will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, anybody new to this who decided to tune in at 4 in the morning, we are encouraging everybody who is not going to get a chance to testify to submit testimony in writing. We do want to see your testimony. Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for sticking with us into the wee hours of the morning. Next up, we have number 306, Joy Herbst, followed by Kristen Turkos. Joy?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Joy Herbst, and I'm from Fairfield, and I oppose Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423, as they both negatively impact my family. I am a mother and a board-certified APRN nurse practitioner, and my husband and I are both fully vaccinated, as are our 2 sons. As a nurse practitioner, I believe it is essential to provide individualized care and informed consent to each patient, and yet they are rarely provided that satisfactorily in our rat race medical model. Whenever a patient seeks treatment, they must be duly informed, and when there is a risk to said treatment, there must be choice. Our sons both have struggled greatly with distance learning, suffering great distress, anxiety, and sadness. My 10-year-old, who has special needs, experienced significant regression during despite his great gains the prior year, and we had to pull my 7-year-old son out of public school to attend an in-person program because he struggled so, sitting in front of his computer without his classmates. I could not work while facilitating their distance learning. It is cruel and unjust to promote an online or distance learning option as an alternative for children with religious exemptions. As a very spiritual American and as a citizen of this beautiful state, I have an inalienable and non-negotiable right to observe and practice my religious beliefs free of burden and prohibition by the state or any of its political subdivisions. The Constitution protects all religious beliefs, not just those of quote unquote formal religions, and anyone has the right to practice freely any belief system that they wish as protected by the First Amendment and the Free Exercise Clause. I, like all members of this Public Health Committee, wish to promote the true health and well-being of our communities, and I've been passionate in supporting my patients for 20 years. I was trained to deliver individualized care to each patient that promotes body autonomy, informed consent, and choice, with special attention to upholding their spiritual practices and beliefs, even when they were not my own. For those who dare say that there is misuse of this exemption, I ask, who are you to tell me that my religious faith is not worthy of your recognition? My body is sacred. I was created in God's image, and she imbued me with free will to utilize a balance of medicine, natural resources, and my discerning mind about how best to support my health and well-being and that of my children. I do not drink alcohol because of my genetic predisposition, but I do not demand that alcohol become illegal. It is my sovereign responsibility to care for my body the best way that I can, not the government's. What vaccine preventable public health crisis in Connecticut has a religious exemption caused? What data states that our public health will vastly improve with its removal? And most importantly, what would a proactive legislation look like if it were to truly address improving public health outcomes through foundational methods, such as diet, exercise, and fostering community? That is how you affect public health, not by restricting religious rights, access to education, or segregating children into isolation. Thank you each and every one of you for being here and for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. Senator Wong has a question.
Not a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Joy for her email to me. I try to read all the emails that's forwarded to me, and Joy, I wanted to compliment you and acknowledge that your thoughtfulness, your rationale, your scientific approach to it, and the emotion that you evoked in your writing. It was very much appreciated. So thank you. Also, it was consistent with your testimony. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much for being up so early.
Thank you so much for saying that. It's nice to know that you are reading my emails and that you can hear what I'm trying to convey to you. So thank you so much.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Joy, for your testimony. Excuse me. Do you consider yourself an anti-vaxxer?
No, I don't.
You said, yeah, I know you said you vaccinated and you stand strong with not eliminating the religious exemption. So I just wanted to make that clear, because it seems as though there's a few individuals that are suggesting that the individuals that don't want the religious exemption removed are anti-vax. So I just wanted to clarify, but thank you for that. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, if I may just continue to answer your question. Again, as I am fully vaccinated, my children are fully vaccinated. And, when I was going through nursing school and I had to get the hepatitis B vaccine, I never seroconverted. And, the recommendation was not to revaccinate. So to know that not everyone does gain immunity through the immunizations. And honestly, it's scary to me to think that by restricting our right to make choices about this, that we will be forced to be faced with vaccinations that I don't agree with. So there are vaccines that are definitely circulating that I would not vaccinate my children with. So I think it's important to be able to have that choice.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any further questions, so thank you. Thanks for hanging in with us today. Next up is Kristen Turcos, followed by Rachel Ewers.
Hi, it says that the host has stopped my video. I'm trying to show my video.
I don't know how to fix those things.
Oh, here we go. Thanks. All right. Good morning. My name is Kristen Turcos, and I live in Woodbridge, Connecticut, and I strongly oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. As a professional educator, it is my commitment to honor and follow the Connecticut Code of Professional Responsibility for Teachers, which states, quote, "The professional teacher, in full recognition of his or her obligation to the student, shall nurture in students lifelong respect and compassion for themselves and other human beings, regardless of race, ethnic origin, gender, social class, disability, religion, or sexual orientation." These bills not only discriminate against students based on religion, but also on social class. They victimize low and middle income families, most of whom do not have the financial means to uproot their families and leave the state or to homeschool. If enacted, this legislation will ruin lives. My 3 children all suffer from eczema. My 6-month-old daughter currently has eczema that is so severe that she has to be held around the clock so she does not scratch herself until she bleeds. While my children might qualify for a medical exemption under your new guidelines because of their compromised immune systems, their pediatrician will not write one for fear of losing her license. I cannot leave her practice to find a new one because we have an amazing doctor-patient relationship. She has always respected my choice to not vaccinate my children because of my religious beliefs, which is rare according to the testimony of others who testified before me. How does this bill guarantee that doctors will be allowed to write medical exemptions without putting their practice on the radar for writing too many? I find it hard to believe that Connecticut is poised to become the nation's leader in generous medical exemptions that go far above and beyond the CDC's recommended guidelines. I have watched hours of testimony today and am now fully convinced, per the expert testimony of Donna from the Association of School Nurses and infectious disease specialist Dr. Ross, that there is no public health emergency in Connecticut to warrant such extreme legislation. Not a single person in support of these bills has been able to provide any data to suggest that children utilizing the religious exemption pose a threat to public health. A child with a high nighttime fever who is pumped full of Tylenol and sent to school the next day is certainly more dangerous to the immunocompromised than a healthy, unvaccinated, or partially vaccinated child. I just want to reiterate to all the committee members that we will not comply. I don't think a single person who has testified against these bills today is going to go out and get their children fully vaccinated if these bills pass. These bills do not solve your perceived problem of unvaccinated children being a threat to public health. Lastly, I would like to point out that Senator Abrams responded to my son Calvin's testimony earlier by saying, quote, "I believe you could do anything you want with your life," unquote. As an elementary music teacher, I cannot provide the necessary education for my son to become an astronaut or an architect, and certainly not a professional baseball player. I would hope that an elected official would never look an 8-year-old in the eye and lie to his face. So I fully expect Senator Abrams to vote no and oppose these bills. I urge the rest of you to do the same. Please do not crush my child's dreams. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions. Number 309, Rachel Ewers, followed by 311, Matthew Schmidt.
Good morning. Thank you for being here this morning, all night. Last year, I joined you at about 5:30 a.m. Also, having been at the Capitol all night. Like you said, my name is Rachel Ewers. I'm a homeschooling mother with 5 children. I'm a former Connecticut public school teacher, and I oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I have a written testimony that I have submitted, but I want to speak a little bit to this idea that Senator Haskell continues to bring up, that there are times where state interests should supersede religious beliefs. And he keeps bringing up these examples where safety is clearly demonstrated. But the proponents of this bill continue to speak to expanding the medical exemption, which clearly shows that this is not one of those times. Please feel free to provide me with the studies that would show that a child with a religious exemption is more of a threat to public health than a child with a medical exemption. Where is the crisis that's prompted the need for this change of a 60-year protection? This question's been asked of you all night, and even the people that are supporting this bill have stated there isn't one. There has been no outbreaks in Connecticut of vaccine preventable diseases. I just feel like we are missing the boat on all that we can and have learned from this current pandemic. Okay, the first of which is that being fully up to date on all your vaccines does not guarantee health or protection from all illnesses. There will always be viruses and germs popping up. There are already many viruses for which there are no vaccines that are a threat to immune-compromised children and a threat to us all, okay? Neurovirus, strep throat, the list goes on and on. We have learned that basic hygiene practices like hand washing and health monitoring are critical. And quite frankly, these things were largely ignored in the public schools prior to COVID-19. As a former public school teacher, I can tell you that opportunities for children to wash their hands even before lunch were not always guaranteed. I can tell you that I have seen kids sent home 3 times in the same week of school, sick, because the parents continually send them into school. I can tell you that kids were called down to the office to be sent home because their rapid strep test came back negative, but the 24-hour one came back positive. So now they just spent half a day in the classroom with their peers. Okay, health monitoring and basic hygiene. We've learned that. We've also seen that not all families are financially or physically equipped to homeschool their children, nor should they have to be. We've also seen the devastating mental and social effects on our youth from being forced out of schools. We have seen how there is an even greater need now to provide for the federally supported meal programs to the economically vulnerable population. How are you going to accommodate all those needs? How will these supposedly, yet completely unproven benefits of these bills outweigh all of that collateral damage? I can say that it's unproven because the states that have already stripped citizens of these freedoms, like New York and California, still see outbreaks of whooping cough, mumps, measles, and chickenpox. I'll wrap it up.
Ms. Ewers, you've reached your 3 minutes.
That's happening in schools where there is nearly 100% vaccination rates. Okay. I want to speak, you know what, I'll wrap it up for you. I implore you to oppose these bills. I thank each and every one of you for your time, and I truly bless you in God's name. I pour out my love and blessing to all of you.
Thank you. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to jump in only because my name was mentioned. So I want to clarify one sort of aspect of your testimony. You mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic. Is your takeaway from the current public health crisis that vaccines are not an effective and important tool for public health promotion?
No, my takeaway is that they are not the guarantee that this kind of legislation is making them out to be. The implication here is that if everybody's vaccinated, we're protecting the immune compromised, but that's just not factual, because the immune compromised are still at risk from many illnesses that there are no vaccines for.
Okay. I would disagree, but I don't think that we're going to settle our differences.
I don't understand how you would disagree with that fact, but that's fine. I guess if you want to have your own alternative facts, Senator Haskell, that's your prerogative. But
Well,
strep throat and norovirus are threats to immune compromised kids. There are no vaccines for those. Can we agree on that?
right. I think our source of disagreement is that just because we can't solve everything with vaccines doesn't mean we can't solve some things with vaccines. But I don't want to engage in an extended dialogue, only out of respect for the many people who are still awake waiting to testify. So, Mr. Chair, I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony. Next up is number 311, Matthew Schmidt, followed by Dr. Michael Varada. So, Mr. Schmidt. Or maybe not. Okay, we're going to move on then to, I understand Dr. Varada is not available. So we will move on to Dan Dosias.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, just I'll interrupt 1 second.
Sure.
Diane, please go first. Then we'll come back to Mr. Schmidt. We waited as long as we could. We'll come back. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
That's okay. I thank the Public Health Committee for listening to the constituents, as well as taking the time to read all the testimony. Hopefully you'll have an opportunity to do that. And I really hope that you will work through that process before making any decisions. I am the mother of 3 children and a practicing certified health educator. I've been in the healthcare industry for more than 30 years, and I'm here to state my strong opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. I feel compelled to share that even though I was born and raised in Connecticut and the majority of my family live here, I will have no choice but to move out of Connecticut into one of the other 44 states allowing religious exemptions in order to maintain my freedoms. As a religious person, I believe that bioengineering and recombinant technology violate nature as created by God. I consider myself pro-safe vaccines. All of my children, I have a 29-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 16-year-old, have received the required vaccines over their lifetime. But sadly, some health issues have arose and I simply could not explain or ignore. I will forever regret blindly trusting the pediatrician and the greater medical community for not doing the due diligence of independently researching the risk versus benefits of vaccines. Never once was I offered to review an insert. I am on a mission to educate others so they do not have this remorse, or worse, endure managing a lifelong injury or a death of a child. Once I tested and learned my own genetic predispositions to a buildup of toxins and heavy metals, which are in vaccines, I was diagnosed with environmental illness. So I had no choice to do a deep dive for myself. I became disabled. I actually had to leave my 30-year career to fight for my own life. I am better today, but I am a changed person, and I will vigorously fight for the right to decide what is best for me and my family. Here are the key points I'm most concerned with. We live in the constitutional state. Our civil liberties, medical and religious rights, and freedoms are at risk under these bills. As the risks clearly labeled on every vaccine insert state that death is a possibility, I believe that all citizens in a free country must have choice. Vaccine inserts include the following language under risk factors. Vaccines, and I quote, have not been evaluated for carcinogenic or mutagenic potential to impair fertility. This should be a great concern to all of us. The Supreme Court confirms that vaccines are unavoidably unsafe, so where there is risk, there must be choice. There is no double-blind placebo studies performed comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated children performed by the pharmaceutical companies. So they are able to freely.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry?
you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay, I'm concerned about the cross-reacting studies. You know, at this point, I know there's been some discussion about the 72. We do need to point out that there are, at one point in children's lives, there's 6 in one shot. There's never been a study to actually validate whether or not that's an issue. One other point that I want to make is unvaccinated children are not vectors of disease. There actually was a recent report released by a doctor with 10,000 patients and records that compare the vaccinated to unvaccinated patients in his practice. In closing, I would appreciate someone asking me about a friend's story regarding a vaccine injury and the experience she's had through the vaccine courts. I also have some views on the financial incentives of doctors, as I used to work in the healthcare industry, and I actually have firsthand knowledge. I also have an important statement by the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, so I appreciate someone asking me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions. Next, we're going to have Matthew Schmidt, followed by Jenny Swerzik, if I have that correct. Mr. Mitchell, Schmidt, excuse me. Sorry to have missed you the first time around.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Matthew Schmidt, and I am from East Windsor. I strongly oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Both these bills, which seek to remove the religious exemption, are disturbing on so many levels. First and foremost, neither bill would have any impact on public health, since the amount of people who currently exercise the religious exemption in Connecticut are far too few in number to have an effect on herd immunity. Furthermore, both bills retain the medical exemption, meaning they would still allow unvaccinated people to attend school, but only certain unvaccinated people, state-approved unvaccinated people, proving that the measures are meant to be discriminatory and punitive towards those with religious convictions. These bills seek to institute a policy of separate but equal, where those whose beliefs differ from acceptable religions' ideas about vaccinations are ostracized and not allowed to enjoy the benefits of our society. Though even that is a generous statement about these bills, since there is nothing equal about having to find the financial means necessary to homeschool your kids while still being expected to fund the very system you are prevented from engaging in. The entire argument that parents should bear this burden because of their beliefs smacks of privilege. The government has no jurisdiction in a person's ultimate ideas about life, purpose, and death, because the government has no definitive answer to such religious questions. Even science, which we are told repeatedly is the basis for these bills, has nothing to say on the purpose of life. I challenge any member of this committee to provide a scientific study that has ascertained the meaning of life. You can't. So to deny any person access to education based on their religious beliefs is beyond the pale. Such legislation has no place in a free and just society. Anybody who thinks a public health argument, especially as weak as the one given for these bills, is sufficient to deny someone of a certain religious belief their rights should study 20th century history. At the end of the day, these bills are just bigoted, intolerant legislation. They should not be voted out of committee. Let them die the unceremonious death they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe Monty Python did something on the meaning of life, but it may not be relevant in this case. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to skip all the way down to 321, Elizabeth Bailey. I'll give you a second to prepare yourself, followed by Riza Slows.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I am here to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I volunteer on the board of directors of my children's preschool, and I'm also on the executive board of my town's PTO. And so I just wanted to speak for a moment about the classroom aspect of this, and just truly how magical and sacred children's classrooms are, and that they are the place where, you know, children of Trump supporters and children of Biden supporters realize that they love each other. And Muslim children and transgender children and children of Black, Indigenous people of color. I feel like the schools and the classrooms belong to those children. They don't belong to the parents, and they don't belong to the government, and they shouldn't be held hostage for any agenda. They just, no matter how noble of an agenda it may be, I just feel so strongly that these kids deserve it. It's rightfully theirs. And the pragmatist in me also feels like we can't distinguish between religious exemptions and medical exemptions. It's kind of like, if no exemptions are safe, then they're not safe. But I feel like we should all kind of, for our purposes, and as far as the school goes and the legislators, that we should leave it, between doctors and families. Like healthcare is private and personal, just like religious beliefs are private and personal. And I know that this has been so difficult. This whole day has been so exhausting and so sad and so gut-wrenching. And it's been really hard as a parent to hear so many people tell their stories. And I know part of me feels like they're so exposed. And I think that the power disparity here, I think that's why so many are feeling so upset. And it's difficult to hear representatives kind of scolding them, because you have all the power and they don't. And they're fighting for their children's rights to be in their classroom. And so it feels like this thing where we're dangling something so precious, and then we're asking them to be courteous in their defense of it. But I'm not going to try to speak about the vaccine aspect or about the religious aspect. I just feel like that's none of my business from any other family member. I just wanted to speak a little bit in defense of how special schools are and how much those children deserve to be there, and how I actually just this week ordered for my kids. This says, "Our class is a family." I just feel like it's so deeply important to me that all of these children feel welcomed and they feel loved, and that they don't feel like they need to other themselves.
Ms. Bailey, you've hit the 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony, particularly your focus on the classroom. And I agree, certainly, that people have every right to be passionate about this subject. But I will still argue that they can still be respectful and civil at the same time. I think that's what we all really need to seek. It'll be much easier to have a conversation on the merits if we can take the emotion out of it. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Excuse me, Representative. There's number 305 has been waiting in the waiting room. Just to let you know, I guess the person was bypassed and they've been waiting.
Okay. I'm really trying to move this forward so that we deal with people who are still in front of us every time we go back. And if this is being handled on a private basis, I would much prefer that if somebody's being left out, that they work through the administrator and the clerks and not through members of the committee. We'll go back to Maru Schwartz, number 305.
Hello.
Good morning, Representative. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear us. I did try to email Ms. Beverly, but I did not get a response. But thank you so much for listening to us. I would like to yield my time to my son, who is also enrolled, but his number was in the upper 1000s, and otherwise he would not be able to speak today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, members of the committee, for listening. My name is Jalen. I am 9 years old. I moved from New York 2.5 years ago because of the removal of religious exemption. I was scared to move to a new state and leave my family and friends behind. In the beginning, I did not like Connecticut, but after just a couple months, I found my school exciting and started to make new friends. I also played for our town's baseball league and realized the baseball fields are much nicer here. I enjoy our new life in Connecticut. I'm happy. Last year, I went to the state capitol to testify. I felt very worried that it might pass in Connecticut. Fortunately, the bill did not pass. I was very upset this morning when I realized that we are doing this all over again. I love my school, my teachers, my friends, sports, summer camp, and now I can lose it all due to HB 6423 and SB 68. If the bill passes, I will no longer be able to go to school, learn with my amazing teachers, enjoy my friends, play my favorite sport, nor attend to camp. This makes me feel sad and annoyed. Connecticut is awesome, my school is awesome, my friends are awesome, and I'm a pretty awesome kid. Why are you doing this to kids from kindergarten to 6th grade? Can someone please explain why this bill will kick me and my little brother out of school, but not the grades in 7 and above?
So you're ending with a question. Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Representative, I have a question.
I was going to recognize you, Representative, if you'd offered me an opportunity. Representative Dauphiné.
Sorry, I thought you were moving on. Thank you for that, Representative. And Maru, I think I said your name right. I just wanted to tell you, that you did such a great job testifying, and I'm sure your mother's very, very proud of you. It's probably been a very long night, and I'm sure you're anxious to get to bed, but thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
All set, Representative?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Risa Slobes, followed by Kimberly Passarello.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Risa Slobes, and I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. My cousin recently told me the story of her parents' time in the Nazi concentration camps in Poland and how she was born in a displaced persons camp. Millions of Jewish ancestors were persecuted because of their religious beliefs. I recall as a child seeing her parents' ID numbers tattooed on their forearms. I tell you this to remind us what happens when we discriminate based on religion. Have we learned nothing from this tragic history? I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and grew up in Muncie, New York, the two cities that were the subject of continued religious persecution 2 years ago when the measles cases occurred. Young children and their parents were vilified and ostracized as spreaders of disease. This was the propaganda the Nazis used against the Jewish people. There we witnessed the threat posed by government overreach when it severs parental rights to informed consent, the inherent right and duty to protect their children, and the freedom to practice their religion. Repealing the religious exemption in New York displaced approximately 26,000 children from school, and it did not improve public health. The percentage of students in Connecticut claiming a religious exemption during the past 2 school years has actually declined. There have been no deaths from measles in the United States in over 15 years, yet the MMR vaccine has killed over 100 people. To put this in perspective, strep infections today kill over 1,200 people a year, while measles only ever killed 400 people a year in the 1960s, when virtually every child, 4 to 5 million cases per year, contracted it before the age of 15. Hence, strep is more dangerous to an immune-compromised child than measles, even when measles was at its peak. Also, please think about the idiocracy and the fact that children with active HIV or Hep B infections are granted protection under the law to attend school, while these bills will not afford the same protection to those who are healthy yet not vaccinated. As a physician in Connecticut for over 30 years, I have witnessed families who have been forced to relocate from California and New York to escape this persecution. Many patients have already left Connecticut or are now planning to do so, and sadly, My husband, who is also a physician, and I have already started investigating this possibility. My children chose not to go to college in Connecticut for this very reason. My youngest is now in grad school and again did not go in Connecticut because even now the universities would not recognize her religious exemption for her externships required. Furthermore, although I am already a physician, I would not be able to further my education in Connecticut under this proposed legislation, yet I could teach courses at the same school. The CDC declares vaccines unavoidably unsafe. You are our public health committee. So perhaps instead of abolishing religious rights and mandating vaccinations, you should focus on health. Look at scientific facts, not propaganda, and you will clearly see that the United States pales in health when compared to many countries, including some third world nations. 1/6 of our children have a learning disorder, and 54% now suffer from a chronic disorder. Can you not understand that something is seriously wrong? When our government joins forces with the pharmaceutical companies and the medical professions who deviate from their personal and professional ethical commitment under the Hippocratic Oath, it is time to wake up. The compulsory and coerced vaccination of school children and the complete elimination of personal and religious rights to opt out of vaccination, as well as legislation that severely narrows medical exemptions, is wrong. Be honest, because it is quite clear, I'm finishing. Be honest, because it is quite clear that this is not really about health or vaccines, but more so political coercive attempts to hold public education hostage with severe government overreach. Do not just vote for the sake of voting with your party line and vote no to these bills.
Thank you for your testimony, and I can assure you that we can both do this bill and deal with several significant issues of the public health in the state of Connecticut. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your passionate testimony. And you're a medical physician along with your husband, correct, ma'am?
I am a chiropractic physician with a postdoctorate degree in pediatric and maternity care.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And again, thank you for the testimony. And I found your testimony submitted in a letter emailed to me quite interesting to read, and I want to extend my condolences on the passing of your father nearly a year ago. So
thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. We're up to number 323, Kimberly Passarello, followed by Erin McNamara.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please
Hi,
proceed.
I'm Kimberly Passarello, and I am opposing HB 6423 and SB 568. I am a United States citizen, a Connecticut taxpayer, a Christian, a mother of 4 children, two of which are homeschooled. As a Christian homeschooling family, we were able to attend many events pre-COVID-19. If HB 6423 or SB 568 go into place, my family would not be allowed to attend sports teams, summer camps, and college in the future. This country was founded on freedom. The Bill of Rights states freedom of religion, which allows the right to choose one's religion or form of worship without interference from the government. As a Christian, we believe in God, and it is against our religion to immunize ourselves with fetal or animal parts as well as chemicals. We need to educate ourselves on how our bodies work and treat them as a temple, as God has intended, not to scientifically or superficially maintain it. I'm urging you not to take away our religious freedom. Furthermore, moral and ethical obligation has been said by this panel during this testimonial forum. This panel is supposed to protect the people of the state of Connecticut and their constitutional rights. This panel should not be changing or taking away anyone's rights. Why this panel is not pushing back on the pharmaceutical companies to make moral, ethical, allergy-free versions for all inoculations is unimaginable to me. The pharmaceutical industry needs to stop trying to control government with money and solicitation to physicians. This panel has the power to change this for all of us. Vaccines are more about filling the pharmaceuticals' pockets than they are about the public's health. Vaccine injury is very underreported. we should make the pharmaceutical companies step up and do what is right for the people of the state of Connecticut. The way I see this and hear this testimony, we have three basic problems. One, the ingredients are a major issue. Every inoculation needs full disclosure from all pharmaceutical companies so that every person with their physician can make ethical and moral decisions, and no one should be shut out of any physician's office. I believe that everyone knows that the pharmaceutical industry can never be sued, so the industry should be willing to fulfill this very small request. The larger request to have the industry make moral and ethical low chemical versions of every inoculation is imperative. Two, medical exemptions, those that have autoimmune, immunocompromised, certain diseases, allergies, and other medical conditions. You need to let the people's physicians take care of their patients the best way that they see fit, not this panel's job to force inoculations that would be considered. Remember, each doctor takes an oath to do no harm. For some of the people in Connecticut, they will need medical exemptions until this committee will take appropriate action with the pharmaceutical industry. Three.
Ms. Passeria, you've hit 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay. Attention to humankind and freedom of religion and speech should be the forefront of this bill. One size does not fit all. Each person is unique and reacts differently to environmental, foods, chemicals, and medication. Keep the religious exemption by opposing HB 6423 and SB 568 and be the panel that protects the people of this great state of Connecticut. Even the American Medical Association's Code of Ethics allows AMA members both religious and philosophical exemptions to vaccinate for themselves. Why shouldn't we? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. No questions? Thank you. We're going to move all the way on to number 328, Donna Lorenzo, followed by Jill Hool. We'll give you a moment there, Ms. Lorenzo, because we just skipped a bunch of people. Not skipped, they weren't in the room.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Don Lorenzo. I'm from Milford, Connecticut. I oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify on both these bills regarding changes to the vaccination requirements in the state of Connecticut. As a registered nurse and a mother of 2 grade school children, I strongly oppose the proposal of this bill against the state requiring vaccinations for our children with no religious exemption allowed. I believe that parents should be able to make decisions about the need to vaccinate children without the government being involved in requiring vaccines for children to attend school. I'm not against vaccinations, and my children have been vaccinated for by their pediatrician. However, I am against the government requiring vaccines without the ability to receive an exemption for religious beliefs. This bill goes against the fundamentals of the United States that allows citizens to have freedoms to make our own decisions. And that's what I wrote out. But on a small side note, I would like to add that during this COVID quarantine, I've had the ability to do a lot of research on this lockdown. And it really opened up my eyes to a lot of things regarding vaccines. And this year, for the first time, I actually decided not to vaccinate my son to HPV. He's 11 years old. And after just talking to him, attempting to talk to him about it and realizing he was just too young to understand it, I decided to put it on hold until we discussed maybe later on down the line a little further. But as religious exemption is concerned, I believe it should stay in place, and maybe there should be consideration to add another exemption, parental choice. And I'm going to conclude on that.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thank you for hanging with us through the night and into the wee hours of the morning. We really appreciate your taking the time. I understand that Ms. Hool is not available. We're going to go to 3:30, David McNamara, followed by Nazetska Anakiv, which I'm sure I got totally wrong. Mr.
Thank you.
McNamara.
Thank you. I wanted to vote our opposition to HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm going to read a letter from my wife, Jennifer McNamara. I'm a clinical social worker and a mother of 4 and a business owner. For the record, I'm not anti-vax. All my children have been vaccinated. I've been vaccinated. And that doesn't mean I've gone without questioning or having concerns from time to time. Back 22 years ago, when my oldest was an infant, my pediatrician recommended the rotavirus vaccine to her. To this day, I can't tell you why, but I had a strong feeling to decline. The doctor did his best to let me know that I was making a mistake, but I held firm. Within a year, it was taken off the market because of too many reports of vaccinated infants suffering from intussusception. I utilized a religious exemption and for my youngest, and when he was in a pre-K, and I did not feel he should get the pneumonia vaccine for the same reason. I utilized my spiritual practice, my intuition, my religion, and acted on what I believed to be the right decision for my child at the time. If you believe a woman has a right to choose, how do you believe that she doesn't have the right to choose what gets injected into her child's body? The Creator granted me the privilege of being a mother. My children are in my charge, and it is my responsibility to use my knowledge, instincts, and intuition for what is best for them. To remove the religious exemption in a state that has gotten one of the highest percentages of vaccinated children in the country based on the good of public health is the weakest of arguments. To say vaccines never cause injury is simply not factual, and it's untrue. Why do we have VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Experience Reporting System? Again, why was the rotavirus vaccine removed from the market in '99? Why are the people of the Philippines pursuing legal action due to the fatalities of children who received the dengue fever vaccine? Why is there such an outcry in India over infected children who were given the polio vaccine? We could go on with examples. Big Pharma having a big hold on public health policies needs to stop. Your responsibility to your constituents is to find out the truth. Sweeping public policy, denying fundamental constitutional rights is not good governing, it's tyranny. Please be assured that if these bills pass, this mother, professional, homeowner, and business owner will leave the state of Connecticut to live where religious freedom is valued and protected. And I will just add for my own, I am opposed to this as well. I've lived in the state for 10 years. We're good citizens, all right? We're trying to look out for people, but we just think that this is not right. We are here to be in charge of our children. You are not there to be in charge of our children. We are taking risks every day out there in the world, and in a free society, we're there to evaluate those risks on our own merits. And it is, I think, no one's business to interfere with our rights to raise our children in the way that we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we will move on to Nadzita Anikiv, if I'm anywhere close on that, followed by 332 Valerie Ragucci, excuse me.
Yes, that's fine. Nadezhda Anikiev is my name. Good morning. I'm here to oppose both of these bills. We each have the right to practice our own religion, including believing in pharma and practicing that religion. I experience God as divine spirit and its manifestation through divine force of life. This force, the spiritual energy, flows through every cell of our body, every organ, every tissue. When we are in harmony with the divine force of life, we do not fear disease. We can maintain optimum health and heal ourselves of any illness. We can listen to our wonderful bodies and feel what messages each sensation or pain brings us. That's psychosomatics, Ina Sivilan, Louise Hayfoyam. Preemptive medical interventions for a healthy individual exemplified by vaccines presume that humans are not perfect and divine in their natural state. Such interventions presume that sickness and disease are to be feared and that healing must come from an outer rather than inner source. I feel such actions and belief structures disconnect us from God. I also believe that as human beings, we cannot foresee all the plans of God, and we're not meant to do so. Even with the progress science has made in recent years, I believe that only a small portion of the whole picture of how God created the human body and the world around us is accessible for humans' understanding. You might have seen such glimpses of that science has shown us, like studies that show that people who naturally had such childhood diseases like chickenpox and measles are less likely to develop cancer, eczema, and asthma. We've seen a number of such studies, but I'm not even sure that now that we've been fighting these diseases with vaccines for such a long time, that it's even possible to do proper studies on them. And if the common mindset that those viruses are not the gifts of God and we're not divinely created with a special, that they were not divinely created with special purpose, that we from a human perspective can't really see, then who's even gonna do those studies? I see that these as only glimpses of the whole picture that might only be clear to God, in which I trust. But if you are to make such a huge decision and taking away these children's right to a public education, it's your job to investigate and see the whole picture before you create changes that will hurt many families. And I understand you're trying to do that with listening to all of our testimonies and by taking the next week to read the written ones, and I thank you for that. Although I believe that for us as humans, it's not really possible to see the whole wide picture. Thank you. And just a quick comment that I personally was not able to log in with my computer after I let my son use it in the morning. He doesn't own a computer. So if anybody has the same issue, then they might not be able to log in. It just denies. It says that because when we leave here, you exclude us from the room, and then we're not able to log into the same computer. So I had to create a new account on my daughter's computer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation. I'm sure you're probably not the only person that's happened to over the course of the day.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
I have to have another computer for my daughter.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Apparently, we are moving on to number 334, Sandra Carbonari, followed by Greg Stott.
Good morning. Hi. My name's Sandy Carbonari, and I'm a resident of Middlebury. I was a primary care pediatrician in the greater Waterbury area for over 35 years. I chose to specialize in pediatric medicine, driven by a deep desire to do everything possible to ensure the well-being of children. Parents absolutely have the right to decide on medical care for their children. However, they do not have the right to put vulnerable children at risk or insist on bringing their unimmunized children to doctors' offices where they will have contact with kids who cannot be protected by immunizations. The facts that vaccines save lives is backed by diligent, thorough, and continuous investigation into the safety and effectiveness of immunizations. The evidence is indisputable when looked at in a rational, scientific manner. The misinformation that you've been hearing about, during this hearing is truly disturbing. There have been statements made that pediatricians conspire with insurance companies or pharmaceutical companies or someone else to harm children with immunizations. I can unequivocally state that this is not only completely untrue, but highly offensive. These accusations are made without any evidence or proof and circulated in a way that they cannot be refuted. As a scientist, I know that anecdotes are not evidence. However, much of what you've heard today are anecdotes, so I would like to share two personal stories about the importance of vaccines to me. My first child was born and was found to have congenital heart disease at 2 weeks of age, and she was in severe heart failure at 5 weeks of age. The attempted treatments did not improve her condition, and so when she was 5 months old, weighing less than 8 pounds, she underwent life-saving open heart surgery. She was incredibly vulnerable and probably would have not survived infection with whooping cough or any of the other vaccine preventable diseases. The immunity from immunizations of those around her protected her from a life-threatening infection. And another experience that I had early in my very first year of residency, one overnight call with just one senior resident, we admitted 5 young children to the ICU, all infected with H. flu, which is a bacterium that infects the epiglottis, causing a swelling which it blocks the ability to breathe. So that night alone, we had 5 children who needed breathing tubes placed in their windpipes before they died of asphyxiation. These children all survived because of our intervention, but many were not so fortunate. Since the introduction of a vaccination in the late 1980s to prevent H. flu type B, life-threatening epiglottitis is unheard of in immunized children. Sadly, sometimes I've had to give parents unwelcome news, but I've never had to tell a parent that their child had polio or smallpox or diphtheria. And I no longer have to weep with parents who have lost a child to epiglottitis, measles encephalitis, or meningococcal or pneumococcal meningitis, because these diseases are preventable.
Ms. Carbonari, you've hit your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Thank you. take my oath to do no harm very seriously, and there's indisputable and unalterable facts that vaccines save lives. And despite the misinformation that's spread by a very loud but small minority with deeply held convictions based on their personal beliefs, but not on evidence-based medicine. We cannot leave vulnerable children in our schools unprotected against outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You brought up something which has been frustrating me, not just for today, but for some time, which is the contention that there are either incentives from insurance companies or threats from medical societies or other organizations that are forcing pediatricians to vaccinate everybody without any discretion or discrimination, that everybody has to have the full schedule, right on schedule. I keep hearing about it, and you've said that as far as you know, there is no such pattern or instance of either incentives or penalties involved. How do we know that there isn't such a thing?
Well, I'm a past president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I can assure you, I guess you have to take me on trust, that there is no penalty or anything of that sort from the American Academy of Pediatrics. You know, as far as incentives and some of the things I've heard, I listened on and off today. I'm not sure what people are actually referring to as far as getting, you know, X number of dollars for every child that's immunized. And I'm not sure if what they may be confusing that with is HEDIS measures, quality measures, and one of the ways that quality is measured by everybody, Medicare, Medicaid, insurance companies, really just everyone in the medical field. There's certain quality measures as far as, you know, if someone has diabetes, they should be having their hemoglobin A1C measured on a certain schedule, having eye appointments, et cetera. One of the things in pediatrics is the immunization rate. And so the percentage of kids immunized is one of the quality measures that is looked at. And again, these are not, this is a federal measures that are done.
Thank you. I would prefer to believe these are based on quality measures than some sort of intimidation program.
No, there's no intimidation.
Doctor, have you ever had the need to kick a family out of your practice?
Yes.
Could you explain why?
I don't like to use the term kick a family out. There is a protocol that is recognized legally as far as if a physician feels they can no longer care for a patient. And unfortunately, I've had to do that at times in the past. And there are various reasons. Most of the time was because of behavior on the part of the parent, being threatening to office staff, and that sort of thing. As far as, I'm sure what you're referring to though is our families kicked out because they refused to immunize their children. I have never done that, but I have had some very frank and serious conversations with families that if there isn't that level of trust, that if there is something that I recommend as a physician and a family feels that they for some reason cannot follow those recommendations and they don't have the level of trust to be able to follow those recommendations, then we usually ended up on sort of a mutually agreed that family wasn't a good fit for my practice and I was not the right physician for that family. Kicked out is a very negative term, and I have heard some of the people testifying today, using those terms, and that really makes me feel sad. That never should happen. That people would feel feel that way, that they're being discounted and not listened to. However, on the other hand, if a patient refuses to follow my recommendations, there really is no professional or legal obligation for me to continue to take care of that family, as long as I'm sure that things are done along the proper protocols. And again, like if you have an accountant, you're not, if someone wants the accountant to do something that they feel is not ethical, the accountant is not bound to continue with that client. So it's a professional.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I think you handled it quite diplomatically, and I used the term advisedly because others had used the term. One last question before I hand it off to others. If you've been paying attention, perhaps at an earlier point in today's testimony, you've heard us allude to another piece of legislation that had a hearing last year that would reimburse practitioners for an extended consultation with families to discuss their concerns and perhaps come to some accommodation on what would be best for that family. Do you believe that would help? Both practitioners have the time to explain things and might change some minds?
Probably. It would certainly help for much of the unreimbursed time that we spend with families. And if you're limited to 20 minutes for a well child visit, to spend 15 of that talking about immunizations, then that doesn't leave a whole lot of time for all the other kinds of things that are necessary. So I think that certainly would help. And as far as I heard a lot of discussion about education and educating people about immunizations and about vaccines and pros and cons, et cetera. However, in some of the testimony that I heard from some of the families, I have to say I doubt that education is going to change their belief system, and that it's not. It is a belief system. It's not necessarily an education, a lack of knowledge.
Well, I share your concerns, but I'd like to remain hopeful. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Sandra, for coming in to testify. Can you share the study in which you refer to that demonstrates unvaxxed children are a risk to others, the specific study?
There are any number of studies that will show that. I can get all the references to you, but I'll give you an example. If I have a child who had much of my practice were children with special health care needs, and so for instance, I have a child who had a heart transplant. And if she's coming in to see me, then if there is an unvaccinated child who is ill with a vaccine preventable disease, that is definitely going to put my heart transplant child who's on major immunosuppressive drugs at risk. One of the accommodations that can be made for families with unvaccinated children could be doing something like having them come in and remain isolated from everybody else. Sort of think about using some of the COVID precautions that we do now. So if that child has no contact with anyone in the waiting room or in the office, then that would be one way to accommodate being able to see families of unvaccinated children.
Thank you for that. I know those were anecdotal references you were making. I was really looking for a very specific factual study, that just one study that would demonstrate that unvaccinated children, unvaccinated healthy children are a risk to anybody. They're not sick, they don't have any disease or infection, and that they would be a risk to somebody.
Okay, so when they're healthy, they're not a risk to anyone. But when they're sick, then they are a risk. That's where the problem is.
So would you agree that any sick child is a risk to anybody?
I'm not sure what you mean by any sick child. So what we're talking about is vaccine preventable diseases.
Correct,
So,
but you mentioned that an unvaccinated sick child was a risk. Would a vaccinated sick child be a risk as well?
well, a vaccinated sick child wouldn't have a vaccine preventable disease.
Well, that's not according to the data that we've been given and the statistics that we've been given. There's primary failure that occurs. There's according to the reports, there's 3 to 12% of the children do not obtain full vaccine preventable protection. So
which is exactly why, and that's how, and Dr. Ross was talking about the R naught factor. That's how we come up with the number of vaccinated children that we need for, or vaccinated population that we need for herd immunity. It takes into account the primary failures and the times that the vaccines just don't quote take.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about herd immunity. I'm saying specifically an unvaccinated healthy child with a vaccinated child that was healthy that had primary failure from the vaccines. Those would be equally unprotected children, but both healthy. And would they be a risk to anybody if they're healthy and not sick?
Well, no one, I'm still not sure what you're asking. No one who's healthy and not sick is a risk to anybody.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was really looking for. If they're healthy and not sick, they're not a risk to anybody.
Well, no one is for anything.
Yeah. Where do you suggest that parents of non-vaccinated children take their children for medical care?
I think they need to take them to someone that they trust.
So you wouldn't be that person, I guess is what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm absolutely not saying that. And actually, right now, I'm retired. But before I retired, I saw families with unvaccinated children.
Okay. And at what point does the body of anecdotal evidence grow large enough to warrant serious attention with regard to those children that have been vaccine injured? We know that we heard testimony from several parents today, dozens of parents actually, that have testified to having vaccine injured children. At what point does it warrant attention in your opinion?
I'm not really sure what you're asking. Vaccine, I know I've heard this discussion about the vaccine compensation program, and I can get you all the numbers and statistics. I'm sorry, I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, especially at this hour. Since, however, the number of cases that have come with to that. There's a court that does it. There's several levels, okay, that where a case will go through. Most of them are adults, and most of them are related to flu vaccine, and most of them are shoulder injuries from the flu vaccine, and the vast majority are adults now. So well,
maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you were implying that vaccine injured children wasn't a very serious problem. Is that what you were?
No, of course not.
So you believe there are many vaccine injured children?
No, I do not believe there are many vaccine injured children. In fact, I don't truly vaccine injured children. I don't think I ever had any in my practice in 35 years.
Well, we heard from dozens of them today, and we know that many have been compensated by the compensation program. So we know that there's many out there, and per the CDC, there's more than that have even been reported than currently reported, excuse me. Just wondering, at what point do you think does the body of anecdotal evidence grow large enough to warrant serious attention? Because it doesn't seem like you think it's a serious problem.
No, I think any child who's ill for any reason is a serious problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your answers, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pettit, followed by Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Carbonari. I would start with a quick comment in that certainly we've had the example of a healthy person being contagious with coronavirus, since there's asymptomatic carriers and there's a pre-symptomatic phase, and we've seen that with other viral syndromes. But my question is, in terms of medical exemptions in your career, did you feel like you had enough leeway in terms of medical exemptions? By my reading, the CDC and ACIP guidelines are fairly restrictive. Did you ever feel in your career that you needed a bit more leeway in terms of medical exemptions for vaccine?
No, I never, whenever I had a medical exemption, I never had any pushback from anybody about it.
So you felt the current guidelines is by the groups that are out there are adequate and don't need any expansion at this time?
And yeah, no, I would agree with that. And I never had a parent who requested a medical exemption that was after, discussion and determining with the parent whether this really was a good idea or not. I never was in the position where I felt like I had to refuse the parent what they wanted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Dr. Carbonari. Thank you for sharing your expertise here this morning, and also for the work you do on a number of boards and work groups at the legislature, sharing your expertise. My question has to do with your years of practice. Did you find an increasing number of parents who questioned using vaccines?
Yes, yeah, I did. And I had, and it was, a lot of it happened around the time of Wakefield, and when it got to be a very talked about issue, and it was very, I have to say, very distressing and very disheartening. And of course, again, as we all know, with the increased use of the internet, people would then go in, do research, quote unquote, and would find like-minded people and like-minded groups that would reinforce what a lot of times what they already were thinking, and perhaps it wasn't scientifically accurate. So, as time went on, I guess there were more and more questions about it, and more time that we had to spend explaining, which is not a bad thing. And in a way, I think that there was some good that came of it, because we really got a lot better at informed consent and really explaining things to families about what was going on as far as what the immunizations were.
Thank you for that. And did you find that when you did spend that extra time, how did those conversations go with parents?
Again, I had what I hope and I thought was a really good relationships with the families, and the conversations usually went pretty well. You know, I would present the scientific pros to the vaccines, as well as what the side effects possibly were, and as well as, you know, the knowledge that nothing is 100%, nothing is risk-free, and being very honest about that. And then also sharing some of my own experiences. My dad was a victim of polio, and you know, he came home from a decorated World War II veteran, and was a newlywed. And one morning he woke up and couldn't stand, and within 24 hours he was in an iron lung. And you know, thank God he survived, but he suffered his whole life. I never saw him walk without assistance, and he could never run with us. He compensated really well, but he suffered very, very horribly towards the latter half of his life from post-polio syndrome. So it never, even though he beat it, it never really left him. And when that polio vaccine came out, we were the first in line. I mean, it was just heralded as such a miracle, and you know, parents were just so joyful because they knew that, you know, they knew what diseases like polio could do. And, you know, most people don't know anybody who had it or have any recollection of anything like that. And so it really is, you know, the trust is really, really important, and to be able to talk to people and to have the time to do it, you know, to really be able to forge those relationships.
Well, thank you so much, Doctor. And I think what you're speaking to, I would echo what Representative Steinberg said. I think it would be great if we can reimburse practices for the time they're already spending with their patients, or encourage other practices to spend that time. As the mom of two, it is a very unique relationship with the pediatrician. They've seen our children, you know, right after they're born, and then help us along the way. They're always my favorite appointments because it's someone who knows what it was like when they were that little. So thank you again for your work and for being here.
I was into my third generation by the time I retired. So
wow.
I know, I'm old.
You're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Carbonari, for your testimony, and thank you for staying up with all of us and
it's like the old days, being on call.
Is on call. Yes. I wanted to first thank you for clarifying yet again about the pediatricians and their role. I want to try to understand because what you have explained is something that has been explained in the past in a very clear manner, that the pediatricians are not getting a kickback. They are not working in the pharmaceutical industry. They're not working for the insurance industry, and they are doing this because they believe that there is a illness and diseases that they're trying to prevent in the children. But after clarification in a very clear manner, if the same group of people continue to propagate the same stories that we have been debunked, what do you make of that?
I don't know. I find that very, very distressing, and really very, very offensive. And, you know, if you look at any of the statistics about salaries and physicians, pediatricians are we're way at the bottom. And you don't go into pediatrics if you're looking to have several houses and boats and ski lodges and things. That's just not, you know, that's just not who pediatricians are. And I don't know where that has come from. and I don't know how to debunk it. I really, that's one of those things you can't disprove that kind of an allegation, because someone says it and you say, no, it's not. And then I don't know. I don't know how you prove it.
Okay. I was having another
Suggestions,
conversation.
we're happy to, I'm sorry.
No, I hear you. It's distressing to me as well, but it's almost like it suggests that there's no sincerity in the recognition, because it has been shared, identified, educated on, and then we go back to the square one every few days, if you will.
Right.
The other question was, I was having a conversation with a colleague, a physician, and their thought was, the conversation was that when they're sitting down and having a discussion with a family, I don't know what the right word is, anti-vaxxer, hesitant, whatever, vaccine hesitant, they say, we're in this conversation, there is a moving goalpost. You in the midst of demystifying the reality, that the conversation changes, but and it's like, before you know it, you got to deal with about 100 websites which have information, half information and half truths, and as a result, the person says, I could be there for 5-6 hours, and that same 5-6 hours could be saving a lot more lives, rather than having a conversation which is not even an intellectual conversation for some people anymore. So how does, and is there any, and I know my colleagues say we're going to educate way out of this. Is there an education program that has worked for people, that is magical, that's out there, which can help us out? I know there's value in education. That's the easiest answer for everything. But what program is out there that has been effective?
There really isn't any known effective program. When people make up their minds about something, if it, as I say all the time, is it's hard to have a rational scientific conversation with someone who is not coming from the same scientific place. So, if you're not even speaking the same language, it really is very difficult. And as I think I said a little bit earlier, I heard a lot of the discussion about how we really need an education program and really let people know pros and cons of vaccines and the science behind it, et cetera. And I couldn't help thinking, when listening to a lot of the testimony, I would think to myself, now with this person, would they change their thought process at all from education? And I unfortunately had to say no for many of the people that we heard testifying today. And it's, if something comes from a deeply held personal belief, which is a phrase that we heard quite a bit, I don't know how you can educate someone out of a deeply held personal belief. So I really am a little bit skeptical that is going to make a difference on a large scale. Because again, education to be absorbed and accepted has to come from a trusted source. And if it doesn't come from a trusted source, then we're kind of wasting our time. And who do people in general trust? Right now, I don't know.
Okay, and another, the way I understand this is, at least to recognize and respect it, is the fact that if somebody's child has had autism related challenge and autism spectrum disorder, the life of the parent and the family is changed forever.
Mm-hmm.
Forever. And it's the core of the existence of that family. And whether there's a causality or not is irrelevant at that time, because we don't have a reason or a sound other explanation for that illness or condition. And as a result, this is an easy explanation, and because it is a part of the core of existence of the family, and it's such an important and a big deal, there is no conversation that can change the mind, because it is the core of the existence of that family completely, and you have to just respect that that is what their belief is, and nothing can change that belief, no matter how many thousands of patients in a study across the country, that we would not, or the world for that matter, would not change that belief. That's how I at least understand the autism part of it.
Yeah.
Is that a fair way to?
I agree with that. And it is, you know, a family with a child with autism, or more than one child with autism, as you say, their lives are changed forever. And just like any parent who has a child who has any problem, even myself, when my daughter was diagnosed with congenital heart disease, it was like, okay, why? You know, what did I do wrong? What did I, you know, and I went through every day of my pregnancy, you know, why did this happen? And we want to know answers. We want explanations. That's who, you know, that's what we are as rational thinking human beings. And it is, I just agree exactly with what you said, that if that's the core of everything, and that's the belief, then there's no way we're going to be able to change that belief in families, and we have to respect it and accept it. And as I said, I had a very large practice of children with special health care needs, many of whom were on the autism spectrum. And it's a very, very special population with very special parents.
I've got two
Senator,
more
I think
questions.
we're going to move on in a moment. This could be your last question.
Okay, then I'll just ask the last question. The painful part about this whole thing is right now that if you have noticed, this is very partisan, and that's painful for me, because it's almost suggests that there's one group who thinks completely in this direction and the other groups completely in this direction, and that takes away the human phenomena out of the picture. I cannot understand why is it so partisan. So if you have an answer, that would make me sleep better later tomorrow night, but at least it's painful for me to see this. Thank you.
It is.
I was going to say thank you, Dr. Steinberg, but thank you, Representative Steinberg.
Dr. Steinberg was my father. Thank you. Senator Summers.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a couple questions, and I really tried to not ask any questions to try to move us through tonight so we can hear as many people as possible. But you just said something that I thought was interesting. You said that if people have such ingrained beliefs, we're not going to change that belief, and we have to accept it and move on. That's what you just said. I wrote it down. So I agree with that to some degree. And we've heard tonight that there are very few people actually taking the religious exemption, but there are quite a few people that are just not taking any exemption. They're just not up to date on their vaccines. I look at it a different way. I look at it as somebody who's married to a physician and you know, hears anecdotal stories about patients not wanting to comply with certain recommendations, that it's your job as a clinician to reach out to a parent who it maybe is not taking a religious exemption, but is not up to date in their vaccines, and try to develop a trusted relationship so that they do listen to what you have to say, and they can come to an understanding, come closer to where you are. And I really find it hard to believe that we should just give up on educating those who have not taken a religious exemption, that those that are below where we want to see as far as vaccines, if they're missing one or two, that education with a trusted person who has developed a relationship with them would not work. We've seen that time and time. We've seen that in the legislature with people that are ingrained in their beliefs after time, after educating, after conversation, that they can move to a different direction. And I take great exception to the fact that this is a partisan issue, Senator Anwar. This is not partisan. This is public health. It was never partisan until the change in this committee changed. So I take exception to that greatly. And I would just like to have your opinion on why you think education can't work for those particular folks who are not taking a religious exemption, but simply have not been up to date on their vaccines. They just aren't compliant.
I think you misunderstood what I said.
Maybe I did.
Yeah, because what I meant to say is that education that does not necessarily come from a trusted source is not as effective. So I'm thinking of PSAs, billboards, things, signs on buses, that sort of an educational campaign, I don't think is as effective. That what needs to happen is there needs to be one-on-one conversations with a trusted person. And that's how we have effective education, really in any healthcare, not in any healthcare issue, but on many healthcare issues. And so I did not mean to give the impression that I, as a clinician, would give up on any patient at all. I just think that as I said, this sort of blanket education out in kind of public is probably not going to be as effective because people don't necessarily trust what they read on a billboard.
Thank you for your time today, and good luck in your retirement. I hope you get to enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And we also hope you get some sleep in the near future. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. We will move on. Number 335, Greg Stott, followed by 337, Christine Gold.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Once again, I'm Gregory Stott from Norwich. I'm here to speak strongly in opposition to Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. I'd like to begin by saying that I'm not an anti-vaxxer, which I believe is a slur created through social discrimination. I am, however, a father, a veteran, and a religious and human rights advocate. Several representatives and senators have repeatedly voiced concern for public health and that they feel somehow our religious choice to not vaccinate could endanger other students within the state school system. However, according to the Connecticut Kindergarten Immunization Survey results dated 2019-2020, the Sands School in Hartford is only at 60% compliance without the religious exemption. In addition to the Sands School, according to the Connecticut Department of Public Health, with the existing mandatory vaccination program, there are 80 schools in Connecticut with 30 or more students in kindergarten with 10% or greater missing vaccinations without an exemption on record. I'm really confused why the Public Health Committee is so focused on healthy children like mine exercising their religious rights while ignoring possibly thousands with no exemptions at all and not meeting basic vaccination criteria. That is our state law. If we're truly a scientific-based society, you would know that our family exercising our religious exemption, according to our beliefs, will have no impact at all on any other citizen in our state. Our beliefs don't restrict others from their choice to vaccinate or seek any other healthcare option they believe is best for them. We believe the inherent right of my body, my choice, must be afforded to all citizens in our state, including those that exercise their religious rights. Further, never in its 60-year existence has Connecticut's religious exemption ever been responsible for any outbreak of any infectious disease in our state. In closing, I just want to let you know that my wife and I are both military veterans, having served honorably in the Air Force and in the Army. Never once did we feel, after separation, we would need to defend our religious rights, the state constitutional right to education for our children, and be forced to resist discrimination and segregation for our beliefs back at home. No American veteran would or should. I'm requesting you reject House Bill 6423 and Senate Bill 568 and affirm all Connecticut residents' rights to religious freedom and for their children's right to free public education and secondary education under our state constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you and your wife for your service to our country. And thank you again.
I appreciate that.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. We'll move on to 337, Christine Gold, followed by John Andren.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Public Health Committee and those watching. I am here today to very strongly oppose Senate Bill 568 and House Bill 6423. These bills are an attempt to infringe on our First Amendment rights to religious freedom, the very thing this country was founded upon. These bills are an attempt to segregate public education by religious belief. They are not about public health. Those putting this bill forth have claimed we can infringe on religious rights in the name of public health. Their basis for such a statement is not rooted in science, as no data exists to point to religious people as being a danger to the health of others. There has been no outbreak linked back to children with religious exemptions, and the religious exemption has existed in Connecticut for 60 years. The data is clear. People's religious beliefs do not nor have not caused a concern. I would like to quickly add that if we were concerned about public health, then you, our Public Health Committee, made up of the people we voted for with high hopes of protecting our rights, would be addressing more pressing issue at this time. I have put more on that in my written testimony, but as Representative Steinberg has pointed out, that is available to be read later, so I will skip on to try to save time here. These bills also, I wanted to touch on this as someone else did earlier. These bills also totally ignore or don't address in any way the military families who come to the state on orders. Some people might not be in a part of the state where they think about them much, but there are many military families and people and military contractors here in Connecticut. Some of these families have exemptions in other states. If either of these pass, they will potentially force separate families so children can continue to receive an education, while a parent or parents fight to keep you free and already face enough separation for you. These days, Groton, Connecticut is a well-liked duty station, and many even choose to buy homes and stay here and retire. Please don't chase these people away. In conclusion, I ask you to vote no on both House Bill 6423, removal of religious exemptions, and Senate Bill 568, removal of all non-medical exemptions in their entirety. Do not infringe on people's First Amendment right, nor the children's right to an education. Help keep Connecticut the Constitution state. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you, Christine, for your testimony this early this morning.
It is early.
It was a few hours ago, but I happen to represent the town of Groton. I used to be the mayor there, and I completely agree. I'm sure that's not anything that anyone here has thought about. We have over 5,000 people on a military base, many coming from other states with exemptions that could severely impact, number one, the Navy deciding to have people stationed here, and number two, the federal impact aid that is given to both the town and the state for educating students when they're displaced. And many of these students have a significant learning curve. They're coming from other states where the education system maybe is not quite as advanced, perhaps as Connecticut. They require special attention in the classroom for catch up. And this would be a significant issue for those. And many times they have to play catch up, and finding a local pediatrician, if pediatricians are not going to accept those who are behind in vaccines, is also a great concern. And military families have lots of kids, as you know. So a third of the students in Groton are military kids. So that is a huge issue that I'm sure nobody has thought of here. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for sticking with us. Next up is 338 John Andren, followed by 341 Raylene Gila.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I oppose HB 6423 and SB 568.
I was a Democrat my whole life and shared many Democratic values. My wife and I and our 3 children volunteer our time weekly at our church food pantry. We drive around with backpacks filled with necessities to give out to the homeless. And I'm also a Knight of Columbus. We live by the Christian principle of taking care of our fellow man, but we draw the line at sacrificing our children for others. I keep hearing we need to vaccinate to protect the community, even though only 2.3% of the population has a religious exemption. Every pharmaceutical product has risks, and vaccines are no different, as we know from the manufacturer's package inserts that outline all the potential adverse events. The Bible tells us we are not to sacrifice our children. I do not worship a God that would have me lay down the life or health of my child for anyone else, and I believe it's incredibly selfish of anyone to think I should. In 2004, New Jersey passed a law called Holly's Law, named for Holly Stavola, a 5-year-old little girl who died after receiving her second dose of the MMR vaccine. A week after the vaccine, she spiked a fever of 107 degrees caused by encephalopathy due to the vaccine, a known adverse event warned about in the package insert that may occur 5 to 15 days after the vaccination. Initially, no one made the connection with the vaccine because doctors are not educated in potential adverse events from vaccines. They suspected meningitis and did a spinal tap, which is contraindicated for encephalopathy. Holly's last words were, "Mommy, help." She suffered 65 hours before becoming brain dead. The federal government conceded her death was compensable due to the MMR vaccine. We believe God made us perfect in his image with an incredible immune system and gave us nutritious food, herbs, plants, and minerals to stay healthy. There is no support in scripture for injecting chemicals or viruses into the bloodstream to cure or prevent disease. We do not believe God intended for us to inject our children with pharmaceutical products that state, 1, they have never been tested for carcinogenic or mutagenic potentials or for impairment of fertility, and 2, that they may cause, to name just a few, seizures, diabetes, encephalopathy, and even death, as in Holly's case. In New York, they lost the religious exemption nearly 2 years ago. 26,000 children were expelled from their schools, and there was a mass exodus of people who moved from the state. The difference between New York and Connecticut is that the New York Constitution has a public health provision. In the US and Connecticut constitutions, the word health is never mentioned, and the Connecticut Constitution has never been interpreted to provide any specific protection for health. But the rights to religious freedom and public education are constitutional and well established. I ask that you vote no to HB 6423 and SB 568. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll continue to move along. 341, Raylene Gliha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am writing this. I'm doing this testimony to oppose HB 6423. I am not a pro-vaccine. I am not anti-vaccine. I am pro-informed consent. I believe when a medical procedure is done to anyone, especially a child, all the possibilities must be disclosed to the patient or parent. When this right is taken away and a parent is forced to comply with a medical procedure they do not believe in due to their religious beliefs because of the fear their child may not be allowed a proper education, this is morally wrong. Every child has the right to receive a proper education without discrimination. If a child is told that he or she cannot attend school because of their religious beliefs, this is discrimination. This is also telling a child they are not worthy. How are we going to help the future generations if we tell them that they are not worthy? How are we going to help future generations if we continue to normalize discrimination? Children learn from what they see. Every person has the right to practice their religion without discrimination. The beauty of living in America is the right to religion and the right in that no one religion is deemed best. We pride ourselves to accept everyone, yet taking away this right is the opposite of that.
You may have missed a bit of what you just said, Raylene, if you want to repeat it.
Sorry, say that again.
We just missed a part of what you were saying, if you want to repeat it.
Sorry. All right, let me go back to that. The last thing I said was every person has the right to practice their religion without discrimination. The beauty of living in America is the right to religion and that no one religion is deemed best. We pride ourselves to accept everyone, yet taking away this right is the opposite of that. Every child deserves the right to a proper education. We have no child left behind, yet these will leave children behind in their education. So in closing, I strongly oppose these bills, and I hope that you guys do too.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the members, so thank you for hanging in with us. Next up, we have number 346, Jessica Tomczak, followed by Natalia Miller.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm sure you're all exhausted, so thanks for staying up. To begin, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. This is directly from the First Amendment of our Constitution, and yet today we are fighting for religious freedoms. While I'm grateful today for the opportunity to speak, I am saddened that hundreds of others who would like to speak will likely not be heard. Another grievance to our constitutional republic in the same day. I hope that you will reconsider and give everyone an opportunity to speak. I strongly oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. As someone who is pro-vaccination, I feel it imperative to uphold the religious exemption that is currently in place. I have never felt the health of myself or my family threatened because of this exemption. On the contrary, there are many whose religion leads them to look for holistic methods of protecting themselves and their families. My family would be missing out if these children were no longer in their classes. Removing this exemption would be equivalent to persecuting said individuals for their religious beliefs. It is imperative that we do not hinder religious rights as protected by the Constitution. Preventing any individual from being able to get an in-person education because of their religious beliefs is a form of discrimination and a direct violation of our Constitution. Would you discriminate against someone because of where they lived, the language they speak, or the color of their skin? Voting for this bill and any others that brings one's religious beliefs into question should be no different. Voting for this bill would result in removing children from schools due to their religious beliefs interfering with them having a medical procedure. No person should ever be persecuted, belittled, or discriminated against for their beliefs, especially religious beliefs, one of the leading principles that our country was formed upon. Please prevent discrimination even at the smallest levels and choose to uphold the Constitution of the United States and vote no on SB 568 and HB 6423. And also, I've been listening to some testimony throughout the process, and one of the things that's come up is I've heard the use of medical exemptions can be used. I know firsthand somebody whose child had a liver transplant and is severely immune compromised and unable to get a medical exemption. So removing this would be a direct harm to somebody in the state that would be forced to move elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It disturbs me that somebody who went through that is unable to get a medical exemption. I would hope that that could be addressed. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony. We move on next to number 350, Sarah Gadbois. Sarah? Maybe not. There you are. Welcome, Sarah.
Working? So I oppose the bills to remove religious exemptions. I think that holding a hearing online and preventing constituents from testifying demonstrates a concerning lack of integrity. A person opened with the argument that every voice can be heard via written testimony, but we saw last year how quickly the bill was voted out of committee. There were not enough hours between the historical hearing and the committee vote for the legislators to read the written testimony. This year, the amount of submitted testimony and the number of constituents signed up to testify increased exponentially. The people are doing their civic duty while the legislators abrogate their responsibility. Speaking of abrogating responsibility, which legislators should recuse themselves from this committee or from the floor votes because of glaring conflicts of interest? Which legislators have close ties to bioscience companies and vaccine manufacturers that benefit from legislation like this while innocent families suffer? And why is the Zoom set up so that we cannot see which legislators are actually here and listening? Where's the evidence that these bills will benefit the citizens of Connecticut? The argument to eliminate the religious exemption is not compelling. Unvaccinated children have never been shown to be a threat to their peers. Families of faith are not a threat. The conversation to remove a constitutionally protected right to education must center the families of faith that this affects, rather than the hypothetical benefits to public health that have already been proven wrong in other states and that are yet to be proven here. There is no data to suggest that passing these bills will improve public health, but there is data to show that they will increase suffering. California and New York demonstrate the consequences of eliminating religious exemptions, and West Virginia is an example of the consequences of your proposed medical exemption, as illustrated by the written testimony of Dr. Alvin Moss submitted to the committee. Vaccination rates do not increase when religious exemptions are removed. People flee to states that value religious freedom because their legislatures have not yet been compromised by corrupt ties to big pharma and the bioscience industry. Funding for education decreases when the number of children enrolled is reduced, and Connecticut is the 4th highest state in outbound moves. It is estimated that we'll lose a seat in the House of Representatives by 2030. Our population, economy, and school systems are already suffering. These bills solve nothing and will only line the pockets of the criminal and corrupt by sacrificing the most fundamental of all human rights, a right that was the catalyst for the creation of our nation. There are hundreds of families that object to vaccines, and asking them to choose between their religious beliefs and their children's education is abhorrent. I can assure you, when being forced to choose, we will always choose our faith.
Seeing no questions, we'll move on to number 351, Kelly Tessitore.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Hi, good morning. I'm here to urge you to oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. My son Cole, who is now 1, had an adverse reaction to the vitamin K shot at birth. He developed a full body rash, jaundice, and his oxygen dropped. His veins were collapsing, so we saw 4 different IV specialists just to get the IV put in. After a spinal tap and being pumped with antibiotics for 3 days, doctors use words like normal reaction to describe what happened. Nothing about that is normal. This, along with the autoimmune disease history and the MTHFR gene mutation in my family, puts Cole at high risk of having more vaccine-related injuries per my pediatrician. However, the medical exemption will not cover him. It is not an option for me. The religious exemption is the only thing keeping my healthy child in school. Yesterday, everybody kept talking about science, yet vaccine failure is scientifically recognized. Any child can obtain a vaccine-targeted illness and spread it, regardless if they've been vaccinated or not. It blows my mind that live vaccines such as the MMR and smallpox, which are proven and known to shed the actual virus, are mandated for a child to get to stay in school, but my child that is not shedding a disease and is no threat to others can't attend school if this bill passes. Why is no one talking about this science when it's listed on the CDC website? The vaccine schedule has basically tripled since 1986, which means teachers and staff members are not fully vaccinated. Removing the small percentage of kids with a religious exemption does nothing, since technically, basically these teachers and staff members are still a threat by that logic. Not to mention most parents, grandparents, and older siblings that are probably not fully vaccinated as well. Are you going to remove children from their families if the family isn't up to date on their vaccine schedule? No, that's crazy. So why remove the 4% of healthy kids who have a religious exemption? It makes no sense. I urge you to think about this when voting, and please oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tessitore. Thank you for being with us in these early morning hours. I don't see any questions, so I'll move on. You look very awake, though, I will say. Next is Chris Norton. You're on mute, Chris. I see you there, but you're on mute. Chris, are you there? Okay, we'll move on. We'll come back to you if you can get off mute. Next is Mark Bukja. Okay, we're going to skip ahead to 358. Melanie Maurice.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much for being here this morning. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Melanie Maurice. I oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I'm a mother to a 9-year-old boy with autism. He's half Black and half Puerto Rican. Had I known that brown children are more susceptible to vaccine injuries, I would have never vaccinated him. He was diagnosed after he had his 18-month vaccines. He was a normal developing baby, laughing, playing, saying, "I love you," clapping and dancing to Mickey Mouse. He developed a high fever, which the doctor told me which would be normal. And I thought it was normal. After he was vaccinated and after the fever went away, he started banging his head on the floor, on walls. He stopped talking. He would look at us, but look past us. He stopped answering to his name. We decided then that we needed prayer and God. I'm sorry. We started to do things naturally for him. We changed his diet, vitamins and supplements. And he started to come out of it. All of those things which our insurance did not cover and we had to pay out of pocket. We are blessed to have that option. Many don't. It's been a long road, but this road that we've been on, we knew that our God was with us, and it's made us lean into our faith more than ever. He has us on this journey for a reason. He gave us an immune system that would be very important to protect us. I will say that I'm not anti-vaccine. I am pro-choice and pro-religious freedoms. My child and many others have the right in the state to a public education. If numbers are low, education should be the first step. Taking the rights to religious freedoms away should never be on the table. So the woman earlier who said that her child had the chicken pox and suffered for 2 weeks, think about what parents of vaccine injured children go through. It's a lifetime struggle. Thank you, committee. Please say no to these 2 bills.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maurice, for your testimony this morning. And I certainly feel for you. I worked with children on the autism spectrum, and I know how challenging that is. So thank you for sharing that. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to move on, but thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mariano. Mariano.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to give testimony in opposition of HB 6423 and SB 568. This is my 3rd year giving testimony, asking you to please not remove the religious exemption. My 2nd time doing it in the middle of the night. Quite frankly, I'm tired. I'm tired of the same conversation, the same gaslighting comments from people like the young doctors who spoke earlier and the school nurse who says we're abusing the exemption. No one is abusing any exemption, and no amount of education given to us by doctors will ever change our minds. The pressure and bullying from society and doctors is palpable. Many parents I know who didn't want to do them were pressured right there in the doctor's office, and they would cave. I'm so thankful that God would tell me not to. God has guided me in every aspect of my life, including whether or not to vaccinate my kids. I believe in him, and I believe he told me through a gut feeling that your kids are fine, they're healthy, you're doing everything right. When I speak to other parents who made a different decision, whether by choice or bullying, and their child was injured, they're plagued with guilt and regret, shame, and anger. Each time I am so grateful. I trusted my gut and my God, and they always say they wish they had trusted their gut and God too. Now they have to live with the consequences of that. And my heart breaks for the parents who are up all night while many of you pushing this bill forward are asleep in your beds. All day long, my kids kept asking me today, Mommy, is that person with us? Mommy, are we winning? You would think by the amount of testimonies given today in opposition of the bill, I could say, yes, babies, we're winning. But all I could say was, I'm not sure, knowing full well most of you have made up your minds, and this is a formality. If the religious exemption is removed, I'll be placed in a position of choosing to knowingly cause physical harm to my children by injecting them with things that I do not agree with, nor would God approve of, or harming them emotionally by watching them get expelled from school. This leaves my children vulnerable to being discriminated against, isolated, formally uneducated, and devastated. We know from the past year that social isolation is also physically detrimental to children's health. After 20 hours of testimony in 2020, in which the majority was against the removal, I still can't believe we're in this position again this year. And I understand it's 5 years that some people have been testifying. And again, the majority is against it. Lastly, I would specifically like to address the Democrats on the committee. You claim you're the party of the underdog. You claim to be social justice warriors. You claim to fight for all people. And you claim to work for all people, bringing them freedom and fairness. This bill, as well as SB 568, create a new class of people who be hated, bullied, and discriminated against. And that class would be close to 10,000 children. Please do not pass these bills through the committee. My children and I beg of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question for you, I believe, from Representative Claire Distretria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mari, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for staying up all night with us.
Thank you for doing it too.
You're welcome. What would happen to you and your family if the state of Connecticut took away the religious exemption that you use now for your kids?
So we go back and forth with that. My husband and I are both business owners in the state. We both have leases. My husband's lease is not up till 2017. So we're kind of stuck here for that time. My father's very ill, so we have to stay close to him. So we're stuck in the state. And I would have to homeschool, which would make it difficult because we're both self-employed. So it would be a hardship. And my kids, they love their classmates. They love their teachers. They both submitted testimony. They're both on the list in the 800, 900s. They won't be heard. And they'll be devastated. And they're sitting right here near me, and it's hard to think about it for them.
So then after 2017, you'd have to move out of the state.
We'd have to see obviously what life looks like then, but yeah, if I want them in any kind of formal education, yeah.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any more questions, but I thank you for being here with us early in the morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're moving on to 369, Madeline Garner. Ms. Garner, go right ahead.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Go right ahead.
So my name is Madeline Garner, and I'm a resident of the town of Plainfield. I'm writing to oppose the HB 6423 and an act to eliminate the religious exempt to the immunization requirement of the public schools, daycares, and camps, along with any other place that you would decide to put in. Freedom to practice is one's religion and constitutionally protected right in mandating vaccines severely encroaches upon this freedom, and it's wrong. As a daycare provider in my home, who provides families with a safe and nurturing environment for their children, of which some do not receive or all immunizations, I believe strongly that every parent and child have the right to a free and safe place to learn and to play without being discriminated for religious beliefs. By removing this religious exempt to vaccinate, many children would no longer be able to attend a daycare or a public school based on the religious beliefs. This discrimination will result in many children being unable to benefit from services I provide. It pains me to imagine that what happened to these children should be excluded from daycares permanently based on their family's religious beliefs, as it is the first experience they learn from basic childhood development, such as sharing, caring, making friends, motor skills, social skills, and crucial at that young age. I am also writing to you as a wife and a mother of 3 beautiful children, healthy children. I will do everything in my power to protect my children. Please tell me how I'm supposed to tell my children that we have to leave the state because we are going against their religious beliefs. How do I tell my children that their beliefs are attacked in this state, that they would have to leave their home, families, friends, to a new state and a new school system that respects their religious beliefs? I have been doing daycare for the past 13 years, and I have always followed the law and the state guidelines that have been set. But sadly, I would draw the line if I had to, if it was forced on my children against their religious beliefs to be vaccinated, and close my doors of my daycare business. I know I do not stand alone with this, as I have spoken with other daycare providers and feel the same way. I would believe this would have a significant impact and shortage of childcare in this state. I pray that I never see the day that I have to explain to my sons that they are being discriminated against because of their religious beliefs in this country that was founded on principles of freedom. My children have thrived in local schools and deserve the right to continue their education along the side of their classmates, despite of our religious beliefs. As a mother and a daycare provider that has dedicated my entire career to children, I hope that my children can be afforded to their constitutional right to an education free of discrimination. Removing the religious exempt for vaccinations will only inflict harm and discriminate against children, while there is no benefit to the public or the state of Connecticut. 45
Garner?
states allow religious exempt.
Ms. Garner, you've
Yes.
reached your 3 minutes if you'd like to conclude.
Okay, I just ask that you please protect this right for the children of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for being with us so early this morning. I really appreciate it. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to move on, but thank you so much. Next is Jennifer Miranda, followed by Bill Volmar, who's number 374. Jennifer, you're on mute. There
Okay.
you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you. I'm speaking to you today to vehemently oppose SB 568 and HB 6423. My son, husband, and I have lived in Connecticut for 13 years. My son was born here. We bought a home here. And after my husband retired from the Navy, I volunteer for nonprofits here. My son learned to walk, fish, ride a bike, and raise chickens here. And today I'm staring down the barrel of leaving the community and home that I love because of gross and abusive overreach of the state and its citizens' private and personal lives. The Connecticut Constitution states, "The exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination shall forever be free to all persons in this state, provided that the right hereby declared and established shall not be so construed as to excuse acts of licentiousness or to justify practices inconsistent with the peace and safety of the state." In other words, legislators, this isn't Mussolini's Italy, and fascism is not on the table. The children who opt out of the flu shot at my local daycare because of familial religious beliefs are not endangering the peace and safety of our state. In fact, last I checked, flu is practically non-existent in the Northeast, and heck, in the entire country. Unless you consider a few children exercising their religious liberties as licentious, this bill has no place in a free state or a free country. Instead of solving a problem, which government so often claims to do, you're creating one, which is actually what government so often does. You're forcing free citizens to become religious refugees in their own countries, running from our homes and well-established lives at even faster rate than people are already leaving this expensive state. Please vote no for SB 568 and HB 6423. Stand up for fascism and protect the individual. Preserve the Constitution and the Constitution state. Keep Connecticut free and family friendly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Miranda. I don't see any questions, but thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
Next is number 174, Bill Volmar, followed by number 176, Paige Embry. Mr. Volmar? I can see you there, Mr. Volmar, but you're on mute. Are you there? Well, we will move on to Paige Embry. If you can join us, please. Thank you so much. Go right.
Morning.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
I love school because I learn new things and my teacher is so nice. And I also like playing and talking to my friends. My favorite part of school is writing and recess. I do not like doing school at home. Please let me stay in school. Now can my mom talk?
Hi, my name is Kim, and as a person of faith, a mother and a nurse, I'm here to oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. I have many personal reasons for why I oppose these bills, although I feel as though those have been already addressed. So for my time, I'm going to be talking about how these bills impacts the nursing profession, as we are the ones administering vaccinations for the most part. During nursing school, one of the first lessons we were taught was regarding the nurse's professional responsibilities and roles. One of these roles is to be a client advocate. In my Fundamentals of Nursing textbook by Potter Perry, it goes on to explain this role. I quote, "In the role of client advocate, the nurse protects the client's human and legal rights and provides assistance in asserting those rights if the need arises. The nurse advocates for the for the client, keeping in mind the client's religion and culture. The nurse may also defend clients' rights in a general way by speaking out against policies or actions that might endanger their well-being or conflict with their rights," end quote. Anytime we put anything in our body, we need to be able to know the risks and benefits. It is my duty as a nurse to make sure that people are aware of both so they can make an informed decision. In fact, for any invasive procedure, nurses are to sign witness on the patient's consent form to verify that the patient was given all the necessary information to make an informed decision, which includes risks and benefits, and that this was informed to the patient by the doctor. Whenever there is a risk, there must be a choice. As a nurse, I know the benefits of vaccines. And on the other hand, if you ever looked at a vaccine insert that lists the possible side effects of the vaccine, there is a risk. We don't have a crystal ball to predict who will in fact experience one of these side effects and who will not. If this bill passes, can you imagine being the healthcare provider that is now in the position to forcefully inject someone against their will? This is against everything I learned in nursing school and what a nurse represents. These bills are immoral and terrifying to me as a nurse, as they should be for everyone. I'm not sure you realize how this will affect the people who will be the ones required to carry out the forceful, non-consensual actions this bill would mandate them to perform. I urge you to please oppose HB 6423 and SB 568. Sorry, my 3-year-old's turning the light off.
Okay. You're managing all of this very well for 6:18 in the morning. So
well, working in the ER, you know, that helps.
you are well trained for this, right? Well, thank you so much for being here. I don't see any questions, but you did a very good job, and I can't get over how much the two of you look alike, I have to say.
Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Erin Hannon, who's number 372. And then we'll see if we can still, if 374, Mr. Bill Volmar can be ready to go. But next will be Erin Hannon, I'm sorry.
Erin Hannon.
Thank you. Thank you for
Dear
being
members
here.
of the Public Health Committee, my name is Erin Hannon. I'm a 4th-year medical student from UConn who's proud to be pursuing a career in pediatrics. In speaking to you, I hope to clarify facts, acknowledge the complexity of the discussion at hand, and state my support of House Bill 6423. We are taught in medical school to appreciate each patient's individual circumstance. I do believe that parents know their children best. I also have undergone thousands of hours in medical education, including roughly over 100 hours on vaccine education alone. The decision to vaccinate a patient is not taken lightly. I hear the concerns of the parents who have testified. I have also heard the concerns of parents who have no choice to vaccinate their children, and I feel charged to advocate on their behalf. Medically prescribed exemptions included and are not limited to premature infants, cancer patients, transplant patients, those with severe immunodeficiency. We practice evidence-based medicine and standard of care informed by peer-reviewed data and would always grant a medical exemption to anyone that meets the CDC or ACIP criteria. Many parents who have testified against this bill expressed their concern that their child would not be able to go to school or that they cannot go to the pediatrician. Conversely, by not passing legislation such as HB 6423 to increase vaccination rates, we will continue to limit another cohort of children who are immunocompromised from doing those same things. I support this bill because I think it will allow more children to go to school. I also want to provide clarification on the vaccine schedule. There's 12 recommended vaccines in addition to the annual flu shot. Some may be given in combination. Fully vaccinated patients at my clinic will receive 25 injections by age 18 and 2 oral vaccines with an additional 19 injections if they get their annual flu shot. Many families also express concern with the risks and side effects for vaccines listed on consent forms. We include these details to promote transparency. Let me clarify that these risks do not include autism. There have been many studies showing no causational link exists. For context, you're in more danger getting on the highway driving to work every day, and no one has you sign a consent form on the entrance ramp. I'm a religious person myself, and I studied healthcare ethics at Villanova University, so I understand the tensions underlying this discussion. I also grew up with an immunocompromised mother, and I'm a scientist, so I can't help but trust the data I see. I think it's noteworthy that the Pope of the Catholic Church issued a statement saying that vaccines are morally acceptable despite the ethical tensions of their origin, given their significant benefit. We have all lived through and experienced firsthand how powerful and scary an infectious disease outbreak can be, how it can ravage a society, close businesses, take people out of school, provoke mental health crises. I took for granted the protection that we all benefit from. However, vaccine-preventable diseases have not gone away completely. In our neighboring state, we saw evidence of measles outbreaks, which is highly contagious and deadly. Each year, millions of people in the US get sick from vaccine-preventable disease. We must stay vigilant. We should not wait for crisis. We saw with COVID what a delay in mitigating disease can cause. Vaccines are relatively safe and effective, and the answer to this public health concern. In addition to this bill, I support more research funding and better education. However, these are not mutually exclusive. I strongly support you consider the most vulnerable children in our state and vote yes to House Bill 6423. Thank you for listening to me this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. We have Representative Dauphiné.
Hi, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Erin, for your testimony. You said that you were advocating for those children that couldn't vaccinate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how many of those families reached out to you?
So I actually just spent the last month on a hematology oncology rotation, so this is pretty fresh in my mind. And for context, there's over 100 kids who are diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma who's treated just at one hospital in our state, so I can't speak to the entire state itself. And unfortunately, I don't have those numbers for you today. And I think it's something that's hard to really quantify because there's such a spectrum of immunodeficiency. There's babies who are born every day. I don't know if you all are aware, but premature infants are someone who would qualify for not being able to get certain vaccines, and the rate of premature births has actually been increasing. So this is something that we are trying to address, as you might know, as technology, as we're able to help more babies and help babies survive at younger ages. We're conversely seeing that we're having more neonatal morbidities that the pediatric world is trying to combat, but that's a growing population of immunocompromised children. I'm sorry, I don't have specific numbers for Connecticut.
Well, we heard from several immunocompromised individuals, families, and parents, and who said that they were actually opposed to this bill. So I'm just wondering, for those that you ran into, did they tell you they supported this bill?
Some of them have, for sure. Some are frustrated. And I actually, conversely, I also know people who have been affected by vaccine side effects who still support their child getting vaccinated, and they think that it's important and they believe in the herd immunity. So I think it's really hard. I don't want to make any assumptions. As I mentioned, each patient is an individual, so I don't like to speak grossly for all of my patients at large, but why I'm here today. And I appreciate and I understand, and I know this is not easy. I mean, you guys were up all night listening to this. I'm here though in support of the bill because I think it will protect more people, and in the long run, it'll get more children in school. I think in the long run, it will ensure the health of our population. You guys saw what happened with COVID when we did not jump on it quick enough. And I know the conversation earlier was about how, well, our state's not in crisis right now. Well, do we really want to wait until it is in crisis? I think we saw with COVID, we were all in crisis and everyone said, well, if only we had known a few weeks earlier. We know in advance right now what can happen. And so that's why I'm here today. I don't want that happening for our state.
So you're not able to give me a number of how many spoke out to you, and I was just wondering why they weren't here testifying in support of this bill.
So if I had to make a gross estimate in the last month when I was on HEMONC in an outpatient clinic and not having exposure to every patient that came through, we talked about vaccine a lot because of the COVID vaccine too. And I would say grossly 75% of the patients who I saw, the conversation, the parent brought it up, when will my child be able to get vaccines after their treatment's done? So this is a concern that's in the forefront of getting their children protected. I don't have a specific number for you though, no.
So those parents were interested in getting the vaccine for their own children. Is that what you're saying?
Well, their children can't go to school because they don't feel comfortable sending their child to school because not every child in their child's school is vaccinated. So they wouldn't be as worried about it.
So they're afraid of healthy, unvaccinated children. Are they afraid of the?
Yes, they are.
Are they afraid of the children that have been vaccinated that have suffered from primary failure and have no protection?
I did not get into those details with them, so I don't want to speak for them. But what we know from the science is that if we get everyone vaccinated, their protection will be stronger. There's just no denying that data. I know that there's different degrees of immunity that everyone is conferred when they get their vaccination. But once we have that, once we have more people vaccinated, science is constantly evolving. It's not perfect, I understand that, but the data theoretically, and the data shows that you're conferred some degree of protection. We can at least give this child their best shot by vaccinating everyone in the classroom so that that immunocompromised person can also attend, because those children are home.
And just one final comment. We know that hundreds, if not thousands of children have been injured or suffered death from vaccines. So you made the remark that they were safe. And then we also know that many children out there, 3 to 12% as reported, suffered from primary failure. So they had no protection from the vaccine at all. But I wanted to thank you for your answers and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Senator Summers.
Yes, and thank you for being here this morning. As someone who's, I guess you're in your 4th year of medical school, is that correct? Yep, so almost a physician now. I wanted to ask you, I heard your testimony that you support the bill, and I understand why. From being a pediatrician or being a physician, everybody's going to support this bill. But my question to you is, how do you think removing a religious exemption for a very small number of people is going to actually increase the vaccination rate? Because I keep hearing over and over from all the testimony we've heard today that those who, have very deep religious views may not stay. They'll move to a different state. They're not going to vaccinate because of the religious belief. But we have this whole other population of individuals that are just not up to date on their vaccines, or they haven't, I call them under vaccinated. I don't know if that's the correct word. Why wouldn't you think an educational push in those areas? Those are the schools that were below the herd immunity. That's theoretically the herd immunity 95% rate. Why wouldn't we do a push in those schools, in those pockets of Connecticut, rather than displacing families? And really, if you take those kids and you're just throwing them out of the school like an outlier in wound care where I used to work, you just don't count them anymore. So your vaccination rates go up. It's like this illusion of actually increasing vaccination rates when all you're doing is throwing your outliers off to the side. So that's why I'm a huge advocate of taking those pockets in Connecticut that are under vaccinated, that don't have exemptions, and educate, make vaccines more accessible for those parents that maybe want to have their kids vaccinated but can't take off from work or whatever the reason is, rather than taking away a religious right. As a physician, how do you say to somebody who disagrees with you and says, no, I don't agree with that, that's against my religious belief, and actually I know you take an oath to do no harm and to get consent, when you can't get somebody to consent to some procedure that you may feel very strongly with and they feel very strongly for whatever reason, whether it's right or wrong in your opinion, against, how do you force that? And I think that that's something to really be said, that Connecticut could take steps. And with all due respect, COVID did not start the religious exemptions. COVID is obviously a virus that nobody had seen before and has opened many people's eyes. And I do believe that the exposure to COVID and what we've seen has opened people's eyes. And with an educational push in those particular areas that are below what we would like to see, we could really impact the vaccination rate, and we could really get it up if that's what this committee really wants to do. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I fully support pushing education. I think that's a big factor here. But at the same time, I've heard ideas thrown about let's increase compensation so that providers can talk about vaccines. Quite frankly, that's the standard of care, and we do that. We have that conversation in the clinic, but that conversation, I mean, you have to see so many patients, it's only 20 minutes a day, like for that patient, and no longer. And as we see, you guys have been here 24 hours is not even enough for some families to really tease out what are their concerns.
Well, can I just respond to that really quickly? Is that it may be the standard of care, have a conversation with your patient, but it's literally a 2-second conversation in most pediatricians' office, and the nurse comes down and gives you the injection. That's why one of the things that we're pushing is let's compensate the physician. I don't know if you're going to be a pediatrician. I might have missed that.
I am going to be a pediatrician.
To compensate you for an hour-long consultation, to give the people the information, let them ask questions, let them hear from their doctor that they've hopefully developed a trusting relationship with, as to the pros and the cons, and what polio looked like before there was a vaccine, and all those kinds of things that people just do not in reality have an opportunity to ask. And not everybody is as thorough as many of the people on let's say on this committee that are going to go research everything. So we believe that is definitely a good start, rather than going and we heard from doctors, infectious disease doctors today, saying we're not at the point where we should be, quote, policing. We should push through education first, see if that works, and then look at our vaccination rates. So
I hear you. My biggest concern, which I'm not sure if this has been discussed or you guys are aware of this, but with the pandemic, a lot of children are behind on their vaccine rates. So we are looking at numbers over the past couple of years, but I am nervous for what next year's numbers are going to be and what 3 years down the road the outbreaks are going to be. And so I would respectfully disagree with people who are not thinking that we are in crisis, because I'm a planner and I think that's something to be considered. I think that it is very timely that you are actually discussing this bill right now because of that. And we're doing our best as pediatricians. I know everyone's working, everyone wants to get these children caught up as soon as possible, but the reality is we've been relying on families who are okay with vaccinations for so long to create some degree of herd immunity. There's a spectrum of herd immunity, and we're not going to have the same in the next couple of years. So whatever we can do to get more children vaccinated, and quite frankly, from my own experiences anecdotally, there are families who come in who have their mind made up before they come in the door, who won't even engage in conversation, even if you make that 1 hour consultation. So I'm not sure compensating the physician will help that. There are also families who it's not a religious exemption for them. They're just not really they're like, nah, wait, I have an option not to get this. Why would I get it then? That is so common for us as providers. And what we do is we learn in medical school how to open up the conversation, how to tease out the issues, how to empathize and understand where families are coming from. But I just feel like there is a large cohort of families who opt out of vaccinations, but not necessarily, they don't articulate the reasons for it, no matter how much we probe. they say that it's not a religious thing per se. It's more so, I think it's just a fear, or because they have the option to opt out, then they don't get vaccinated. So in my mind, I just think of some of those families would be actually vaccinated if this bill came through. And I think that's a group of patients that's also we should consider in terms of how I think this actually will bring up the vaccination rate. Certainly, it breaks my heart hearing about these families who might leave Connecticut. And I hear that you think, well, people will leave Connecticut and the vaccination rate wouldn't even go up. But I really think it will. And I think it's going to go up when we need it. And I'm so concerned about the next couple of years down the road, given the fact that so many children who are usually on schedule are also behind on vaccines. I'm not sure if anyone discussed that.
Yeah, we did touch on that. And that's one of the reasons why many of us are pushing for easier access for vaccines, making them more readily available, easier to get, to help, whether it be through the school-based health clinic or the school nurse, et cetera, to help get those kids up on their vaccine schedule, I hear what you're saying, but we've heard over and over today, not just leaving Connecticut, but just going to homeschool. So those kids will still be in Connecticut, many of them, they just won't choose to get vaccinated. So you're not really increasing the vaccination rate. You're just moving the needle in a different way. You're just taking them out of the school where they're not measured. And, I have to rely, with all due respect, on Dr. Ross, who's been an infectious disease doctor for years and just retired. I have to take, seeing thousands and thousands of patients of his own, and I do take credence to experience, and I hear what you're saying, but I do think that there's other ways to do it. So I appreciate you being here. I know it's early. I don't know if you've been up all night, and good luck with your match and moving forward in your career. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are also physicians.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know there are physicians from UConn School of Medicine who are slated to speak later, but I hope you read their written testimony because I've discussed this with them, and we are concerned that it is more urgent than perhaps the other physician mentioned.
Thank you. There's more questions. Representative Zupkis.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Erin. Thank you for hanging in there with us today. You touched on two things, and I'd just like to ask you two quick questions. The first thing is you were talking about the pandemic and how you're really concerned and what the urgency. What do you think, we're talking about kids being vaccinated in schools. What are your thoughts on teachers, custodians? We all know that the vaccines that I had are far less than what is being given today. And so what are your thoughts on everybody that's in school, children or not, to be vaccinated up to whatever these standards are?
As a pediatrician, I'm excited that the patients I take care of, they're our future. And so I don't think that we even have the infrastructure to really, in a perfect world, yes, we would get everyone, make sure they have their appropriate titers, check every vaccine that's available, even for adults. I don't think that we have that infrastructure in the medical system in Connecticut. But what I do believe is that if we start with the children now, down the road, then our custodians will have received all those vaccines. Everyone who's working in the school down the road will have all those vaccines. I don't think that a switch is going to flip and then everyone's going to be, if you can figure out a way to do that, I think that would be perfect. But I believe in the children and I believe that they're our future. And so if we take care of them, we will have a healthier adult population. I think if we take care of children when we're younger, early interventions make all the difference. It's the same thing with vaccines. We vaccinate all the children today, 20 years down the road, you will have more adults who are also vaccinated in the community. And 100 years down the road, we will have everyone.
Well, I would agree that our kids are important and are leaders of tomorrow, but that's 20 years is a long time. And so if this is, in my opinion, if this is so urgent, and there's a huge problem, I think we need to look at the problem now. Obviously, the more kids you vaccinate down the road, the more people will be vaccinated. I get that. But I mean, this seems to be such an urgent issue right now to me. If there is a problem, I think that is one way to help solve that problem. My second question is, again, so there are our rates in Connecticut, which are pretty high as being vaccinated. And I think that I haven't seen the data, and I'll just say, put it out there to anybody that chairs or anybody that has this, please send it to me, because I would like to see every school in Connecticut and see where they are and what are their vaccination rates. And so again, to me, instead of forcing this right now, I think there are probably schools, I know there are schools that are not where they need to be, and let's work on those schools. Let's start getting in there.
Representative Zupkis, that information is on the Department of Public Health website, and I can send you the link if you'd like.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Because I think, Erin, like you said, we need to get kids vaccinated. Well, why don't we start there? Because I think that is, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit, but I think that with these, in-school health clinics and all, that we can take care of some of this issue. What are your thoughts on that?
So I hear you. I think that's a great idea in real time, but like I mentioned, I'm a planner, and I think that's more of putting a Band-Aid on the solution. Because as a healthcare provider, I am not able to know that data in real time. I can look at it, but the numbers that you're looking at for each of these schools is whatever was submitted at the beginning of the school year per se. Whereas I'm really worried about the future. I am worried about next school year. There's no way for me to predict if that pocket's going to be in the same place. So if, for example, in a kindergarten class, I mean, granted, the numbers aren't going to change that drastically, but over time, things could change. So yes, targeting individual schools and individual pockets is really helpful in the moment. But in terms of creating a system-based change that will ensure, and then healthcare providers will not have to worry, they will be able to get many children vaccinated as possible. I think doing it in the schools is great. My only worry is if you're diluting the care down to someone walking into a school to give an injection to a child, we're also taking out, conversely, what you guys wanted, which was longer time to spend with families to discuss the importance of vaccines. If a child goes to school and is upset and they're saying, Mom, can you have the parents go into school to accompany the child when they're getting their vaccine? There's so many different things to factor in here.
I would agree there's a lot to factor in, and I would not agree, though, that in those schools that's going to help down the road. And I think that is my opinion. I think that is a place to start, because those kids are here forever too. In 20 years down the road, they're not going to be vaccinated. So, but thank you, Erin.
Yeah, thank you. Any solution you all have to vaccinate as many children as possible, I'm all for it. I think that this is just like the ultimate catch net that we really need, to be able to have vaccinations across the board. So all these ideas, I'm so excited that you are all working on them, and I really appreciate all your hard work behind the scenes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. More questions for you. Representative Zupkis, I'm sorry, were you done? I feel like okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Representative Foster.
Good morning, Erin. Thank you so much for being here with us today. As you've been talking, I realize they're probably better equipped for all-nighters than many of us are, because I'm sure you're pulling them often in school, and so you're brighter than the rest of us. My brain's definitely not firing on all cylinders anymore, but I wanted to ask you to interpret something, because as I'm hearing some of my colleagues talk, I'm realizing, oh, that was 12 hours ago now that we heard Dr. Ross speak, and the interpretation now sounds a little different than the way I remember it. I remember him saying that the rate of lack of vaccination is not emergency, but we should not, in a public health approach, wait for something to be an emergency to address it. And so I'm going to ask two questions. I'll tell them to you, and then I'll let you go. So one, can you address, so the COVID crisis is an active current emergency, and what would happen if I asked the same question to Dr. Ross, if we waited for measles, mumps, rubella outbreaks to be an active emergency to address under-vaccination rates of school-age children. And if you could talk a little bit about that. And then also, if you could sort of explain the difference between when we use policy as a preventative approach versus the one-on-one care that you will, I'm sure, in your career provide versus, you know, the scope of practice that's a little bit different from a public health perspective. A lot of the work that I do is, lots of folks are saying, why aren't we focusing on diabetes? I do diabetes prevention work myself. Why do we sort of have people who focus on the patient one-on-one? And then what's the difference between policy-based public health approaches that are sort of that upstream solution? Do you think you could talk a little bit about like upstream versus downstream approaches to public health? We use that metaphor all the time in public health, but I don't know if all of my colleagues are familiar.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of what would happen in an outbreak of measles or mumps or rubella, there's something that we look at, which is like the R0, which is essentially a contagion rate. And this is something that with COVID, we were following really closely. I mean, there's travel bans because certain states have higher contagion rates. We want to do whatever we can to contain them. I'm not sure what in real time Connecticut's is right now. I believe I was just doing a quick search and it was 0.92. For measles, it's 12. So the contagion rate of, like that's what this is just a quick search and you guys can look at this too. That might be a good variable and I can do some more research and send you that information if that sounds more clear. But measles is highly contagious. So it only takes a few to really spread really quickly. And so I think it's not something to be messed with. It's not like the flu where you have less people in the community have vaccines and some do. And you might luck out if your family doesn't have to deal with it. No, it is like once it is in the state, we know it's in the state because it is loud and clear in our classrooms and it'll wipe out a whole classroom. If everyone's unvaccinated, it could wipe out a whole classroom and one day it could be spread to everyone. And it can also be spread to the people in the classroom next door because those children walk down the hall. It's really contagious. And it can have some grave consequences as well. So it's something that we really do not take lightly. In terms of downstream versus upstream effects, the bill such as this is probably like the highest upstream possible, meaning if you think about a river, everyone on the riverbanks is being affected by it. The higher we go up in the river, the more people we include. If you're doing a downstream effect, so if we're going into schools and we are addressing the pockets where our rates are lowest, we're working in the tributaries. So we are almost at the end of the river and we missed everyone upstream. I hope that's like a good analogy to help you guys here. Our goal is to get to the river at the top of the Connecticut River. So our whole state is receiving the benefit of our interventions. As opposed to
med school. No, just kidding. I can't. The reason why I asked that question is because a lot of times we think about a doctor one-on-one. The bill that that Senator Summers is talking about allowing a physician to provide that one-on-one extended visit is so important. And for that one patient that you could have that extended conversation with, that is everything for that one patient. And so even though the depth of impact for the majority of patients from an upstream approach might be less, it hits more people. So when you look at scale of impact for an upstream versus downstream approach, it's a different thing that we're talking about and doing. And so we're not talking about interchangeable interventions. We're talking about things that address the problem from different angles. And so I'm sure I'm not articulating myself perfectly after, how long have we been here? 22 hours. But I appreciate you being here and offering us this opportunity to investigate this. And I know it's been so hard for so many families and parents, and it's not falling on deaf ears. I know it is so upsetting to hear a diagnosis about your child. It's very upsetting to try and figure out what could have been the cause or the reason that something happened to your child. And so I do believe that giving doctors prolonged time to talk to their patients is critically important, and that work, it matters. But I thank you for sort of explaining why our policy is also important to promote public health in addition to allowing physicians that prolonged time. So thank you.
Certainly, we can't do it alone. We cannot do it alone in the clinics. It's just not possible. We need the public health interventions that you guys are all taking care of for us. You guys are helping us create a more healthy community. And I hope, the technology is really impressive, things that are happening in the medical field that soon will become public knowledge with genetic testing alone. I think that will provide a lot of answers for these families. And so
I'm
I just,
going to move on if that's okay.
okay, yeah, that's fine.
Senator
Thank you so-
Anwar Senator Anwar has his hand up. So go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Erin, you have actually confirmed one of my biases. My bias was that the product of UConn Medical School is superb. And then you have just confirmed that for me. And thank you for your testimony and thank you for your good work. And I can tell you, you'll be an amazing clinician. I can see that. And then you're very thoughtful. And your grasp in the common sense part of the public health is very, very good. So I wanted to congratulate you for that. The question I wanted to ask you was, before that, actually, I wanted to reiterate, because the reason I raised hand was for the same reason, is that Dr. Ross' testimony was, I think, yesterday afternoon or evening. It's all become one day right now. But he was very clear that he supported this bill. And so I just, because I think sometimes we hear what we want to hear and then we propagate what we want to hear, but it's selective. So that's why I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that he was in support of it. And he was very clear that for public health, you have to be proactive. If you're reactive, then you flunk as a public health policy person. Because, and that's what has happened with COVID at the national level. We were reactive and then we have lost so many lives because of being reactive rather than proactive. And that's what everything is all about right now because of the millions of people who are unwell. I wanted to ask you to talk about probabilities. And the reason I'm asking you this is that sometimes my colleagues say that because the vaccine is not 100%, let's not even use it. And so the probability part is something that many of us may not understand or grasp that concept, that we are reducing the probability of infection, and the probability of infection also reduces the overall impact of the disease burden and so on. If you can touch on that, please.
Yeah, certainly. So I feel like everyone received a lesson in public health by having to experience a pandemic. I wish we never had to. But you guys all hear about masks. And we know that masks can reduce transmission, but we also know that they're not perfect and that there's different kinds of masks. I would compare the different vaccines to that. I would say would you go to the grocery store if not everyone was wearing a mask these days? I think you would prefer to go to a grocery store where everyone wore their mask. You feel a little bit uncomfortable if you're walking down the aisle and one person doesn't have their mask. I don't know about you, maybe that's just me, but that's how I feel. And it's the same thing with vaccines. Like, we don't know, these are invisible things. I don't know who has a vaccination and who doesn't. But in terms of probability, the more people, even if it's not a perfect vaccine, the more people who are vaccinated, the lower chances of a person who's unvaccinated, who's in the room, getting their disease, whatever it may be. So the more people that we're protecting, herd immunity, it's not an absolute. I know that there's like a goal that we're looking for, and you might say Connecticut's within that goal. We have great rates thus far. Herd immunity is constantly evolving, and it's a spectrum. It's evolving as people are losing as they're getting older and as they're losing their titers. Titers meaning like the amount of antibodies. That's one way that we'll measure the effectiveness of a vaccine, if someone's covered or not, or if they need a booster. We try and increase the probability that they're once again protected. That's why we're giving these boosters. So I guess I want you guys to understand that when you get a vaccine in your arm, the next day, you'll have some immunity. A few weeks down the road, usually it takes a few weeks to develop that, what we call an IgG response, which is our ultimate goal in protecting you. You'll have more protection at that time. I mean, that might fluctuate a little bit. Your levels can fluctuate depending on the amount of inflammation in your body. It's hard as scientists because we can't give you a specific black and white answer because science is just so totally gray. We're operating in a constantly moving thing. So probabilities, if you are vaccinating as many people as possible from a public health perspective, that gives us our best chance because we know we all want to do our best. That's the best thing that we can do with the public health intervention. Even though it's not a 100% vaccine, like I'm okay with that. I will take a whole classroom full of people with 75% coverage. That is better than having a classroom full of half the children with 0% and half the children with 70% coverage, if that makes sense.
Erin, I think that was very well explained. And I think that's where some of us get confused about the probability issue. I just wanted to mention one more quick thing was,
Senator Unwar, I'm sorry, I have to stop here because we have to switch on our YouTube. It's running out of time. So all of us that are on this, is it okay if I let Erin go? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I really appreciate you being here with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your hard work.
All of us on that are on this Zoom now, we don't need to do anything, but we just need to pause and wait for a minute while our administrator switches our YouTube. So I will let you know when we're back.